Hi, welcome and thanks for tuning into the University of Cincinnati's 4th Queen City Clash LAN event. My name is Inferno and I'm very glad that you're here. Today and tomorrow, 20 collegiate Rocket League teams will compete to be crowned QCC champions. This is a 2-day tournament featuring some of the top collegiate Rocket League talent across the country. The first day of the event consists of a group stage, round-robin style playoff to determine the top 3 teams in each of the 4 groups shown on screen. Those top 12 teams will advance to Day 2 of QCC, where they will compete in a double elimination tournament to take home all of the glory. This event is jam-packed with the highest level of Rocket League competition that exists in the collegiate scene, and you won't want to miss a thing.
Oh my goodness gracious, dear, what a play!
Ohio State maybe getting a little antsy, not a lot of possession.
By Listone, can anybody from Ohio State follow it? Yes, they can,
Oh,
and it's a double!
Best chance right there is catch USC while they're lacking, but SJT! USC double from Kyler.
Oh my gosh!
The play to make the
Oh my
difference,
goodness!
and it's Big Slow.
Queen City Clash. I'm Real Shuriken. I'll be hosting you today. We got some exciting matchups today. We got the group stage for day 1 of QCC. We'll go ahead and take a look at what matches we got lined up for today. The first match we got UTK Retirement Home, the 2-time defending QCC champions looking to give themselves the 3rd crown in a row for this tournament, taking on our home team, UC Bearcats Red. We'll follow that up with some Kennesaw B versus Bruton Parker. After that, we got Shawnee and Akron White, UCF Academy versus Bearcats Red once again. And then we have Kennesaw B versus UCF Knights. That will be the Group A and B matches. Over to the C and D matches, we'll have USC taking on IU Retirement Home, BPCU Orange taking on Indiana Tech, Purdue University against WKU Red, Ohio State Gray versus IU Retirement Home, and we will finish it off with BPCU Orange versus Central Michigan. Some exciting matches today, some exciting Rocket League. Players are still warming up. We're waiting for a few to get logged into the match here, and we'll come right back to get started. First match of the day will be underway in a few minutes. UTK Retirement Home versus UC Bearcats Red. Unsurprisingly, I will be supporting my fellow Bearcats. We've retained Mystic from last year's roster, and with the addition of Danny and Kaboymus for this semester, this UC Bearcats Red is honestly probably as good as it's ever been. Of course, our team a few years ago had some shining talent, and we lost some of that, but Bearcats Red has retained enough talent to still remain very competitive in the modern Rocket League scene. They are currently ranked number 4 in CCS, so their talent wave has not slowed us down any amount, so hopefully Bearcats Red will be able to put up a fight. UTK Retirement Home, 2-time defending champions. You got Shaka, you got Jobro, and you got Taibu. 3 elite players who've been absolutely dominating lands all year. So this should be a really big juggernaut match going into the first game. We're waiting for the players to still get into the match. They're finishing their warm-ups now. But this first game is going to be a big hitter. I'm surprised we're starting this match as early as we are. Of course, Bearcats Red, you know, it's been fun to talk to them. Mystic in our UC Rocket League server has been a coach, and he's been helping some of the players improve their 3v3. He helped my team not super long ago, and he gives really good advice. Great player. Love Mystic. Shout out to him. So hoping my Bearcats can pull out a win here. But again, they are facing the 2-time defending champions, looking for a three-peat for the QCC tournament, which is unbelievable. They won last year in brutally dominating fashion. There was very low doubt that they were going to lose at any point during the LAN. So they're going to see if they can repeat that same success this semester yet again. And once again, we are waiting just another few minutes for the players to get into the lobby here. I'm hoping that we see some good goals. There's probably going to be a lot of back and forth between these teams. We'll see if UC Red can put up a fight, because of course they've had good success all year long. But again, they're facing the #1 team, UTK, arguably going into this tournament. I've heard some talk about some other teams who might be able to bring out some upsets. But we'll just have to wait and see until they start playing. And we are finally getting into the first match. UTK versus UC Bearcats Red is underway. UTK looking for the quick offense here. 50 at the midfield. Danny will take the ball control, trying to look for Mystic downfield. Mystic going for demos. It's a signature play style, always going for demos at first man. Kaboymus takes a 50 up the wall. UTK looking to maintain some pressure here. Taibu with the ball on the sidewall. Beats 1, beats 2. Nobody at the midfield. Demo comes out. Shaka with no boost. Taibu with no boost. UTK needing to scramble back to grab those pads. Stanny fakes a defender, but Jobro not having any of it. Looks for the quick counterattack. Sends it mid. What a shot. Saved by Danny. Looked like it was going to be a quick goal from UTK, but UC Red holding on to that line defense. Some quick Rocket League coming out in these first few seconds here. Only 1 minute into this game, and it feels like we played an entire game of Rocket League for how much offense there's been. Taibu with the flip reset pop over the goal. Not going to find anybody at the mid there. Mystic will send it the other way. Demo coming out from Mystic. This could be an opportunity, but Taibu takes an open net shot. UTK will go up 1 goal. Taibu took a shot. Danny with an unfortunate touch to the sidewall. I don't think that's what he wanted, and Taibu will take the open net. It'll be UTK striking first. .341, a lot of time left for Bearcats to find some offense here, get their game going. Mystic bringing out those demos really early. It's something he's been doing all year long. He always loves to go for demos whenever he gets the chance, and there's another one right there as he deletes Jobro from the lobby. It's a very demo-heavy play style that's worked in the favor of Bearcats for most of the season. We'll see if it works against UTK in this first match here. Not a lot of boost to go around. You see UTK with a lot of 0 boost, but hasn't affected them. Mystic with a misread off the backboard. Taibu will take the 2-goal lead. Jobro takes the flick over. Mystic just barely didn't have the read. Taibu will get it off the backboard. Another easy net for UTK Retirement Home. Still 3 minutes left on the match. Danny looking to try and make a play for the Bearcats here. Gets the read off the back wall. Mystic with the shot blocked by UTK. I think that might have been Shaka making the stand at the goal line. Kaboymas trying to keep up the pressure. UTK is not a team that needs to be meddled with. You cannot give them the free ball on offense. They will put it in your net one way or another. They're trying to do it again here as Shaka nearly beats his man. Not quite. Yeah, you see Red trying to hold the fort. Danny with an open shot, and it's just going to roll in. There was nobody back for UTK. And the Bearcats will strike back halfway through the game. Danny with a good shot off the sidewall. UTK with no boost. I've been saying it all game, just not a lot of boost to go around. And in this case, it takes UTK down, decreases their lead by 1. Hopefully that'll spring some life into these Bearcats who've had some misreads. Jobro with the back shot off the backboard. Was just talking about misreads, and unfortunately it strikes the Bearcats again. Danny just thought he was going to slot it to the other side. But Jobro, smart player he is, slots it the other way. UTK will retake their 2-goal lead. Kickoff strats coming here. UTK will have the ball. Kaboymas going to take possession, though. Mystic looking for the solo play. Didn't have boost to finish it. UTK taking quick offense again. Cab holding the line as last man. We're struggling to see a little bit of offense from UC Reds, trying to see if they can get their act together. That one almost goes in. Mystic just there in time. It was going to miss just wide, but he didn't want anybody to be there to finish it. When Red has the ball, they do perform pretty well, but on defense, just some slight mistakes. And at this level of Rocket League, you cannot make any glaring mistakes or that ball will go in your net for the easy goal. Danny getting bumped off the ball here. Jobro looking for a pass mid, not there. Cab trying to slot the open net. Will it go corner in? No, it bounces off. That could have been an easy goal for the Bearcats, but Cab just barely shanked it wide. Unfortunate for the Bearcats, trying to shrink that lead to make a comeback with just over a minute left. There's still some hope for these Bearcats, though. Doing everything they can to get some offense going, but just not really coordinated super well right now. UTK taking advantage of all the space they're being given, just shot wide. Danny with a good dunk on Shaka. Some 50s in the midfield here. Goes the way of UTK, but the Cats will take possession on this offensive drive. 2 players get dunked. There's only one back. It's Taibu. He will get the free ball, though. Cab trying to 50 him. Almost goes in the net. Saved by Shaka. This is the offensive life that the Cats are trying to instill into their team. Spent most of the game on defense, trying to get that ball off of their half. UTK just jumping them at every chance they get. They did have the 1 goal they let in at an open net, but the Cats did that as well. So some defensive mistakes coming out from both teams. Another demo comes out in favor of the Cats. Bump by Kaboymas gets Jobro off the ball, but the clock will hit 0. And UTK will take the first match in the best of 5. Well played by the UTK retirement home. Bearcats trying to get the ball off of their field for most of that game. They were playing defense for a lot of it. You can see some of the saves coming out from Bearcats Red, but UTK having their moments when they don't have a last man back. And UTK will take 1 match towards their best of 5 win over the UC Bearcats Red team. It's a little bit unfortunate because the Bearcats had some misreads on defense. They had their opportunities to get the ball out of their half. Some misreads off the backboard by Danny and Mystic. If they can clear up those defensive mistakes, I think they would be able to hold the line. They didn't really make many mistakes after they had, get all the mistakes out of the way. That's one thing that even my team talks about a lot. Try and get all your mistakes out the first game, because then afterwards you can play a lot more solid as a team. You just got to get past those mistakes, because mistakes are what are going to lead to goals in this kind of tournament. When you're playing with all these players who have CRL success, CCS success, and all the big tournaments, even some RLCS as well, you cannot make those misreads on defense. So hopefully we'll see if the Bearcats have flushed it out of their system. Mystic looking for the quick double. Good block by Jobro. Jobro trying to get it over Mystic. Mystic, good 50, good pre-jump by him. Taibu trying to look to maintain possession for his team. Jobro going off the ceiling. Danny having absolutely none of it. Cab, little bit of a misread, but nobody there to punish the mistake. Danny gets 50'd, almost goes in the net. Taibu just shot it wide. Cats trying to get it out desperately. And they will hold the line once again. They've been maintaining their Stonewall defense a decent amount so far. It's just, again, mistakes are going to be the big decider of this best of 5. UTK not showing very many of them right now, though. Cab looking for someone in the midfield. Danny is there. Does he have the boost to make a play? Not really. Mystic going for the quick 50. That aggressive offensive play once again for Mystic. We'll see if they can try to capitalize off of some of those demos that he gets. And he will take a 50 sidewall. Fakes out Taibu. Looks like he just has shotgun, but he has 0 boost. Jobro's going to cut that off. A lot of low boost from some of these players, you know. Doesn't really matter if you're on the ball and have a chance to score. If you have 0 boost, it makes it a lot more difficult. Although we did see Taibu with a 0 boost shot in the last game with the open net. Taibu trying to get his teammate off the ball. He says, I have boost. Cab almost hits it into his own net. Jobro with a massive angle gets the shot off the backboard. I'm surprised he was even able to corner it. Good discipline, good awareness by Jobro, expecting the pass from Taibu. Cab almost hit it right to him on the sidewall. Didn't think he had the angle, but Jobro saying, I'm better. Gets the goal for UTK. Little over half of game 2 remaining, and UTK is showing no signs of slowing down. As Shaka puts a shot on net. Good save by Cab. That could have been another one that snuck through the Bearcats defense. Bearcats need to get a goal to breathe some life into this offense because spent a lot of time keeping the ball out of their net. Ball goes off the post. Good force by Danny. Demos coming out for the Cats. Taibu trying to beat one to the ball. He does. Jobro over to Shaka, trying to look for somebody straight down. Not there. Taibu 0 boost, struggling to make a play. Jobro firing off the backboard, hoping for another misread. Cab says no thank you. Jobro getting a bump on Cab, who is holding the net for his teammate Shaka to put the ball where it belongs. Cab with no chance to save that ball. Jobro says, excuse me, get out of the way. We need to score another goal, increase our lead. 2 minutes left, UTK up by 2. Good coordination by UTK out of there. He knew he had to be low on boost, so get the easy bump, get the easy last man beat. And UTK showing their offense. Bearcats not making as many mistakes on defense, just getting outplayed in some of these situations. Cab with 0 boost. Taibu looking for the bump. That could have been dangerous right there. Shaka looking over the midfield, looking for somebody mid. Taibu's there. Good cut by Danny. Cab gets beat to the ball. It could have been risky. The net was open if that was a shot on target. Mystic looking for some plays here, and he's saying, guys, we need to get on offense, get the ball out of our half. UTK doing a really good job of starving UC of all of their boosts. Danny and Mystic on low. Trying to wait for that corner to spawn. It will. UTK is going to take it back, get some boost, regroup, and start a new attack. You know, they're the 2-time defending champions for a reason, and we're seeing it on full display here. Just starving their opponents, outplaying them, maintaining the pressure, minimizing their mistakes. Great display of talent from this UTK team. Mystic with a great demo at the last second. That could have been in the net of the Bearcats if he wasn't there. Cab looking for somebody down mid. Taibu's there to cut it off. 30 seconds left. UC needs a goal here if they want to get some life going, get some momentum, try to make a comeback. It doesn't look like it's going to happen so far. We'll see what they can do with 20 seconds left on the clock. UTK throwing themselves at the ball. They have a last man. Jobro is out of position, not there. Mystic will slot it into the corner. And that is exactly what the Bearcats need to get themselves back into this series. Great pass by Danny. Good shot by Mystic. Jobro just barely not able to get back to net. He was almost able to cut that pass, but little bit too much sauce on that shot from Mystic. Bearcats only down by 1. There's only 13 seconds left, though. They're going to need to have a miracle if they want to win this game number 2 and not send it to match point. The net is open for UTK. Cab's going to cut it off. Clock will hit 0. Ball cannot touch the ground. Bearcats with not a lot of boost. Danny keeps it up. UTK trying to put it on the ground. Danny gets a good 50 towards the half of UTK. Jobro looking for the air dribble. Gets the pop reset. Mystic keeps it alive. Shaka there to intercept. Fakes the reset. Gets the last touch, and Danny unable to keep it up. UTK will take game number 2 over the Bearcats. And so far, it's looking like they might get away with the 3-0 sweep. You see Red showing a lot of life in those last couple seconds in the game. Looked like they might have been able to make a comeback there for a second, but just unable to put the ball where it needs to go into the opponent's net. Close for both of these teams. A lot of shots, a lot of saves coming out for the Bearcats. 8 total saves for that game, but UTK with 13 total shots. This is an offense versus defense game, and UC Bearcats are on the defensive side of the ball. UTK's offense just seems unstoppable right now. They keep the pressure on the half of the Bearcats. They probably have like 75% offensive possession. Bearcats need to get their offense going if they're going to score goals, win these games. It's not a great sign for things to come if they play like this in game number 3. Hopefully they can bounce back and keep their defense alive. UTK not slowing down for even a second. And we'll see if that continues in game number 3. UTK looking for the 3-0 sweep to start this QCC LAN. Bearcats going to see if they can reverse sweep the 2-time defending champions of this QCC Queen City Clash tournament. And once again, Cats are starting off on the defensive side of the ball. It's not where they want to start. UTK starving them of all their resources. Finally gets a clear out to the midfield. Mystic going to look for the double. Jobro is going to clear it out. Danny looking for the pass downfield. Shaka goes right to him. Cab looking for the shot on net. Barely misses the double tap. Is Mystic there to follow up? No, he's going to play it safe. Starting to see a little bit more offense from the Bearcats. Surprisingly enough, this is about as most as we've seen from them all series. This could be the turning point for them. It's Mystic fires a shot. Now they're forcing UTK to make the saves. Because we're sick and tired of playing on defense. We want to play some offense here. Taking a page out of UTK's book, looking for some of those bumps, looking to starve them of all their resources on the boost side. Jobro is going to try and outplay the team one by one. Taibu looking for somebody in the middle. Going to try and ground pinch. Not enough power on it. Easy save for Danny. Jobro gets a bump on Cab. Gives the free ball to Shaka. Mystic with the save off of the backboard. Jobro looking for Taibu in the midfield. They've really been spamming these midfield passes, and so far it's been working out for them. A lot of their goals have come from outplaying the Cats at the goal line, with some bumps and some misreads and capitalization off of those mistakes. They're going to try and use those abilities to win this game number 3 and win their first match. But so far, looks like the Bearcats might be the ones in control of this game. As Mystic going to look for the back pass to Danny. Demo coming out from Cab. Mystic looking for those signature bumps. Cab looking for the demo on Taibu. He's going to take it himself, try and beat all 3. Mystic looking for something mid. The pinch didn't quite go where he wanted it to. 50 pinch comes along the side of the net. Mystic going to take control. Jobro with the open shot, and he scores it. There was nobody back to defend the net for Bearcats Red. Ding dong, nobody's home, and Jobro will just walk through the door. It's 1-0 with 2 minutes and 22 seconds left on the clock. Great awareness from Jobro. He knew Taibu was going to get the 50, and he was going to follow up on it. gets the open net. Bearcats thought they were still on offense, pushed up just a little bit too far. And UTK will strike first yet again for this retirement home team. But it's not over yet. This is the most offensive pressure we've seen from the Bearcats in this entire series. We'll see if they can capitalize on it. Forcing UTK to make the saves that they need. Testing their mettle. Jober looking for the redirect. Not quite on target. Danny was there to cut off the pass. Cab, little bit of a miss, but has his teammate to follow him up. Cab looking for the pass downfield. Taibu's going to take it right to him. Mystic looking for a touch at the midfield. Gets a skim. Didn't quite go where he wanted it to. Cab going to look for somebody in the middle. Taibu's already beat him to the ball. Jobro, good pre-jump. A Mystic reads it even better. Cats will get it off their half. Cab looking for the redirect into the net. Didn't quite get it. That could have been a goal for the Bearcats if he connected. Just over a minute left in game number 3. It looks like UTK could take over the sweep. Jobro with the ball, trying to find some opening in the Cincinnati defense. Danny will be there to collect the pass. Shaka still not giving up, looking for that pass mid. Taibu's up. Cab with a good read. Jobo trying to slot it in yet again. Doesn't quite get the angle. Shaka with the ball, with the demo, with the goal. Pass to Jobro. UTK will take a 2-goal lead, and there's only 30 seconds left. That could be the dagger for this first game. Great demo by Shaka. Way to be up there fast from Jobro. Just wasn't able to save the ball. And that could be what seals game 3 and the win for UTK. Bearcats need to put on some lightning fast offense right now if they want to get any sort of chance to win this game. We'll see if it starts with that touch. Both Cats are up. Danny with 0 boost. UTK is going to take another shot. Mystic with a bang downfield. Shaka's just there in time. Gets the read off the backboard. The clock ticks down from 10. Bearcats really need a goal here. Jobro cuts off the pass, and that looks like it might just do it for UTK retirement home. Almost gets a 3rd goal on the list. It will be UTK clean sweeping the Bearcats red team for the first match in the series. And well-deserved it was. UTK was in control from the start. Great offense throughout all the games. Bearcats forced to be on their own defensive half for most of it. And what a series. Great start for UTK retirement home, already showing why they're the defending champions. They had good control on the offensive side of the ball. They didn't make many mistakes. They kept the pressure, took the demos and bumps at the reasonable times, and they got a lot of goals out of it. Bearcats red need to work on some of that defense. Had some misreads in the first game. They cleaned it up for the second and third. But UTK is not a team that plays easy. They play fast, and they will bump you, and they will get goals off of it. Cats need to look out for that more. But that will take us to our next game that will be coming up later. On the Queen City Clash, UTK will take the first game in the series. Bearcats red looking to scrape out their first win. And we'll be back in a little bit for game number 2. Welcome back to the Queen City Clash. I'm joined at the desk by UTK's Jobro. Jobro, you guys looked really good in that match. You looked in control, good offensive pressure for most of that game. You were keeping UC Bearcats Red on their tails for most of that. Did you guys have a game plan going into the game? Like, how did you guys win so definitively against that Bearcats Red team?
I mean, it's just the power of the fun meta, really. We came in, started playing some cornhole, a little bit of basketball. That was most of our warm-up. We did like 2 games against Bruton Parker, and those didn't go very great. We were like, we're not playing that well, but let's just have fun with it. So just getting loud, have a good time.
Awesome. And of course, you guys are going to take a 1-0 lead and going into your second game. Are the vibes still high? Vibes still high? Having fun going into game number 2?
Yeah, they'll be high probably until we get in there, and then we have to play Shawnee State. So we're probably just going to be like tilted before the match even starts because we're just going to be dead the whole time. So yeah.
Well, if you can at least have fun doing it, that's what matters, right? At the end of the day, if you have fun, it's like, who cares? Win or loss, just have a great game. Is there anyone you want to shout out, thank, call out to the stream?
Shout out Bingo Ballers because they were behind us, bringing the noise. Shout out everybody from UTK Rocket League back home watching. Love you guys. Keep watching. I don't know if Bingo Ballers plays on stream later. Hopefully they do. But, keep supporting in the Discord. Yeah, shout out you guys.
Awesome. Congrats, Jobro. Congrats to your team, and good luck in game number 2. We'll be back in a little bit on the Queen City Clash with Kennesaw State versus Bruton Parker coming up soon on QCC. Welcome back to the Queen City Clash. I'm Real Shuriken, and we are about to jump in with Kennesaw State versus Bruton Parker. I've heard some murmurs about these teams. Bruton Parker could potentially be the team to upset UTK this year if they want to win this entire Queen City Clash tournament. I haven't heard much from Kennesaw, but if they're here, they're probably pretty good. So that's usually how I think of it when I think about teams, is if they make the tournament, if they make the LAN, then they're probably pretty formidable. I don't know how this matchup is going to go, but we're going to see how it turns out. I haven't heard Bruton Parker's name before, so whether they're good this year, they have been good. We'll see if they're able to put up some good numbers today. And of course, Kennesaw is returning yet again. I know they've been to the LAN a few times in the past. We'll see as we wait for both teams to enter the lobby here. We'll get started in just a second. But the last game, UTK versus Bearcats Red, pretty good game starting off. Again, UTK was in control for most of the game. Bearcats Red wasn't able to put up much defense, and we're getting into the first game of round number 2 in the Queen City Clash. It's Dylan gonna take the dribble over to the orange team side, and now we have names to teams. Thank you to our producer behind the scenes. Dylan gonna shoot it. Kennesaw State University will strike first against Bruton Parker. Clixie gets the gets the 50 rather on Cass. Dylan slots it to the left side. And Kennesaw State coming out swinging right off the kickoff. And another kickoff goal. Reese puts the ball where it belongs. We're not even 30 seconds in, and Kennesaw already getting off to a strong start against Bruton Parker here. Antics, Cass, and Milk might want to step up their game on these kickoffs a bit. We see the strats already coming out. Might be another kickoff goal. It's in the corner. Cass is going to 50 Clixie into the net. There's been 3 goals, and it hasn't even been barely 30 seconds. Slot by Milk, and Cass will finish it off. Unbelievable stuff. Both teams coming out swinging. Contrary to what I said before, and maybe now we'll actually get some Rocket League. It's Clixie. We'll take control for the Kennesaw State. Unbelievable start to game number 1. We're probably in for a good series if that's how the game's going to go. Cass looking for the shot on net. Reese gets the save at the last second. Was a little bit awkward there. That could have been dangerous for Kennesaw. Kennesaw trying to take the ball the other way right off the bat. Antics. Getting the ball taken away from him by Reese. Kennesaw looking to strike again. But Bruton Parker getting their offense shut down by Dylan. Dylan looking for those bumps. Antics gets a beat. Reese is there to pick it up. Gets demoed himself. Cleared by Cass. Right back to Kennesaw State. Demo comes out from Cass, removing a Kennesaw defender. Reese gets the beat. Kennesaw will maintain a 1-goal lead against Bruton Parker after that chaotic first 30 seconds. Looking for the passing play. Cass gets it to Antics, and we're tied up at 2. Bruton Parker with a great passing play. Milk over to Cass and Antics. All 3 players involved. With just over 3 minutes left, we have a ball game. Fast-paced offense and passing plays seems to be the name of the game for Bruton Parker. Milk trying to start some more of that. Kennesaw cutting it off. Reese with a shot. Blocked by Milk. Gonna take the air dribble. Hands it off to Cass. Cass going for the corner read. Gets it over 1. Doesn't quite double it. Almost added another goal to his name. Dylan gonna take it over for this Kennesaw attack. It's the pop reset over 1. What a save by Cass. Clixie there to follow. Milk gets it out. Scary for Bruton Parker, but they hold the defense. Keeping this game tied at 2 apiece. Seeing a lot of those strong touches, strong clears, passes downfield. You're seeing all of it. Cass trying to start an attack for Bruton Parker. Bruton Parker with another passing play. Milk down the middle of the field. Antics almost slots it, but Milk will get credit for the goal. Bruton Parker will be up 1 goal with 2 minutes left. Good shot from midfield. Reese just wasn't there quick enough. And Bruton Parker takes a 1-goal lead. As we go into the kickoff for 2 minutes left, there have been 5 goals scored in these first 3 minutes. Antics looking to add another one, gets bumped off. With Milk, what a shot. Good save by Dylan. I said at the beginning that some murmurs about Bruton Parker possibly being the juggernaut for this Queen City Clash, and so far, it's looking like they might just be. Demo coming out. Antics has the open net. Does it go in? Does it go in? Milk will finish it. It looked like it was going to go in on its own at first, but it stayed out just long enough. But Reese got demoed the last line of defense for Kennesaw State. Bruton Parker will take a 2-goal lead with 1.5 minutes left to go. Clixie takes the air dribble touch. Doesn't quite get anything off of it. Reese trying to maintain the pressure for Kennesaw. Dylan looking for a back wall read. Didn't quite get enough power on that. There's nobody at the midfield. Milk beats one. Looking for another beat. Clixie gets a 50. Has to go quick. Cass shanks it sideways. Dylan trying to clear it out. Antics will demo. Get 2 demos for Antics. 1 to beat for Kennesaw. Dylan, last line of defense. Reese will accidentally own goal. Cass will get credit for it. Bruton Parker up 3. Unbelievable stuff on this Bruton Parker offense. The demos, the passes. We're seeing everything in their arsenal. They are coming out swinging. You love to see it. Just a little over 1 minute left. Bruton Parker up by 3. This could be a statement win for Bruton Parker. It's looking like it's going to be Kennesaw after those first 2 goals, but now Bruton Parker coming back, but Kennesaw trying to strike back just off target for Reese. Milk beats one, looking for the double, tries to get the bump on Reese. Reese manages to avoid it. Back over the midfield, Bruton Parker looking to start another offensive attack. Antics, a little bit of a whiff there. Not that dangerous, though. Milk and Cash trying to pinch it off of one another. Antics is there to get another touch on it. But Kennesaw looking for the quick pass. Dylan tried to shoot it. Didn't quite have the boost to do so. Could have been a goal for Kennesaw as the clock kicks down to 10 seconds. 3 on the clock. And Bruton Parker with 5 goals to their name for this first game against Kennesaw State. Unbelievable display of skill from this Bruton Parker offense. We see 14 shots on net for Bruton Parker, and 5 of them connected with the back of the net. A lot of chaos in the first 30 seconds of that game. We saw some kickoff goals. We saw some quick attacks. It kind of leveled out, but towards the middle of the game, Bruton Parker pulled out their lead and did not look back, just kept getting further and further ahead. Kennesaw scored those 2 early goals, but did not get another one to their name. Again, I was hyping up this Bruton Parker team without knowing much about them, and so far they're showing just why. You know, there's great passing play down the middle of the field, Antics to Milk, and finally to Cass, or whichever order it was in. Getting all 3 players involved. It's not just 2 of them that are getting in these offensive attacks. They're throwing all 3 of their players at this ball. And so far, it's working out for them. Kennesaw State getting some of those early kickoff strats in, getting those kickoff goals. But it's not enough when you're playing a team that is just going to defeat you with all 3 of their guys playing the ball. If Kennesaw wants to win this game, they probably need to step up their speed, get some more offensive plays on that ball. They were playing a lot of defense that game, and a lot of times their last man was either caught out of position or getting demoed and respawning. We'll have to see how both of these teams respond to that first game. I know Kennesaw is going to want to try and make a statement after getting 5 goals scored on them. As we head into game number 2, we'll see how they come out this time. And so far, we're seeing a lot of what we saw last game, trying to get that quick offense going. Bruden Parker is going to stalemate them for the time being. Going to try and take possession. Milk with the ball, the double 50. Tries to get it around one more, gets it around another. QCC fakes. Going to take it slow and controlled. Right back to the Bruden Parker offense. They're not giving up any possession. Bit of a scary situation there, but nobody to follow on the side of Bruden Parker. Pass over to Antics, not quite on target. That could have been another goal for Bruden Parker, another passing play. Cass looking to try and make something happen. Antics over to Milk. Dylan didn't quite get the touch he wanted. Wave dashes. Reese gets beat, but both of his teammates are there to support him. Dylan looking for the mid boost. He does beat Cass to it. Cass not getting off that ball, though. Demo comes out. This could be a goal for Kennesaw if they keep up their offense. Fakes both his teammate and the defender, but couldn't get another touch on it. Bruden Parker will maintain a 0-0 score, as that could have been dangerous for them on the offensive side of, or on the defensive side, rather. Haven't seen too much defense from Bruden Parker, as their offense has just been laying this Kennesaw State team to sleep. Cass gonna take it from his own backboard. Bumps one off the ball. There will be a free ball for Kennesaw State. Looking for the backboard read. Clicks just over the goal. Dylan looks to follow it up. Antics is there to meet him. Milk trying to slot the open net. Antics looking for another shot down the middle of the field. Bruden Parker loves these middle of the field shots. Try to get that booming pass down play and get the nice, easy redirect into the net. The nice thing about their positioning is the way they redirect it, the ball keeps going in the same direction. So the power is just that much more. Awkward for Milk. Gets it out, though. A little bit of a contrast to what we were seeing last game. Clicks with a back pass to Reese, and there's nobody home. 1-0 for Kennesaw. Smart play by Clicks. He knew he was probably going to get demoed or bumped, so he passes it back to his teammate who's waiting. And he wastes no time just putting that ball in the net, just banging it from the middle of the field. Bruden Parker didn't have anybody to meet that, and they're trying to get another one off the kickoff. Milk with an unbelievable save. Almost got doubled by Clicks. You're seeing Kennesaw stepping up their game a little bit. No longer intimidated by this Bruden Parker offense. They're saying, we've got you figured out now, and we're going to take advantage. Tactical fake there by Reese. Looking to see if he can get a cut. Doesn't have boost, so it's a little bit difficult. Cass looking to backflip it to his teammate. Good cutoff by Kennesaw. Milk will take the 50. Dylan gonna try and start another attack. Gets a demo. Kennesaw will have a free ball. See how they make it work. Antics gonna quickly 50 them. Cass is their last man back. It's a 1v3. Just a little bit over Dylan. Too much sauce on that pass. Minute 30 left to go in this game, and Bruden Parker's offense seems to be wavering a little bit against Kennesaw's defense as Dylan tries to pull something out of Bruden Parker's hat. Get a redirect into the net. Clixy against the entire Bruden Parker team will flick it up for his teammate Reese, who looks for the angle, doesn't quite get it. Clixy's there to follow it up. It's 2-0 with a little over a minute left, and Kennesaw will take the lead. Antics, not a very strong clear, goes right to Clixy. Gets the easy net, gets the easy goal. We'll see if any more kickoff strats come out for either of these teams. But Kennesaw State will have a 2-goal lead. We'll see if it remains comfortable, though, as Bruden Parker trying to make something happen off the kickoff, and Milk will shrink that lead in half. 8 seconds after the kickoff, and it's already in their net. Reese thought he was able to get the 50, but Milk says you need to hit the gym, buddy. And we'll 50 him for the goal. Another kickoff strat coming along. Cass almost slots the open net. It's just wide. Antics takes another shot. Clixy with the squishy save. These are the kickoff strats that Bruin Parker is looking to capitalize off of. They almost got the equalizer right off of that from Cass, but it was just wide. Didn't quite get what he wanted off of that touch. And with 30 seconds left, we'll see if Bruin Parker can make any more magic happen as Milk tries to go for another slot. Dylan trying to slot it. Good save by Bruin Parker. That might have been Cass who saved that ball. There were 2 Bruin Parker defenders on that ball. Reese doesn't find anybody in the midfield. The clock will tick down from 10. Can Kennesaw State keep their 1-goal lead? Cass looking for demos. Antics takes a 50. Milk has the ball. Reese misses. Milk doesn't get the double. Antics tries to follow it up, but Reese will shut him down. Scary, scary at the last second, but Kennesaw State will keep their win. Is looking a little bit iffy there at the end. Bruin Parker loves to pull out the strategies at the last second to try and take back another goal for themselves, but Kennesaw able to hold on. Pretty even shots and saves from both teams. That was pretty stunning game number 2 after game number 1. It almost looked like Bruin Parker was going to walk away with it, going up 5-2 after some of those early goals. It was tied for most of the game until they scored 3 towards the end. But Kennesaw State clawing a game back themselves. They're trying to stay in this because they know this Bruin Parker offense is not going to give up anything. They love those passing plays, and they've been continuing to use them for the entire game, the entirety of game number 2. We saw a lot of it in game 1. They were doing it to perfection, and they continued it in game 2. We'll see if they continue it in game number 3 in just a second. But how about that comeback from Kennesaw? They almost looked like they were going to throw that 2-goal lead with a minute left, but some clutch goal line saves. Hopefully they're keeping the vibes high because you're going to need that if you're facing a Bruin Parker team that's as built as this one. We'll head into game number 3. Kennesaw State answering game number 2 after that defeat. They're looking to answer again quickly. But Bruin Parker will block any offense that they put on their net. What looked like it was going to be a runaway is now proving to be a somewhat even matchup. Bruin Parker already going for another passing play. Milk down to Cass, just didn't quite get the shot. It looked like it could have been upper 90. Just off. Double demo coming out for Dylan. Can Kennesaw capitalize on it? No. Milk spawns at the perfect spot at the right time. Clixy gonna try and take a shot. Slot saved by Cass. Kennesaw wants to make a statement here, but it's Clixy versus 2. Cass tries to go for the bump. Antics looking for the mid pass. There's nobody home. Reese will clear it out. Bruin Parker, their passing offense super lethal, but Kennesaw's defense is holding them strong, and Dylan will get the perfect shot, the perfect slot around Milk. It looked like Milk was going to have the save, but just didn't have enough boost in the tank to get there. And Kennesaw will strike first in game 3. See if any kickoff strats come out for these teams. Nope, just standard kickoff. Good display of resilience from Kennesaw. They know that Bruin Parker is going to launch these shots onto net, and they got to keep their defense up and put some shots of their own. Cass going to take it up the wall, probably looking for his teammate in the middle of the field. Kennesaw not really looking for bumps and stuff in that middle of the field passes. They got to have somebody there to cut off the pass, or else Bruin Parker is going to keep taking advantage of that open space in the middle of the field. Good save by Clicks. Looked like it was going to be slotted in there for a second by Cass. I have not seen a single Bruin Parker offensive attack that hasn't been a multiplayer passing play. It's what they're good at, and it's what they're sticking to. Milk will demo the last man, and Cass will tie it up with just over half the game left. See, Dylan was their last line of defense. Milk cherry picking all the way on their side of the field. deletes Dylan from the game. And Bruton Parker will equalize it with plenty of time left to go in game number 3. Reese gonna take it, looking for the mid pass once again. Antics with the shot, pass from Milk. I mean, the middle of the field is just wide open. There's nobody there to cut off the pass. Bruton Parker is just gonna keep attacking that over and over again until Kennesaw responds to it. Kennesaw playing principled, going back and defending their net. They keep leaving that midfield wide open. Seems to be the big weakness in their game so far because Bruton Parker is playing a play style that loves those mid passes. You cannot give them that open space. We'll see if Kennesaw can hold them off for now. But they gotta watch that mid pass. It's their kryptonite at the moment. And it's Bruton Parker's strength. Dylan gonna look for his teammate Clixie. Pulling a page out of Bruton Parker's book, looking for the midfield pass. Cass redirects it just enough to get off target. Dylan gonna try and start an attack himself off the ceiling. Broken up by Cass. Antics gonna take it himself, beats one. Cass unable to get the demo on Clixie. Clixie looking for the open net shot, and he will get it. Tie game with 142. Looks like Milk tried to 50 it off the sidewall, but didn't quite get a touch. Similar to the UTK UC Bearcats Red game, mistakes on defense seem to be Bruton Parker's undoing at the moment. Kennesaw trying to find those holes in the defense, capitalize on those mistakes. Trying to stay in this game with just over a minute, or just under a minute 30 left to go. A little bit of a scary situation there for Kennesaw. Manages to maintain their defense. Reese looking for the quick shot. Milk anticipates it. Starts a quick counterattack. Cass is there to block any defenders from getting back. And Bruton Parker, just like that, will take the lead right back. Slots it perfectly. Clixie couldn't get back if he wanted to. If he did, Cass is there to bump him off. Great bumping strategies coming out from Bruton Parker. You know, we've seen that last man cherry pick there a lot, and we see it there again. It's like Bruton Parker only has 2 players on the field until that last person is all the way down the field, and Antics is gonna slot it for the 2-goal lead. I was just talking about it, that Bruton Parker loves that last man downfield for the pass or the bumper demo. And in this case, yet again, it works. Just under a minute left. Kennesaw needs to make a 2-goal deficit, and they'll get a kickoff goal. Reese puts it away in the bottom corner. We've seen passing plays. We've seen kickoff goals. We've seen bumps and demos. What haven't we seen from these two teams? Kennesaw looking to cut that goal lead down to 0 right after the kickoff strat. Antics gonna leave it for his team at the midfield. Reese gonna take control of that ball before anything bad happens. Looks for this quick slot. Clicks almost got the demo on Milk. It would have been a goal, but Milk avoids it. 50 on the side of Bruton Parker. Reese looking for the waterfall. Doesn't quite get it. Bruton Parker maintains their defense there. Gets a bump on Dylan from Milk. Antics with no boost. Gonna just take a 50. Beats one. Leaves it for his teammate. Demos come out. The net is open. It's just wide. Straight down to Milk. He beats his man. And that will probably seal game number 3. Bruton Parker with another 5-goal game. Just tearing this Kennesaw State defense apart. Unbelievable offense by this Bruton Parker team. Very reminiscent of game number 1. And Kennesaw will not get the quick goal. It will be Bruton Parker who will take it to game point. with 2 games to 1. Kennesaw State getting some goals of their own. They're not down and out yet. We saw some resilience from them in game number 2. They're going to need to repeat some of that magic if they want to keep it up. Bruden Parker with 15 shots. The shots just seem to keep going up every single game. But we know that Kennesaw State definitely has the potential to beat this Bruden Parker team. Again, they did it in game 2, and they weren't allowing as many of those midfield passes, so maybe they got a little bit complacent because Bruden Parker abusing that middle field all the time once again. Seems to be their strength right now. Kennesaw just not blocking that midfield pass. You leave that midfield pass open, you leave that man downfield. Bruden Parker is playing with 2 players on defense and offense for most of it. And then they just get the one big boom downfield to get the redirect goal or a bump play. Great coordination by your team. It's a risky style to play with unless you trust your teammates with your life, which Bruden Parker very clearly does. Dylan looking for the back wall air dribble. Not going to get there. This game point for Bruden Parker. We'll see if Kennesaw State can repeat what they did in game number 2. Keep their offense at bay. But Bruden Parker has other plans for them. Tries to slot it bottom corner. Cass looking for his teammate at the midfield. Wasn't there. Reese going to get the flick over 1. Free ball for Milk. Clicks trying to find his teammate. Looks like Kennesaw State is learning from Bruden Parker. We're kind of seeing some of Bruden Parker's play style coming out from Kennesaw State. There's nobody back. Clicks is going to shoot it. Cass was the last line of defense, and he makes a stand when they needed it most. It's going right back the way of Kennesaw State. Clicks is trying to get the quick double. Milk will be there to cut off, and he beats another. The net is open, but he doesn't have any boost. And Dylan will whiff the ball, and Cass will put it away. Unfortunate for Kennesaw. They had 2 players back there to potentially make a save, but Cass beats both of them to the punch. Dylan didn't have any boost, and Clixie was just a little bit late to the party. And Bruden Parker will take a 1-goal lead with well over half of the game to go. Antics almost gets the double. It almost looked like it was going to go in, but Cass is there to finish it off. Antics looking for the ground pinch, just barely doesn't get it, and Cass, seeing Reese in the corner of his eye, slots it top corner. You know, I was saying if Kennesaw State wants to stay in this game, they got to do what they did in game 2. They got to be cutting off those passes and playing aggressive. Because once they start falling behind, that's just more ground that they have to make up. We'll see if Kennesaw State can get a goal to get some momentum going. Slots at top corner, not there. Also off target, off the side post. Clixie's got to be hitting himself after that one. He had an open net, tried to slot it smart enough, but it was just off. It wasn't meant to be. Cass is going to take the quick shot. Good save by Reese. Milk's there to follow it up. Reese doesn't have anything left in the tank. It is now game point for Bruden Parker, and this seems to be where Kennesaw gets undone by this Bruden Parker team. They've had 3 games to study their opponent, and they're taking advantage of every opportunity they get. They know how they play. They know their game style, and they're making the most of it. Bruden Parker up 3 with 3 minutes left and showing no signs of slowing down. Cass trying to get a reset off the ceiling. Antics. Kennesaw State with the ball. Demo comes out in favor of Bruden Parker. Kennesaw didn't quite want that to happen. It removes any player that gets removed from their defense, makes it that much easier for Bruden Parker, who's just continuing to slam this Kennesaw State team with passes. It's been their game strategy from the start. It'll be their game strategy to the end. Cass over to Antics, who was waiting for it. Clixie just not able to get there in time. Bruden Parker will take a 4-goal lead with half of the game remaining. And unless Kennesaw State can get anything going here, it looks like it might be over for them as Bruden Parker takes a 5-goal lead. Kickoffs, kickoffs, kickoffs. We've seen a lot of kickoff goals from both of these teams, but this game, number 4, it goes in favor of Bruton Parker. They're up 5. They don't care. They want to make it 6. They're firing away. Kennesaw just on the back foot. Pinned up against the wall, pinned against their goal. They're trying to get a foothold, trying to make something happen. Comeback may seem unlikely, but there are still 2 minutes left in this game. If they can catch Bruton Parker off guard, start scoring some goals, they might have a chance. They're going to need to get a goal on the board, period, soon enough. 5 goals is a lot of ground to make up. Dylan just barely misses the open net, trying to pass it down to Reese. There's 3 Bruton Parker defenders on him. Antics gonna get the touch away from their goal. Clixie, what a pass by Clixie. Gets the redirect. Dylan with a pinch mid. Reese with no boost is not there. Clixie might look to try to slot it. Gets top corner, but Antics there to save it. Dylan with the follow-up, and Antics can't get the save. If you want to start a comeback, it starts with a goal, and Dylan just sneaks it by Antics. We'll see if that can be the momentum they need going forward. All it takes is 1 goal to restart your momentum, start getting that offense going again. And right now, it looks like Kennesaw State is in control of this game. Pulling out the quick plays, the bumps, the demos, the passing plays. But Clix has no boost. Antics is going for the double. Didn't quite get it. He ran out of boost. Reese going to try to take advantage. Looking for a double of his own. Plays the miss. Cass doesn't miss, though. It's hard to play the miss when your opponent hits the ball. Antics with a little bit panicked on defense, but manages to steer clear of Dylan trying to score again. Reese trying to double it down. Misread by Cass, and Dylan will put another goal in the Bruton Parker game. There might not be enough time to score 3 goals, but so far, Kennesaw's looking at like it may start happening. Bruton Parker just needs to hold their goal line if they want to make it. If they want to win another game in this Queen City Clash tournament. As the time dwindles down, every second wasted is a second less for Kennesaw to start a comeback. It looks like they're trying to make something happen, though. Bruton Parker clearing it down to the end of the field. Dylan going to try desperately to put something more on offense. Gets pre-jumped by Bruton Parker. Demo comes out. And that will do it. Bruton Parker with another 5-goal game against Kennesaw State. Trying to make it 6 from Antics. Kennesaw's like, stop, we're done. The quick chats come out, the players leave the lobby, and it will be Bruton Parker on top for game number 4. Kennesaw State got 1 game back on them, but they couldn't continue that going forward. What an unbelievable display of offense by Bruton Parker. I've never seen a team with such chemistry. Seen a lot of those passes downfield, utilizing that open space in the midfield. They had the 1 passing play with all 3 players involved down the field, redirecting into the net. And Kennesaw State just didn't seem to have an answer for this team. We'll have to see if Kennesaw State can bring it back in their next game going forward, because that Bruton Parker defeat was pretty handy for Bruton Parker. It seemed like they took care of business as usual. Unstoppable offense. Just getting everybody involved, the bumps, the demos, utilizing having a player in the other half to pass it to for them to redirect it, get the bumps, get the demos. All around great stuff from Bruton Parker. They will take it against Kennesaw State 3-1. But don't go anywhere, because we got another match coming up for you here just in a few minutes. But Bruton Parker will walk away with the W, and we'll see you in a few minutes on Queen City Clash. Welcome back to the Queen City Clash. I'm Real Shuriken. What a great series. Bruton Parker against their opponents, Kennesaw State. We saw a lot of domination from Bruton Parker in that match. And up next, we're going to have Shawnee State versus Akron White. Shawnee State's a pretty familiar face around these parts. We've seen them at quite a few places. They're a really good team. Akron White, it's not their blue team, but their white team is still really good competitively. They got some good players on that team. They're getting into the lobby here in just a few moments. But going back to the last game just a little bit, that Bruton Parker passing was just on another level. I've never seen anything like that before. That level of coordination and utilizing the empty midfield. They were able to have one man sitting downfield most of the time, and they weren't getting punished a lot for it. Kennesaw State was giving them a lot of free room to work with, and Bruton Parker was making use of pretty much all of it. But as we'll wait for these teams to get into the lobby here in a second, I think Kennesaw State might be able to pull out a few wins against their opponents. They looked like they were clawing back for a second there. Of course, Bruton Parker put the game away in games 3 and 4, but game 2 was all Kennesaw State. They were able to hold off their opponent's offense, and they were able to put up a good defense and block the midfield pass, but then they almost just kind of seemed to forget that it existed. Although in game 2, they were shutting it down a lot. So Bruton Parker, not immortal, but definitely going to be hard to beat. But we're now heading into game 1 of match number 3. Shawnee State versus Akron White. We got Slayer, Spook, and Taco. Spook and Taco making their return to Queen City Clash. Familiar environment. They've been here before. Akron White, Zinker, Buckster, and Shock. We'll see how this game goes. Seems a little bit slow right now. Both teams figuring out testing their opponent, testing the waters, getting their feet wet. Buckster's gonna clear that ball out. Spook will take a 50, right to Shock. Taco getting the 50 on Zinker, goes back towards his net. Slayer's there to pick it up. Demo comes out favor of Akron White. Shock will start the Akron attack. Looks for his teammate in the midfield. Slayer was waiting for that. Anticipating the pass. Taco has an open net. Slots it bottom corner. And it's Shawnee State responding first. Gets the beat on Buckster, and Shock not quite there to make the save. It looked like Spook was going to try and bump him if he was there. Shawnee State will take a 1-0 lead against Akron in this first game. About a minute 15 down, and goals are already coming out. Slayer using the Octane, the larger version of the Octane. Interesting car choice. We'll see if it works for him. So far, it seems like it's doing pretty well. Shawnee trying to look for another quick goal. Taco tries to slot it. Good save by Zinker. Slayer trying to make something happen. Not able to. Taco gets the flick over 1. Tries to get around 2. He'll take it himself. Doesn't have any boost. Finds Slayer. Slayer tries to slot it. It's just off. And Akron's able to hold off the Shawnee attack for the time being. Akron trying to get their own offense going here. Slayer gonna take it himself, cut it off. Taco looking for a teammate downfield. Gets a bomb. Zinker's there, though. Takes a 50 in the middle of the field. There's nobody there. That could have been dangerous if there was a Shawnee player there. Akron on the attack. Slayer getting bumped like a ping pong ball back and forth. The ball's in front of the net, and Buckster will shoot it. I think Shawnee might have owned goal accidentally on that. Slayer getting bounced around like a tennis ball. Shock will hit it into the back of Buckster. It'll be tied at 1 with just under half of the game left to go. Seems pretty even so far. Spook trying to start the Shawnee offense pretty early. Akron White fending off the attack. They got 3 players on Shawnee's half of the field. See if they can make anything work from it. It looks like Shawnee will nullify it. Akron saying, no, sir. The ball's going to stay on your half, and it's not going away until we score. It's 2 players at the midfield, but Taco able to get the clear. Shock up, takes the 50. Zinker looking for some bumps, didn't get any. Shock now a 0 boost, needing to rotate back. Only 1 person on Akron White with boost. Got to see if they can collect some pads, get some boost, or they're going to be in a pretty difficult spot. Shock. Trying to take it himself. A little bit of a whiff there coming out from Akron. Zinker misses the ball. Does have his teammate, although he's on 0 boost, so Spook will take the beat. Looking for a bump. His teammates were not there. Taco on defense. Buckster snuck it around him, but Slayer, the last line of defense for the team. A demo comes out. That could have been a goal if the shot was on target. Not quite. Well-timed demo, but misplaced shot. Buckster's going to take it the other way. And Shock taking some 50s in the corner. Zinker trying to get it out. 30 seconds left. This game is tied at 1. Might see our first overtime. This Queen City Clash almost goes right in, but Zinker will backflip it into the goal. Buckster looked like he might have had the angle. Zinker gets the demo. Buckster tries to slot it on target. Taco almost making the save, but Zinker will put it in the net. Akron up by 1 with 20 seconds left. We'll see if Shawnee State can get any offense. Zinker looking for the quick shot on net. Nobody's home. Slayer gonna take the ball up, looking for his teammate. Spook goes for the shot. It's a little bit over. Zinker clears it out. 50 to Slayer. Akron White trying to get another goal. Fakes coming out from Akron. Shawnee not buying it. They're looking for a goal to tie it up and take it to overtime, but nobody's there to pick it up. And Akron will take the first win of the series. A lot of shots coming out from both teams. Slayer with 6 shots to his name. 4 saves on the side of Shawnee. Akron with 5 of their own. Pretty even match so far. Akron White did get that goal at the last second with a good pass from Buckster to Zinker. Taco was the last line of defense, just wasn't quite able to make the save. But we might be in for some overtimes this series if these 2 teams keep it up like this. You know, we saw some Shawnee State with some opportunities. Akron able to maintain their defense. Same on the other side of the ball. We'll have to see if Akron can win another one of these games and take it to game point, or if Shawnee can respond with a game of their own. As we'll head into game number 2 here in just a minute. Pretty evenly matched teams, as we've seen some domination from the last 2 series. This one is probably in for a good one. Zinker gets the ceiling beat on his opponent. Gets the dunk. Taco tried to take it slow. Zinker not having any of it. Little bit of a mistouch by Taco. Thought it was a dunk. Taco just lost the ball for a second. Zinker was probably going for a 50. Slots it in the net. Akron White will strike first really quickly, and another demo comes out, and Shock will slot it. It's 2-0 after 14 seconds. Shock just gets it over Spook. It looked like Spook might have had the save for a second, but just wide, not able to reel it in. Another demo coming out. A lot of these demos have been favoring this Akron team. It seems like every time they get a demo, they make something happen. Shawnee's got to keep themselves moving, keep that speed up. Slayer will try and clear it out. Akron's there to take it over. Looking for another quick shot, but Shawnee able to defend. '50's coming in the middle of the field. Shawnee will come away with the ball. Taco looking to get some progress going. Taco will take the shot, and it goes in. Caught Akron with their pants down, out of position. 2 players with 0 boost, and he beats the one who has anything in the tank. And Taco will score the easy goal. And Akron will take a 1-goal lead with 3.5 minutes left to go in game number 2. There's still plenty of time for Shawnee to get some ground going. And I can't even finish my sentence before Akron has put another goal in the net. Shock takes his time, lines it up, beats 1, beats 2. Perfect shot. It looked like Taco was going to have the save, but it just wasn't enough. Akron's going to take a 2-goal lead with well over half of this game remaining. Plenty of time for Shawnee State to put something on offense. And yet again, Akron. If Akron will let me get a sentence out this entire game, I think we'll all be happy. As Shock finds the net with a pass from Buckster. Akron will be up 3 goals with a little over 3:30 to go. Let me get my sentences out, guys. Stop scoring. Slayer trying to get something going for Shawnee. Akron not having any of it. Taco's the last man on defense. Slayer's back there to support him. Taco didn't get a great touch, but gets the 50. Buckster beats 1 man. Taco gets a free ball. Taco trying to be the playmaker for the Shawnee team. Get some momentum going, because momentum is what wins games for you. Your opponent scores a lot of goals and you don't answer them. It's really hard to get anything going. And that could be the first step for Shawnee, as Spook will find the back of the net. Great pass from Taco. Zinker tried to pre-flip it, just barely overcorrected. Spook will find the back of the net. I think his name actually might be Spooky. I just saw that. I thought it was a number 1. It looks like it's 2 eyes. So I guess the goal from Spooky. Still a 2-goal lead for Akron. It's not totally comfortable, though, because Shawnee starting to claw back. Half of the game is gone. Half of the game to go. Akron trying to score another quick goal just off the crossbar from Shock. Taco trying to get the quick counterattack. Akron's able to regroup before he's able to do so. Could be another goal from Akron, as nobody was back to defend. And Zinker will put it home. Beat Slayer. He was the last man. Spooky couldn't get there in time. And it will be Zinker who puts the ball in the net to give Akron their 5th goal of this game. Shawnee State not struggling to get offense, but just not getting as much as Akron White. Akron White's getting a lot of action on the offensive side of the ball. Another demo comes out. That usually means that something's bound to happen. Almost does. Buckster with 0 boost. He's going to try to outplay 2 people. Almost does. Slayer's there at the last second to clear it out. It's looking a little bit scary for Shawnee. Akron with their quick offensive attacks. We saw a lot of this from Bruton Parker last series. Once you get that ball on offense, it's quick, swift execution. And Akron is putting that play style on full display. Shawnee down by 3 with a little over a minute remaining. They need to score a goal if they want to start clawing their way back in this game too. If they lose this game, they will have another opportunity, but they will be on match point for this series. And so far, it's not looking like that's going to happen. Zinker's going to get the read off the backboard. Taco just barely unable to read that ball. Akron White with 6 goals. I think it's the most we've seen in a single game so far. Slayer will take the ball. Gets it over one, but Akron White, their defense unwavering. No mistakes on the defensive front for Akron White, and they're on the prowl again, and Taco once again having to make the save. Just shot after shot on Taco's head. He's trying desperately to keep that ball out of his net. But when it's a 2 versus 1, it's nearly impossible to fight that off. Akron White gonna have a statement win in game number 2. It's not over yet, but it may as well be. Unless Shawnee State wants to get some goals back to their name and go down swinging. Zinker with a good save that could have been slotted. Taco looking for the double, gets it off the crossbar, down to his teammate, not there. Shock able to cut it off. Slayer trying to get it to his team to cut the lead down a little bit, but it's not gonna matter as Akron will take it to game point for series number 3 of the day. Unbelievable display of offense from Akron White. 13 shots on net. Shawnee had their fair share of shots with 10, but just not able to find the net. Akron with only 4 saves to 10 shots, and only 2 of them went in. If Shawnee wants to get some of these wins, they're going to have to find the net on those shots. A lot of them just going off the crossbar. Found some openings on the Akron defense, but just not quite enough to make a comeback. And just when it seemed like they were going to get some momentum going, Akron scores a bunch more goals. Statement win for the Akron Zips. Wow. Like, just no pressure whatsoever for this Akron team. They get the ball on offense, they take it downfield, and Taco for Shawnee being put in a position of the miracle defender a lot, and he's trying his best. But when you have 3 Akron attackers on you at all times, it's really hard to keep that ball out of your net. Shawnee needs to keep their defense if they want to get some goals against this Akron team. They've scored a couple goals in the 2 games that they've played so far, but their defense just hasn't been able to keep up with their offense, and Akron's taking full advantage of it. Hopefully Shawnee will start to point out their mistakes and figure it out. They didn't ready up immediately, so they were probably talking with their coach, asking what can we do against this Akron offense. They just keep throwing shot after shot our way. And we'll see if they can learn from their mistakes in game number 3, as Akron would win the series with a win. Shawnee needs to look for the reverse sweep. We've seen it happen before. It's the same situation last year. It was Purdue Black versus BGSU Brown, and all hope seemed lost after the first 2 games, but then BGSU with the reverse sweep on them. And so far, that might be the start of it, as Taco will find the net for Shawnee State. Again, the games that matter the most are the games on match point, and that's where players need to give it their all. Akron will take the ball on offense. Gonna try and take it downfield. Zinker looking for the pop reset. Taco there to cut him off. Slayer looking for a teammate in the midfield. Shock beats 2 players. Once again, it's Taco at the backfield. Didn't quite get the second touch. Spooky trying to keep that offensive pressure going, but didn't quite get what he wanted there. Akron trying to get their full frontal assault offense on again. Goes for the shot. Both players on Shawnee whiff. The ball sitting on the goal line, and Spooky clears it out. Dangerous territory for Shawnee State, but they clear it from their net. That could have been a goal from Akron, but there wasn't anybody there to follow the shot. Goal line stand from Shawnee. Cool, calm, and collected. After 2 of them on the goal line got beat, but Spooky keeps his nerves and clears the ball out for Shawnee to maintain their 1-goal lead with 3 minutes left. That could be all they need to start this comeback going. Seems so far they do have Akron on the back foot. Game number 3 is Shawnee so far. They really need this win. Zinker accidentally backflips. That could be what Shawnee needs. Gets the double off the backboard for the clear. Shock. Looking to help his team out on defense. It will be Shawnee with the ball yet again. Demo comes out. We'll see if Akron can make anything work with that. Taco there to cut off any sort of offensive attack. Akron still trying, though. Another demo comes out. Not a lot of boost, not a lot of players. Slayer avoids the demo and gets the clear. Looked a little bit scary for Shawnee there, but their defense is holding so far. Demos coming out for both teams. Two players faking each other. Spooky goes flying across the screen. Taco making a last-second stand. Slayer looking for the bump. See if Taco can make anything happen here. Looks like he might be by himself. Doesn't have anybody else to help him. Spooky looking for the shot. Zinker's not letting any of it happen. Taco trying to take it himself. Goes for the top corner slot. Misses it. Now we're starting to see Shawnee throwing themselves at the ball. They're taking a page out of Akron's book. Pummel your opponents with offense, but Shock will equalize it with the air dribble. Good empty jump to reposition himself. Spooky wasn't there in time. He was probably going to get 50'd anyway. Just when it looked like Shawnee could steal away game 3, Akron says, wait a minute, we're not out of this yet. We want the 3-0 sweep. A lot of back and forth in the midfield here. Akron looking for another goal, and Zinker scores it. That could be the dagger. Taco misses the ball, gets bumped, and Zinker jumping out of the net, backflips it into the goal. 43 seconds left. Shawnee needs a miracle here. Going for the quick goal. Buckster's there to make the save. Spooky looking for his teammates. It's only a 1-goal deficit. Shawnee just needs 1 to get themselves back in this. Akron trying to increase their lead to quash any hope of coming back. Taco with the ball. Gets the reset. Gets it over. Hits the crossbar. It's cleared out by Shock. That could have been Shawnee's opportunity. But Akron's defense will stand up when it needs to the most. Shawnee still fighting, though. 3 seconds left. Akron, Zinker's there to cut it off. It will hit the ground. And just when it looked like Shawnee was going to do something, Akron seals it away with a 3-0 sweep, winning the game number 3, 2-1. Much better game from Shawnee after that, but Akron proving why they're the better team, putting it on full display. Great game by both teams. Shawnee had their opportunities. It looked like they definitely were going to win that game 3, but Akron making a last-ditch effort to get their offense going, and sure enough, they figured it out. They stayed calm, cool, and collected on defense, and their offense was pummeling that Shawnee defense for all 3 of those games. Scoring 7 goals in that game number 2 was a statement win for Akron. It's probably a sign of things to come, but Shawnee, they had control of that game number 3. They just needed to keep their defense up, but once that defense starts to slip, once the ship starts going down, it's probably only a matter of time before it sinks, and the rest of the crew goes with it. So, wishing luck to Shawnee State in their future games. Akron looking like a strong contender for this Queen City Clash. We'll be back in a few with the next series up here in a few minutes on this Queen City Clash. Congrats to Akron, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
All right, and welcome back to the Queen City Clash. We're in their 4th series today already, and we got the UCF Knights, or actually it's UCF Academy, I believe. Yes, UCF Academy versus the UC Bearcats. Now, of course, being a UC person myself, I know how the Bearcats are. They're a pretty good team. Just to look back on some of UCF Academy's previous games, looks like they lost 3-0 against Shawnee State, but Shawnee State is a pretty good team as well. They also lost their other series 0-3, but they're looking to make a comeback here against the Bearcats. And, of course, as a caster, got to be unbiased, but as we're waiting for them to load in, Bearcats, after losing 3-0 in the first series, actually on stream, they came back a little bit. Their current record is actually 3-3, so they won their next series 3-0. So they're looking to actually advance, and you gotta really hope that the Bearcats get that dub, right? At least as a Bearcat fan. But all biases aside, I'm hoping for a really good match. We've had some good ones on stream today. Bruden Parker, that was a really exciting one to watch, just to see how dominant that team really is. I mean, couldn't believe it. We were sitting here rolling in our chairs while Shuriken was casting. He's actually now behind the desk as he gives me a little thumbs up, But we're still waiting to get into this game, and it's been exciting all around. So our standings right now, as we're currently talking, UTK Retirement Home is currently 3-0. They are 9-1 in their games, so that means they've only dropped a game in their whole 3 series. We got the Bearcats with a 1-1 record in second place. We got Akron White in third place with a 1-1 record as well, so those both are tied. And we got Shawnee State at 1-2 in fourth place, and then we got UCF Academy in fifth place at 0-2. And then for Group A, we have Bruden Parker at 3-0 as well, and they are 9-1 in their games. I believe we saw their only game dropped, right, on stream, or did they? Let me double check that. Nope, we saw their only game that they dropped on stream against Kennesaw. So, man, we're in for some exciting games on day 2, and day 2 we haven't really talked about it too much, but if we could pull up that bracket, we got some exciting stuff coming up for that. So you better stay tuned for the rest of today, which we have another 2 groups that are playing in the first place, and we also have a 5th match on stream right after this one. So we got a lot of Rocket League to play today. We're going all the way to about the round 5 matches for the end of today will be at 5:30 p.m. and we're ready for some good Rocket League. Looking ahead though, our next stream match is going to be Kennesaw B against the UCF Knights, which is actually a different UCF team. Fun fact, we actually have 3 different UCF teams here. So, go UCF, am I right? I mean, they're bringing a lot of teams, and it's great to see, fielding a lot of talent in that regard. And then after our first set of matches, we have USC Gamecocks against IU Retirement Home at 2:30. We got Bruden Parker's second team, so BPCU Orange, against Indiana Tech at 3:15. Purdue University versus WKU Red at 4 p.m. That's going to be a fun match to watch. It's always fun watching Purdue University. They always pull some crazy stuff both on stream and in lands. We've seen some great runs from them. So I'm excited to see them play. And then round 4, we got Ohio State Gray versus IU Retirement Home at 4:45, and then VPCU Orange versus Central Michigan to round it out at 5:30. So looks like we're still waiting for our people to join the lobby here. But don't worry, we are just gonna keep rolling. And just one last thing before we actually throw to a break while we wait for our people to go into the lobby. We will have a graphic of all these standings especially at the end of the day, right after the stream. So stay tuned to see what groups are, what records every group has, and we will be right back for you. Oh, never mind. We're in the game now. So I thought that was a cue for me to be right back. As we're starting, we got Shawnee State going on the offensive. Danny with a little bit of a back foot there. Ooh, that almost went in as Sosa just a little off the top of the backboard there. Danny with a good clear to the corner. Gets a good 50 to the middle. Kaboimus there, but Super blocking him. So a little bit of a demo happening right there in the midfield. As Mystic tries to 50. Super with the ball, low 50s. And Kaboimus with a good block. And Mystic, no boost on wall. Super going up for it, but Danny blocks him. Sosa, the only one on defense. Is there a roll 1 on the field here? We see a roll 1 in the corner between Kaboimus and is that El Bars? I think that is. That's crazy. A roll 1 in one of these events. That's almost unheard of. We got a little pause here. I don't know what's happening. Oh, it looks like we have one of our players' games actually crashed. So it looks like we'll have to stop that game. Yeah. Looks like we're having some technical difficulties. So as we try to work that out, let's just kind of sit here and talk. So as we saw from that first game, couldn't tell if it was a roll 1, but I think from what I was hearing that it was actually a crash. So unfortunate, shouldn't be seeing that, but crashes do happen from time to time. So we'll just keep on rolling. So last round's matches, we had Bruden Parker, 3-0 Michigan, Kennesaw B, 3-0 UCF Rising, which is actually the third team that I have not mentioned. So in order, just so people don't get confused, UCF Knights is UCFA. Oh, looks like we're going back into the game here. All right, got Mystic up, clearing the ball to Kaboimus. Kaboimus back to Danny, but he's getting bumped in that midfield. Danny tries to get it over Sosa, but Sosa a good clear to the corner. Super no boost, but still gets it past Kaboimus. Mystic to the mid. Danny with a shot and a good save from Shawnee State there. As Kaboimus trying to put it back upfield, but couldn't. Shawnee State keeping this pressure on the Bearcats as they pass it mid. Sosa with a reset, tries to dunk, but his teammate actually gets the dunk there. Kaboimus with time and the ball. Looks like someone from UC was going on a bump on the backboard, but couldn't get it. Shawnee State back on the offensive. Gets it to the middle. Ooh, a bit of a whiff from Danny there. As that's going to go up, and Super's up for it early. Mystic with a 50, trying to get it out of their half. As he takes that boost from Danny, but down. Nope, Sosa's there. This could be dangerous to the Bearcats as Kaboimus clears it to the corner. Shawnee State there. And this might be, this is wide for Shawnee State as they're just keeping this pressure on the Bearcats. And I believe in the first series we were talking about that, they need to be solid on defense. The Bearcats need to be solid on defense, and it looks like they're bringing that defense that they needed against UTK. As Shawnee State trying to clear. That's on the backboard, and Shawnee State clearing again. Oh, it is not Shawnee State, right? Sorry, technical difficulties. It's actually UCF. Sorry, Shawnee State fans. I'm sorry that I was calling this team Shawnee State. But UCF, also UCF fans, sorry, I was calling your team Shawnee State. As Danny and Kaboimus going up for that. UCF might have a chance here, but no, Danny clearing it out. UCF trying to clear it out here. Now I'm going to be a little mixed up on that Shawnee State and UCF. I don't know if I'll be able to recover in this first match, as still no score. 1 minute and a minute and a half left in this game, as UCF clearing it out to the middle. Kaboimus with almost an own goal. Oh my gosh, we call it the Cabio special. And Danny trying to pop it up. Sosa getting one touch. Mystic clearing it out for the Bearcats, but they need a save here, and Danny clearing it out. That goes middle, and what a save from Danny there, and another touch to clear it out. Kaboimus with time on this ball tries to shoot, but UCF a good save. That goes middle, just wide for the Bearcats. Super up for this ball, gonna opt to shoot it on net. Mystic trying to take control of this ball. UCF just shoots it, and Kaboimus getting it out to Mystic. Mystic with time, and that goes over one, but a good save from UCF again. Both teams showing very solid defense here. As Kaboimus with a shot, and that's a goal with 28 seconds left. Oh, what a defensive game we have seen from both of these teams. And just a good pass from Danny to Kaboimus. And the Bearcats go up 1 with 28 left in this game. Let's see what UCF has in their bag as they're trying to get a goal on the board. Good demo in the corner. Past one. Can they get it? No, Danny clears it out. Danny missing the ball. Mystic Kaboimus double commit. This could be bad for the Bearcats, as unfortunately Sosa couldn't reach it. Kaboimus clearing this out, trying to make sure that the UCF Knights don't have a chance to get back into this game. One flick over. Mystic with a good block in the corner. They're still keeping it up, though. Can they get it? No, Kaboimus gets a touch, and unfortunately that drops for the Knights. But what a win for the Bearcats. I mean, what a defensive game that we just watched. I mean, look at the saves across both teams here. I mean, 7 saves from UC, 6 saves from UCF. Both of these teams playing a very good defensive battle. And it's just a matter of who's going to score the ball first. I feel like we're going to see a lot of close one-goal games from both of these teams. And this is just going to be an exciting series overall. So I can't wait to see what we got in store next. Sorry about that. But, man, what a game, right? Danny getting a good pass to Kaboimus right at the end there. But we're seeing passing plays from both of these teams. And, you know, the defense locking that up. But eventually one of these teams will crumble, and it is just quite a sight to behold. And this is a very important game for UCF, because they are 0-2 right now. I feel like if they want a chance at that day 2, they gotta win this series, and hopefully get the next one in a very convincing fashion. So it's gonna be an exciting one to see. All right, Kaboimus 15 the ball here. As UCF trying to get a shot early. Mystic going to the wall here. Gets dunked. That's middle, but 2 Bearcats right there for the ball. It's Kaboimus with a little bit of a backflip on that. But this is going to go middle, and a little bit of a backflip from the Bearcats on the goal line, but luckily Danny's teammates were there for that. As that's going to go middle, straight up and down. Can someone get it? Kaboimus with the shot early. Just a good 50 a good challenge from Danny here, and almost actually hitting that ball himself, but Kaboimus there to clean it up. Seeing a little bit of a chemistry between Danny and Kaboimus. As we go off kickoff here. UCF with the ball. 2 UCF Knights up. Can one of them get it? Oh, pass one. And what a goal. Looked like the Bearcats were just a little bit awkward after that challenge, but a good just bounce down and right in the net. I think that last touch might have confused them a little bit. And off kickoff here, the Bearcats and UCF Knights, they're a good solid effort from both of them, and that was almost a goal for UCF early. Mystic trying to get this out. Past one. Kaboimus takes it, trying to pass mid, but Super there. Ooh, almost got it under Danny. As UCF is clearing that out. Super in the corner. Can you get a shot? No. Sosa going for the shot here. Under one, but Danny there. It looks like the Bearcats are kind of bumping each other on that wall. Sosa bringing it up, trying to clear it out. Mystic with a good 50, clearing it back towards UCF side. Seeing a lot of back and forth from these teams even now. A Super to the corner. Can Danny control that? And he does, but another player there. Mystic popping it up mid. Kaboima's just a little bit close on that. Super past one, past two. Can they get the shot? But a good block from Danny there. Still kind of in danger, but Kaboima's getting it out for the Bearcats. And what a bump. Looked like Kaboima's trying to go for the ball, but he gets bumped there by Super, it seems like. And, yep, just a good play but by the UCF Knights. I mean, the defense is still looking strong, but these bumps might throw a wrench in things. Kaboimas with an early demo. Looks like they might have had a kickoff strat going there. This Mystic trying to pass mid. Kaboimas, unfortunately, not where the ball was, and UCF clearing that out again. Danny keeping it in play for the Bearcats on offense. Mystic going for this ball, going for a solo play here. Reset over one, but UCF there on defense to clear it out. A little bit of sauce on that clear there, as Danny keeping control of it here. Bangs it back downfield. Sosa ready for it though. Kaboimas going for a wall read, but UCF is there. Bearcats trying to get out of their half as we see a ceiling pinch off the clear. Sosa going for a reset. Gets it over one. Can you get the next one? But no, Danny staying strong on that demo. Not jumping early. And the Bearcats almost getting the goal there, but UCF with that strong defense, like I've said. As Bearcats clear the corner. That goes middle. Super might have a shot here, but Kaboima's blocking that. Another one mid. Bearcats opting to keep it in the corner here as we see a clear out. Kaboima's trying to get one, but 50s with UCF there. Bearcats passing it out mid. Nobody there right now. Mystic bit of an overtouch trying to get that wall read. But Danny there. Kaboima's passing it back mid. UCF just keeping strong defense against these passes as they're going to clear this ball again to Sosa. Over one. A little bit of an awkward position for the Bearcats here, as that's just going to be a goal. What a shot from Bars here. As just a bit of an awkward position as they're both the Bearcats just on the wall there. And can the Bearcats come back down to 106? It's definitely possible, but they're definitely going to have to start clawing back early. As Danny clearing it out here. Good 50 from Sosa as Mystic pre-jumped. Super trying to pass it to the middle. Danny going for a solo play. Mystic and Danny 50 in that ball. Can UCF get it off their backboard? Yes, they can, and looks like they're going to go back on offense here. Getting it past one. Past another. Mystic there, but there was a bit of a bump, and that might just roll in. No! It's kind of hard to see from that angle, but that was a close one. This Kaboimas just has an open net. Just a bit of an error here. As it looked like it was just home free for Kaboimas as he just brings it all the way down the field. Almost unexpected, but I thought that UCF was going to have that goal, so I don't blame him for that mistake there. As one off the backboard, can they get the shot? No, Kaboimas blocking. Can Bearcats Reds score? They only got 10 seconds left to do it. As that one's going middle. Red gonna pop it. And no, UCF blocking the pass. And a good win from the Knights here. Or from Academy, sorry. But man, what a game. You know, Bearcats Red almost getting that comeback, but UCF just holding on that defense and showing that they're a very strong defensively team, or showing they're a strong team defensively, and showing off a little bit of that offense as well, as Red just being a little bit awkward on that defensive end. But what a game. And now series tied up. It's anybody's game now. Got a good best of 5 going. You know, anything could happen in these next couple games. So, you know, we got a lot of game left. And we are back. Bearcats Red with a quick kickoff goal here. Looks like it was a good 50. Yeah, no, just a good 50 from Caboimas, and Danny there to clean it up off the cheat. Just a textbook kickoff goal. As another good 50 from the Bearcats there. Caboimas going for a cuxer, but UCF there. Caboimas pass 2. That's middle, and UCF is going to take control of this ball. Danny banging it downfield. Good clear from Super there. As we see a couple wall dashes actually come out from Super. What a dunk from Bars. That's just going to drop in. What a fake there. And just a good dunk from Bars. These kickoffs have been pretty close from both teams, so let's see what happens here as that kind of just pops up a little bit. Danny with control of the ball. Goes for the wall dash. Still in the corner. Can he pass it mid? Tries. But Sosa there to clear it out. Caboimas opting to slam it off the ceiling. Trying to get another touch, but Bars blocking that away. It's Mystic trying to get to this ball. Can he shoot it? No. Just a little bit out of his reach there. It's Caboimas with a good bump. UCF opting to take this slow. Danny with the ball here. And that's cleared off to the corner. Caboimas keeping it in play, though. And UCF just getting great 50s here. Keeping the Bearcats from doing what they want to do on offense. Bars having a chance to take control of this ball. Gets it past 2 Bearcats. A Mystic rushing back and onto the back wall. 20 boost. Trying to make something happen here. Passes to Caboimas. As Danny just dunks that and getting cleared back out to the Bearcats side. But Mystic with a good wall read. Goes for another touch. Oh my gosh. What a play from Mystic. I cannot believe that. The wall read, the pre-flip double. I mean, you had everything in there. That was great. Oh my gosh. What a shot from Mystic. I mean, Bearcats showing a little bit of flair there with that goal. As Sosa going for a solo play himself. Caboimas having that ball. Bars opting to control this. 50 into the middle. Can Super get it to him? Oh, UCF almost having a good passing play there. It's Mystic dunking Sosa. Super bringing it back to the mid. Bars trying to get off Danny, but him and Danny just tussling on that wall there. A little bit of a double commit from the Bearcats. That goes middle. But Mystic with an extra touch to get it under Super. And Danny with the good dunk. Sosa clearing that out to the wall. Mystic keeping that in play. Is UCF low boost, kind of in a tough situation here, as that's going to drop down and Danny's going to score that. What a read from Danny is. Yeah, UCF just unfortunately a little bit low on boost as the Bearcats were just hustling for those corner boosts on their side. UCF still has two and a half minutes to make this game even. Caboimas trying to get a shot early. UCF with this ball. Pass 1. Mystic banging downfield. Super going to clear it out to the corner to his teammate. That's downfield, but Danny with the read. Super trying to get a pass out from the corner here. Sosa with time and boost, but gets bumped off of the air dribble there. Danny taking control of this ball, trying to go for a reset, but just couldn't reach it without boost. Gaboimas bringing this to the wall, trying to get a solo play himself. Can he dunk it? Him and Danny actually dunked that. And Danny with control of this ball, trying to get past one, but UCF blocking the shot there. Gaboimas with the reset. Danny with a powerful 50 there, trying to score off of that. Actually almost does. That one was a very tough shot. And almost getting that goal. UCF clearing this out. But no, Mystic keeping it in play. As Sosa trying to get it to his teammate here, but Danny pre-jumping. Bars going for a classic air dribble. Goes for the plan B off the off the air dribble. Gaboimas trying to get some offense for the Bearcats. Just trying to keep this UCF team from being on offense in the first place. And Mystic trying to get that out, but good dunk from Bars. And Sosa has this ball. Trying to get to the Super, but Sosa with the double. What a shot from Sosa. As it looks like it might have been off of one of the Bearcats here. No, Super got a touch there. It didn't look like he did, but what a play from the Knights. Or I think from UCFB. What we'll call him for right now. As Super with a good goal off kickoff. Off the kickoff from E-Bars. Just, yeah, a good cheat from Super, and what a slot. Getting right where the Bearcats just couldn't reach it. And this game is all tied up, 43 seconds left. All right. The Knights on offense again. A Super almost slots this ball. All right. Bearcats trying to get back on offense. Low boost. Gets it past one. Bearcats all with boost now as UCF clearing that out to the wall. Mystic with a pass middle, and that's past Gaboimas. Super opting to try to get something off the wall here as he leaves it for Sosa, and Sosa with the goal. And UCFB coming back early or late in this game after being down 3-1, 2.5 minutes left. What a comeback from UCF here. Oh my gosh. Just a couple of good plays from them and making sure the Bearcats couldn't be on offense. As there's 4 seconds, the Bearcats trying to make something here. One to Danny. Can they get the goal? And they tie it up with 0 seconds left. Oh my gosh. What a series of events. Mystic with a demo to leave the net. Somewhat open. Super just no boost to get to that ball. And we have our first overtime of the day. Oh my gosh. I can't believe what I'm witnessing. Mystic to the corner, trying to pass it mid. Going for the bump on Super. Couldn't get it. UCF trying to get this ball out. Gaboimas is keeping it in play for the Bearcats as Super with a good read off the wall. Mystic trying to keep this in play, and Danny bringing it to the corner. Gaboimas going for the wall dash, tries to get the bump, but couldn't get it. That goal might have sparked some life in the Bearcats. Is that it? That's in! What a shot from Mystic off the wall. And I just can't believe what we just saw. What a performance from both of these teams. Oh my gosh, that game was thrilling. I can't believe what I just witnessed. Oh my gosh. So yeah, the Bearcats pulling out the win there, but getting a little scary. You know, bringing that to OT after being up 3-1, 2.5 minutes left, and UCF with a very good comeback, but unfortunately just couldn't get it done in the end. As the Bearcats might have found a spark with that last goal, but right before overtime. And wow, I have no words for what we just saw. That was an amazing game of Rocket League. actually surprisingly our first overtime of the day. And I believe this might be shaping up to be the closest series we've actually had today on stream. And I'm just excited to see what happens in this next game because, I mean, both teams very talented. This could go either way for either of them. So I can't wait to see if the Bearcats finally pull out this game in Game 4, or if the UCF Academy decides to pull out the win in this game to tie up the series. Sorry, decides sounds like a very negative word, but if UCF pulls out this win, it's going to make it a very, very interesting Game 5 for us. As the Bearcats getting a 50 on their half. Danny with a bit of a miss there. UCF with a chance. Unfortunately, just an unfortunate second touch from Sosa there. Kaboymas trying to stay on this ball. Good 50 with bars. Can Danny get it? Another touch maybe? No, it just waterfalls down. Kaboymas going for the shot and just bottom left corner. What a shot from Kaboymas off the 50. Looks like he might have pinched it with them there. Yeah, what a shot. Just a little too fast for anybody to really react to that ball. As the Bearcats going up early in this game, trying to shut out this series. UCF trying to go on offense here. The Bearcats 50 to keep this in play. Sosa with no boost, trying to get up the wall. Another 50. Danny just 50 everybody on the team here. As Super almost with a dunk in the UC's net. As what a play. Sorry, I was just a bit confused by what happened there, but just an unfortunate hit from Sosa. And Mystic going for bumps on bars there, and looks like maybe he was trying to get a back pass to his teammate, and Mystic just playing bully ball in the back half there. Sosa going for the shot early. Mystic trying to take control, gets 50 by Super. Bars trying to stay on this ball, passes it back mid. But Danny there, is he going to go for the wall read? Tries, but couldn't get it. As Kaboymas tries to shoot this ball. UCF back on defense, though. UCF passed one. Mystic passing back to Kaboymas. Kaboymas going for the double tap. Just touches it a little backwards. Very tough read. Danny with another 50. We've been seeing him 50 all game. And just winning most of his 50s there. As a little bit of a back foot from Danny. UCF trying to get time on this ball, but Danny just popping it up for the Bearcats. This one's going to go to the wall. Kaboymas trying to get the wall read, but couldn't get it. As Super with a good 50 on Danny there. But Kaboymas with the ball. Nope, UCF has it in their possession. And Danny with another 50. And that goes past one, but nobody from the Bearcats there to shoot it. Kaboymas lays one on net. Mystic going for some demos here. Kaboymas opting to take it up the corner. Try and go for a reset. Oh, did he get it? Oh, he might have. Oh, that is a very awkward play for UCF. As that one just goes in. That one looked a little bit questionable to me, but just a lot of bodies on that ball. And Kaboymas with the 50 on two UCF players there. Bearcats red taking a 3-0 lead, but we've seen this one before. The UCF Knights, or the UCF Academy, keep wanting to call them the Knights, can come back in this game. Kaboymas trying to keep it in play here. Mystic going for the shot, but blocked by Sosa. Bars opting to take control. Kaboymas there. Backflipping off the maybe attempted double jump there. Danny going for a wall read. Can he get it? No. Just a little bit off. UCF has the ball in their control here. Passes mid. But Danny there again. And Super trying to get this mid for bars. As Kaboymas with a good 50. And UCF just 50 and everyone on that ball there. Kaboyma's trying to get it out. Kind of a weak touch. Bar's taking control again. As Super gets one over Mystic. Sosa trying to get it downfield. But Kaboyma's going for the challenge. Gets a 50 on Bars there. Another 50 on Super. And Sosa trying to shoot it downfield. But Mystic there to save it. Mystic low boost. Sosa playing volleyball on Mystic a little bit there. Danny with no boost trying to make something work here. Super clearing it, or getting it out to the corner. Kaboymas just staying annoying on this ball, making sure that UCF does not get on offense. The Bearcats don't want to see them on offense again because they know what will happen. Danny getting it past one. Kaboymas going for the shot. That might just, off the crossbar. As Danny and Kaboymas double commit there. UCF trying to get this ball out. Super getting this out. Sosa with a 50. Can Super shoot it? No, Mystic is there. Bar's trying to shoot as well. Just a little off there. And as this game winds down, it looks like the Bearcats are going to hold on to win this series 3-1. Super trying to get a goal at the end, but unfortunately, they couldn't get it. But what a game from both of these teams. Just that game 3, just an outstanding performance from both teams. The comeback, the overtime goal for Red, it was an amazing game to watch. And I just can't believe what we saw. I'm absolutely speechless.
Let's go Bearcats!
Yeah, let's go Bearcats. As a caster, trying to stay as unbiased as possible, but our president, Inferno, coming in and showing his school pride. But yeah, I mean that UCF team looking good on defense, and the Bearcats just bringing as much offense as they could because they just were struggling a little bit on defense in that third game, and just so much passes from both teams that it was a very clean game. And next up, we have for our next stream match, if my computer will load, technical difficulties, we have Kennesaw B versus the actual UCF Knights, not Academy. I've been calling them the wrong name this whole time. But yes, we have UCF's top team against Kennesaw B. So stay tuned for that, and we're going to throw you right to a break. All right, welcome back to the last match for this half. We got UCF Knights, which is their A team, versus Kennesaw B. And interesting fact, both of these teams fighting for second place here in their group, both at 2-1. So whoever comes out on top here will be the second and third seed respectively. As Michigan and UCF Rising both out of contention, 0-3 right now. So now it's just a battle for who's going to get the better seeding here. And as we're waiting for our players to load up, we also have the top seed for both groups A and B locked down. We have Bruden Parker going 4-0 and UTK Retirement Home going 4-0. So let's just get right into this game as quick demo for UCF Knights, and they score off early off of that. What a kickoff play there. Has a good pass middle, and Lou just there to finish it up. Now, we did see this Kennesaw State team play earlier, and they did play the top seed. Actually taking a game off Bruden Parker. One of two teams to actually do that today, which makes this interesting because these teams trying to fight for second. Maybe that game that they got off of Bruden Parker will help them in the long run. As Kennesaw State bringing a good defense here. Or no, not Kennesaw State. UCF bringing a good defense here. Getting my colors mixed up. As Dylan trying to get this out. Hits it back to the corner here off of that. Lou trying to keep it in play. Siege opting to take control. Goes up the wall. Going for a reset. Low boost to the middle. UCF just couldn't get the shot off of that. That ball tapped just a little over Siege's head. UCF trying to keep this ball on offense. A little bit of a wall read here. Goes mid, but that third man staying strong. Siege clearing it out to the corner. Clixie bringing it middle. Nobody from Kennesaw State there to finish it, unfortunately. It's Dylan trying to get some 50s, but two UCF players just threatening him on that. Clixie going up, going for a reset, gets it over one. Reese just couldn't get it off of that challenge. Siege trying to shoot it downfield. That hits the post. Oh, that's so unfortunate for UCF. So we see Reese going downfield with us, trying to get the double, but couldn't. Clixie going for the shot and just right behind Lou's head. What a shot from Kennesaw State to tie this game up. 3:17 left. Anybody's game. It's basically 0-0 at this point. Let's see what kind of strats they pull off on kickoff here. As Lou getting a good hit off of that wall. Trying to pass it mid, but Dylan there to 50 it. Dylan over another UCF player. That might be a shot. No. It's a good play from UCF to clear it out to the corner. Dylan going for the bump, but nobody up to actually demo there. Clixie trying to get a pass. Siege keeping it, or trying to get it out. Reese going for the double here. Siege with a good play off the backboard, getting it past another Kennesaw State player. Lou shooting it on target, but Reese there. Trying to get the dunk, almost got it. As Dylan popping this for his teammates, and a bit of a double commit there from Kennesaw, but keeping it in play. Looks like Clixie's trying to get the reset, but Siege there to block him. Lou going for the shot, just a little bit weak though, as Siege spawn in the backfield. Good for UCF as Siege goes up with this ball, trying to go for the reset, gets it over Dylan, but Reese there as it bounces off the backboard. Clixie with a good 50, going for the shot, but Siege there on defense. Both teams playing a very good defensive game here. Siege passing us down mid. Clixie going for the solo play, tries to get the double tap, dunks Lou. And Dylan trying to shoot, but Siege getting a good catch. Reese keeping this in play, trying to go up wall, but UCF meeting him there. Siege going for the shot here. Goes for the dunk, and that pinches off the crossbar. I was not expecting that hit to go that way. It's Siege going to collect this off of the wall. Dylan trying to go for a play, but Siege just meeting him there. Lou bringing this upfield, and Siege has been playing a very good game as he's been blocking these attempts from Kennesaw. As Dylan goes for the shot, and that's in with a minute left, and Kennesaw taking the lead. What a passing play just from Reese to pop it up here, and Lou trying to get to it, but Dylan just being a little bit faster than that ball and being the deciding factor for Kennesaw on that goal. Lou getting a kickoff to the wall. Clixie trying to make a play out of that, but Lou with a good 50. Siege trying to take this across, but Reese there to block him. Lou taking this, passing it middle. Siege going for another touch. As Sion trying to get it, but couldn't. And Lou, oh, a bit of a whiff, and oh my gosh, what a 50 from Sion to block that. And Lou just trying to play this a little bit slow, but UCF needs to go on the offensive, as that's a shot from Clixie and a good save from Sion. Dylan missing the ball there. A couple whiffs from both teams. As Clixie just opting to play defense as he hangs this ball out to Reese. Reese getting good control on it, but Lou there. Maybe UCF trying to get a passing play at the end of this. There's 2 seconds left. Clixie faking it low, and that's going to be a win for Kennesaw State. What a first game that we saw. As good passes from Reese to set up his teammates, getting 2 assists, being the MVP for Kennesaw State. And UCF putting up a good defensive fight, but just a couple plays where Kennesaw State had him beat, and it just ended up being what got them the win there. And we're back on my beautiful face also. Shout out the big water bottle. This thing is keeping me hydrated, the MVP of today. You know. And we're just waiting to get into this next game, but honestly, this series, it's going to be a close one, and I don't even know who's going to end up winning. I mean, we could see anything happen here. As Siege going for the shot early, does someone on that, and just bottom left corner. What a shot from Siege. It looks like Clixie tried to get to that, but Siege just a little bit faster. Going up to the rafters, trying to get that clothesline, and just a good goal from UCF. Lou with a good 50. That rolls out, and Siege going for a shot, and it's just a little bit wide. Siege with a good demo. Sion trying to get the double, but Reese there to meet him. A Siege with another slot. What a shot from Siege, showing some offense early in this game. And just right in the corner, shooting right in the middle of the net. And Kennesaw just not able to react to that shot. UCF trying to put something else on net here as that goes high. Reese taking control of this ball. Clixie getting it over one, trying to go for the double tap, but UCF meeting him there. That goes middle for Kennesaw, but Sion there to get it out as Clixie gets bumped. But Dylan going for the ball, and UCF just showing maybe a little bit of hesitation there. And Dylan going, well, if you're going to hesitate, I'll just go for the ball instead, and gets it right past both defenders. And Kennesaw State going for the kickoff goal, but that's just off the post, and what a defensive play from UCF, keeping Dylan from shooting. Lou trying to take control of this ball, gets a low 50 on one. Couldn't get the 50 on Dylan there. Sion tries to go for a ceiling double tap, just didn't work out. Siege 50 in that, but that's right to Lou. Lou opting to keep this on the ground, trying to get a little dribble in. 50s with Reese going back for this ball. That one might drop mid as Reese clearing it out to the corner. UCF trying to not let up, but Clixie getting a couple good touches past some of the UCF players there. As Reese going for a hit, tries to get it mid. One under Clixie there. Dylan trying to get the read, but Lou blocking his attempt. Reese passing over to the side. Clixie just couldn't get there in time. Kennesaw keeping this offensive pressure going here. Don't gets it past one and tries to dunk the other, but Siege with a good save. As Lou taking control of the ball with a low boost. Reese keeping this in the corner as that goes mid. Siege trying to get the 50, but that's going to stay in Kennesaw's favor here. As a miss, an unfortunate miss from Clixie there. Zion popping this ball up, going to the corner. Siege hitting this down. Lou keeping it in the play. Can UCF get there? No. Reese beating him there. Siege getting it under Dylan. And Lou with an unfortunate miss. Dylan's going to try to shoot, but that's high. Sion trying to take a 50 and just didn't go his way as Reese dunks it in his net to tie this game up. What a 50 from Reese. And just unfortunate. Sion, no boost. Couldn't get behind the ball enough. And Kennesaw State equalizing this game. Zion opting to go for the shot here. Clixie ready for it. Siege under one, tries to get it past another, but couldn't get the touch. Lou with the dunk, but Reese has control of this ball. Flicks over one. Clixie to the wall, but Lou's there to meet him. As Dylan now with control of this ball, but a little bit low boost. Bangs it off the backboard, but Sion ready. Clixie just opting to, a good demo from Sion there. As he tried to clear out the net a little bit more, but just couldn't get the other players. Lou. Siege trying to stay on this ball, no boost. Gets it past another player. As Dylan trying to stay defensive here. He pops that high for Reese as Reese bangs it downfield. Siege to the corner, a good hit, getting it away from Dylan. Siege opting to stay backboard, and that goes right to him. But Reese with a solo play and gets blocked by UCF again. Reese trying to, oh no, Siege, sorry. Siege trying to keep that in the corner. As Clixie passing it out mid, Dylan trying to hit it off the corner so it bounced mid, but it unfortunately didn't. As Clixie going for the double tap, but Siege there to block it again. UCF showing a lot of resilience on this defensive half. As Sion misses the ball, but Siege hitting it downfield. Sion just playing bully ball. And Lou tries to go for a touch, but couldn't get it. Sion trying to get a good touch, but Clixie there. And it's off again. Reese getting a waterfall touch, but Siege ready and reading that ball. As Clixie trying to sweep the net, but Sion jumped early, so he couldn't get him. Kennesaw keeping UCF on their back feet, or on their heels, and what a goal from Reese. As I was trying to say that, Kennesaw just showing a very offensive presence here, and Siege just couldn't get the save. Kennesaw State up 1 with 11 seconds. Can UCF bring it back here with 10 seconds left as it winds down? Lou with time and ball, but unfortunately backflips there. Sion trying to get it. And Siege missing the ball there, but Sion keeping it up. Clixie with a good 50, and Kennesaw State taking the second game. Now, it is 2-0, but stranger things have happened. UCF keeping it close there. And I believe they have a chance to get the reverse sweep here. Kennesaw showing a very strong offensive presence. Just throwing it on net. Doing everything they can to keep it on UCF's half. And just what a game that we have witnessed as Kennesaw State being down early, I believe, and then bringing it back. Just a good overall game, and I am excited to see what we have in store for Game 3. And as we check our scores here, we still do not have any of the other Round 5 matches, but we do have some exciting matchups on there as the Bearcats facing Shawnee State as well, trying to secure the 2nd seed. Shawnee State, if they win against the Bearcats, they'll both be 2-2, and it'll be off game differential at that point. So hopefully the Bearcats can pull that one out. But we have more important matters as we get into this Game 3. All right, good kickoff from Kennesaw there, but Scion ready for it. As Dylan trying to bring it out, gets a good touch, going for the reset here. Gets it past one, but Siege ready. Reese trying to keep this in, gets it past one. But Scion just taking control. Dylan with a good cut as Clixie gets a 50 and tries to shoot it on net, but Siege right in front of the goal. Luke gets it past Dylan. Reese hits that out, tries to hit to Clixie, but Siege there to interrupt the pass. Scion passing mid to Lou. Maybe, tries to get it past Kennesaw State, but both of them jumping on that 50. Clixie with the ball now, no boost though, and Scion hitting that back downfield as Siege goes for the shot, and it's off post. Unfortunate for UCF as Reese goes for a double tap here. Siege getting it off the backboard. Clixie trying to get it back on that offensive side as Reese getting a tap to the corner. Dylan also getting a tap there. And Clixie trying to take control, but a good demo from UCF as Siege tries to take a 50. Lou also taking a 50, and Scion getting it past one. Looks like someone else jumped for that. And Scion with the game sense to know I shouldn't be up with my teammate on that. Scion hitting it back downfield. Reese clearing it out. Dylan now with 100 boost and the ball, but Lou interrupting the solo play once again. Siege with a whiff, and that might be open for the Owls, and that's a goal for Kennesaw State again. As Siege with an unfortunate whiff, a good 50 from Clixie there, and their third just demoed and just left wide open for Kennesaw. 3 minutes to go, and UCF trying to get some offense after Kennesaw State kind of shutting them out a little bit at the second half of that last game. And a good play from UCF. As I was saying, they were having offensive struggles. And Scion with a good pass mid, getting it past Dylan there, going for the demo, and Siege just trusting his teammate and getting the good shot. UCF with a good kickoff there, but Clixie getting it over one and getting a dunk under, but that goes off the post again. Dylan popping this up for Clixie. Clixie dusting one, going for the pinch, gets it there. And Siege hitting it under, but Reese ready for it. Dylan going for the double. Good save from Scion as Lou getting a dunk, preventing that shot from happening. Dylan popping up high, but Lou reading that pop as Reese keeps it on the offensive side for Kennesaw. Clixie going for a double, fakes it, but Scion ready, and Scion trying to get this to his teammate here. Lou almost gets it past one, but Kennesaw just barely getting a touch there to keep it out of reach for UCF. Reese meeting Siege on that wall there. And Lou jumping high, gets it past Clixie. Siege going up mid, but misses. Lou going for a wall read, couldn't get it. Dylan clearing this out as Siege hits us to the corner. Try and go for another touch. Couldn't get the second touch, and Clixie dunking him there. As Reese just hits it over, but that's off post again. Another post hit. That's the third one this game as Siege tries to hit this downfield. Dylan with time and ball now. Opts to hit it to the other side of the wall. Scion reading it. And Clixie getting it past one, but couldn't get it past Siege as he has some boost. That goes past one on Kennesaw. Scion trying to get a catch, but it kind of bounced off of him a little bit. As Reese opting to take control of this ball. Low boost, tries to 50 again, but Siege just ready. Scion trying to keep it in play, but Kennesaw was there for him. Lou hitting that mid. Scion. And Siege with a whiff. Dylan has time on this ball now as Scion gets a good 50. Clixie keeping it in play. As this is going to go out to the other corner for UCF. And Reese 50 and up and down. Dylan going for a double here. It goes low. Siege gets a pop, but someone has to jump here, and both UCF players jump. Reese getting that just a little past Siege as Dylan trying to do something with his ball, but just can't with the low amount of boost as that's going towards Kennesaw's side. Clixie going for the double, and Lou on the backboard. Reese with the shot, but that's off, and we're going to another overtime. How come when I'm casting, we go into overtime? I'm loving it. I bet Shuriken wishes he was casting this one. As Dylan hitting that straight up and down. And Reese with the goal to give Kennesaw the win. 3-0 Kennesaw State on a 10-second overtime goal. What? Wow. That all happened so fast. I can't believe it. Everybody leaving, and Kennesaw State securing that second seed. So now in order, Bruden Parker is first, Kennesaw State is second, and UCF Knights are third in Group A. What a series that we watched. Both fighting, just trying to get that second seed, and Kennesaw just applying the pressure, just showing how much they wanted this second seed. And we are moving on to Group C and D next. And we just can't wait to see this next round of games. Coming up at 2:30, we have the USC Gamecocks against IU Retirement Home. So that's going to be a fun one. A first seed in Group C versus the third seed of Group C. So that's going to be a fun matchup. We'll kind of see how it gets tossed up a little bit. And we will have those standings of Groups A and B for you here soon.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the Queen City Clash, hosted by University of Cincinnati. I am Expendable. I will be your host for this next game. Coming off a very exciting Group A, Group B matchup at the beginning of the day. Group B had a very intense tiebreaker between Shawnee Akron and UC Bearcats Red. As you see on the graphic, the decider ended up being in favor of Akron and UC Bearcats. Shawnee, unfortunately, is going home. And then in the Group A side of things, Bruton Parker with a clean sweep, 4-0. Kennesaw B, 3-1, and UCF Knights A ended up making it in. I think between the teams that we see here, UTK Retirement Home and Bruton Parker are looking very good going into day 2. But of course, we're always rooting for our UC Bearcats Red. Let's go. Following up first round action at the beginning of the day, we have our second round coming up, and we will be starting that off with, I believe, USC Gamecocks versus IU Retirement Home. That'll be starting here at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, coming up in a couple minutes. And we'll be covering that game live here on stream. After that, be followed by BPCU Orange, Indiana Tech at 3:15. Best of 5 at 4 p.m. will be Purdue versus WKU Red. And then we will also be doing Ohio State Gray versus IU Retirement Home at 4:45. Final match of the evening will be BPCU Orange versus Central Michigan, and that will close off day 1 activities before we get started tomorrow. So I think going into this game between USC Gamecocks and IU Retirement Home, I think IU Retirement Home might have a slight edge. Cannot confirm, though. USC Gamecocks, I don't know much about their history, but I expect them to put up a good fight as well. The second round of matchups in Group C and D are very close. And there's our official groups. Right now, obviously, Group A, we had earlier today, Bruton Parker taking the top of that. Kennesaw B, UCF Knights A, if you're just tuning in. Michigan and UCF Rising are out for day 2. Group B, again, we have UTK Retirement Home coming in first seed. Shawnee is out. UC Bearcats Red in the second seed. UCF Academy B is also out, and Akron White made the cut. This afternoon, we still have Group C and Group D to go, so make sure you stay tuned for all that action coming up soon. First game, again, is USC versus Central Michigan. So Hey, welcome back. Our game between USC Gamecocks and IU Retirement Home had just started. Bringing you straight into the action, I'm Expendable. IU Retirement Home on the offense here. An interesting 50 into the goal by Turnip there for USC. Good start for them. We'll see if it holds up. Unlucky, I would say. Unlucky. Right back into the action, though. Good kickoff. Og missing his ceiling chance here. Let's see if SJT can follow it up. My apologies. Good save and clear by SJT off the back. Good save by IU Retirement Home there. USC Gamecocks really ramping up the pressure here on IU Retirement Home. IU Retirement Home spending most of the time on the defense here. Let's see if that affects their mentality going forward. A good pass out wide, but nobody on the receiving end of it. See if we can make something happen off the ceiling here. Good save by USC. IU Retirement Home still trying to build some momentum in the opponent's third. Good goal by USC Gamecocks on the counterattack, though. Here early, IU letting a lot of things slip in their defensive third. Right off the kickoff, though, IU with a chance here. A little high, no good follow-up either. Shot on net. Good save, USC. And that just rolls right in. Wow. IU bringing a goal back, keeping them in this game. Good follow-up on the goal line. Good kickoff for USC. Again, IU kind of folding under the pressure in their own defensive third here. See if USC can capitalize again. Good save this time. Still in their half, though. Good pressure. Yeah, I mean, USC is just dominating most of the play here. Ramping up the pressure. IU just can't keep up on most of this. It's good clear, though. See if they have anything. It's a good save off the backboard. Turn up on the other way now. SJT with a boom. Somebody's back. That's nice. Off the backboard. Good save by IU. Good clear. A demo. Another great pass and shot from USC. IU is really crumbling in their defensive third right now. I'll be surprised to see if they can turn this around either by the end of this game or game 2. There seems to be some miscommunication in the back right now with IU. USC winning the kickoff again. Wow, straight to a kickoff goal as well. IU might just be folding under the pressure a little bit here. This is interesting to see. A miss from their second man. USC really just holding the reins right now in game 1 between these two teams. Now again, as a reminder, these games are best of 5. A good catch by Turnip. See if he can turn something into this. Oh, good save by IU. And IU just cannot get out of their defensive third right now. the amount of pressure USC is putting on them, I'm sure it's affecting their mentality. Og with a clear. SJT, the tap to the backboard. A shot. Oh, good save, IU. And we go the other way. Let's see if IU can capitalize off this pressure. Man, just a good clear by Turnip again. USC looking very organized in this first game. Off the ceiling. Just another good clear. IU just cannot get anything. Oh, there's a shot. What a save. Questionable control. Absolutely. And he punishes. Turnip is absolutely turning up the pressure in game 1 here. 5-1 to USC Gamecocks. 43 seconds left on the clock. If I was a betting man, I would say USC will probably take game 1 here. And IU may have to rethink their defensive strategy going into game 2. Good kickoff win there, though. Off the ceiling. Wasting time going to the sidewall here. Let's see if IU can capitalize off the shot. Good backboard read. IU pushes it out wide to the left. USC is just in complete control of this game. IU cannot get anything going the other way. And with the timer expiring, keeping it up. And a missed shot to end it. Winner of game 1 is USC, score 5-1. After watching that, it's hard to think that IU's defensive strategy is really working in this situation. I mean, USC completely dominated game 1 there on offense. I maybe saw a minute total in time where IU was out of their own defensive third. And that might be something they need to focus on going forward. USC is clearly a well-organized team, and they're just taking advantage of all of the open 50s in the middle of the field there. Their pressure in IU's defensive third was impeccable, and IU had no answer for it. So going into game 2, IU may need to rethink their defensive strategy and keep USC off the ball more often, because USC had much more ball time in that game. Phenomenal play from Turnip, and great defensive strategies from USC going forward as well. So going into game 2 should be coming up here in a minute. Here we are, loading in. Game 2 between USC and IU Retirement Home. Kickoff. Right off the bat here, a little mix-up in the midfield. USC is able to control and take to the sidewall, though. Playing for time here. Og's just taking it slow. IU with a little bit of pressure going forward here. It looks like they have USC back in their defensive third this time. Trying to play a little more aggressive instead of the reserve style they had in the first game. That clearly didn't work for them. Good bump there. Nico with a good bump on Og. Going back. Man, IU's got to get back fast here. There's 3v2 situation, and that's a goal. USC's just able to capitalize on all these mistakes that IU were making. I mean, can't put a great team down, and USC is definitely playing like a great team right now. Very well organized. 1-0 to USC. Kickoff in favor of USC as well. A good 50 in the middle of the field right there to slow down the play for IU. Allow his teammates to get back from what demo. We're seeing a little more hesitation out of USC this game. Not as high profile as their first. Good pass to the midfield. Cannot capitalize. SJT is there. Maybe a corner read from Turnip. Good save. See if IU can get out of their defensive third here. It's a good clear. Ooh, a whiff, a shot. No goal, no goal. What a save from USC to keep themselves alive here. IU still keeping up the pressure. Very different from their game 1 performance. Ooh, very, very questionable decision there. Lucky it did not end up in a goal. Og with a good clear. See if they can keep taking here. Good pass middle, good clear. USC again ramping up the pressure, keeping IU on their heels. Shot that goes wide. Good pass towards the center, a good save. Back the other way, USC with a flick. Good save from Jax. IU are just on their heels here. Let's see how long they can withstand this pressure from USC. Maybe they have one going the other way? No. A good block from Turnip. USC's ability to get 50s in the right locations of the field to push them to their teammates has been impeccable during this series so far. And USC just layering on the shots here. I wonder how long IU can keep this up before they break under the pressure. They need to get something going the other way to help their momentum. A good pass mid. Cut off by Og, though. This one goes back to SJT. May have a solo play here. Pass out to Og. A shot. A good save from IU. And that is right off the crossbar. I mean, it would have been unfortunate, but he was right there. USC again taking it to the backboard. A double commit here from USC. IU might have a chance to capitalize off of this if they play it fast enough. Good pass middle and a good block. A pass back that does not reach his teammate, and USC might be on the counterattack here. A demo. In with the shot. A demo as well. A shot goes in regardless. USC taking a 2-0 advantage here. IU just not able to capitalize going the other way. Right now, USC is running this game. I mean, they took game 1 5-1. USC is ramping up the pressure on IU. A nice save there from Jax. Turnip is all over the field for USC. Currently, right now, for me, has to be their MVP player. He's been everywhere for them. A shot from IU, and it's saved by Og. IU just cannot get anything going in their favor right now. It's got to hurt. USC up the ceiling. A good clear, but right to USC again. They just cannot find their teammates here. Jax with a sidewall pinch straight to a USC player. Og just making it look easy. I mean, come on. USC just absolutely dominating this series against IU right now. Going into game 3, IU really needs to change something in their defensive third if they're going to stand a chance against this high-octane USC offense. They're absolutely peppering their net right now. USC winning the kickoff again. Going the other way. And it looks like USC will take game 2 as well. And that makes it 2-0 on the series going into game 3. And I'll be honest, looking at this game, I just can't see where IU may need to change something. They can't find any of their teammates after any 50 anywhere on the field. And they've been stuck in their defensive third for most of this series. USC completely dominating possession, more shots on target, and more saves on their half as well. It's hard to see USC taking any steps back here. I mean, IU just cannot deal with the pressure. But we will see going into game 3 here if anything changes. A good kickoff from USC to start the game. IU going the other way, however. good clear by SJT. Let's see if he can find his teammate mid. No. Melody takes it for IU. Let's see if he can find a teammate mid here. And a good clear by USC. Still in their half, though. They still got a little bit to worry about here. If IU can get a goal right off the bat here, force USC to think a little bit more than they have had to. They may stand a chance still. But USC just dominating the midfield play here. IU still stuck in their half. A good clear out. A accidental bump on Turnip, and that bounces up awkwardly. It's a good follow, but it is off. They may still have something here. It's a temporary 3v2 after that demo. And a good clear from USC. Oh, and a whiff! And a goal! Wow! I mean... Listen, the nerves may be getting to IU here. They've been dominated in this series, and USC is just taking full advantage of that. Absolutely peppering the net of IU. It's hard to see IU coming back from this if they can't turn their mentality around. Now, of course, this is the third game in the series. Over these 3 games so far, IU only has the 1 goal to show for it, as opposed to USC's 8 goals on the series. 9 now, including this match. USC just keeping it in IU's half right now, not giving them a chance to reset and take an offensive stance here. Melody with a good 50 in the midfield. And Turnip is just everywhere for USC right now. SJT with the corner. Turnip to take it to the corner again, and a good 50 from Melody. Let's see if he can take it out of their half. Give IU a chance here. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go, roughly. And a goal from IU retirement home. And we're level. And that's more like it. IU says they're not out yet. A good shot as well. Now, IU can keep this pressure up. We may be able to take this to a game 4. I think this gives them the confidence they need to continue to go forward here. USC with a good clear, however. This is going to be a tough read. Oh, and it just hits the post. Turnip with a solo play opportunity here. Let's see if they can make anything of it. No, and a good clearance. IU with a chance to counterattack here if they go fast. No, good hold-up play. Turnip taking his time. It's a good 50 from Jax in the midfield. Let's see if IU can capitalize here. Oh, and a whiff from Jax, but that's a shot on net, and SJT saves it. Keeping USC alive in this game. USC does not want to take it to a game 4, I am sure. They would like to close it here, but IU has other plans right now. IU has finally woken up. Jax probably with a shot on target here, and a good save from Turnip. USC to follow with Turnip. Going the other way, SJT with the backboard read. And a missed 50 in the midfield from Jax. Let's see if that hurts IU here. Whiff from KBM off the backboard. Follow-up shot. Good save. SGG trying to make something happen here for USC. Og. Good demo there. Jax with a chance to capitalize here, potentially, in a good block from SJT. Let's see if USC can go the other way here. IU a little out of position right now. Demo's flying around everywhere all over this field. Og a little awkward there with the good catch. Can he follow this? A little solo play opportunity. Jax with a good save. This will fall right to SJT. Puts it back into IU's corner. And if I'm IU, I want to take this to overtime right now because USC is still peppering their net. One more chance here for SJT and USC, and we take it to overtime here in Game 3. A 1-1 tie between the USC Gamecocks and IU Retirement Home. USC up 2 games on the series. IU needs a goal here to take it to a Game 4. That's a good boom to KBM Evil. Off the sidewall from Melody. Let's see if he has a follow here. Beats one. And the shot's just off, but that might still go in. And IU Retirement Home gets their first game of the series with a goal in overtime with 25 seconds on the clock to bring it to 2-1 on the game. And I'll be honest, USC was dominating those first 2 games in the series, and IU finally woke up a little bit and decided to fight back. They said, it is not our time to lose today here. And they take 1 game off of USC Gamecocks. Let's see if they can keep that pressure up in Game 2. They're going to need it. This USC team is clicking right now. And in this series, I gotta say, USC absolutely dominating the first 2 games, but IU came alive in that Game 3 matchup right there. You saw with the overtime win with 25 seconds on the clock. IU ramped up the pressure a bit and were able to get out of their defensive third, take opportunities that they weren't taking in those first 2 games. And again, going into Game 4, IU needs to keep that pressure up. USC is a well-oiled machine. And if IU wants to take this to Game 5, they're going to need some stellar play and some stellar communication from their team. A touch over from Og here, off the backboard. SJT catches in the midfield. Good 50 from IU. Melody will put it in USC's half. Jax will catch it in the midfield, but an awkward bounce back. Let's see if that hurts them here. USC with a pass mid and a shot and a good save from Melody. Turnip's there to follow up, but nobody on the receiving end. SJT with a double, and it's off the bar twice. Oh my. How did USC not capitalize on that? IU the other way now. Maybe a counterattacking opportunity here. And it's into the net. Top bins from Nico. IU has really come alive in this series now. I mean, it's a little too early to call, but the fans would love to see a Game 5 here. IU is surely feeling good about themselves now. Obviously a shaky start in Game 1 there with USC dominating that game 5-1, but since then, IU has really turned it up a notch. And a shot from USC and another one, and it's off the corner. USC not able to capitalize on these chances that they're having. Good defense from IU. Here's a follow-up from Og. Nothing on it. SJT with a shot, and it goes in. 1-1 in Game 4 here between USC and IU Retirement Home. Just when I was talking IU up. Good pressure from USC. They were able to capitalize on that opportunity finally. They had 2 earlier in the game that they were not able to put in the net. Oh, and USC with a good kickoff here. It's going to waterfall. It's a good touch, but is it enough? IU looking a little rocked here. They're going to need to collect themselves and get it back together. But we saw this same scoreline in Game 3, and IU was able to take it to that overtime win. Maybe they're thinking the same here. Still plenty of time left in this match, just under 3 minutes. Turnip trying to get it to Og. Jax is there to meet it. Melody with a good meet in the midfield. A good pop there from KBM. Now USC is stuck in their defensive half. We'll see if IU can capitalize here. Keep the pressure up. Melody with a good save. No boost now, though. IU playing very solid defense here. Oh, but that's off the bar, and that's in the net. I'm going to have to see this again. I cannot tell. Oh, just underneath. It looks like Melody did not get the touch he needed. And a very fortunate bounce off the post as a pass to Turnip. USC ahead 2-1 in this game 4. And as a reminder, USC only needs the one game to go through and win this series in a best of 5. Currently up 2-1 on the series and 2-1 in the game as well. That's off the backboard. Let's see if IU can follow up here. No boost. No boost. A wry pass to the midfield. Jax is there to catch it. Melody cannot follow. USC has a chance to counterattack here. Og and Turnip. A good pass off the backboard. A pass back mid. SJT with a shot. And it... Oh, what a save! I mean, the ball was all the way over the line. Pixels, maybe. What a save to keep IU in the game. That's a good clear from USC. Let's see if they can get it out of their half here. Go back on the offensive. Low boost for USC. SJT's able to grab some. IU ramping up the pressure here. They know they need a goal to take this to overtime right now, or they lose this series. 50 seconds and going down very fast here. Not many chances left in this game for IU. Let's see if they can capitalize off of anything. USC has been a dominating force in these 4 games that we've played. Oh, and it's off the bar, and he follows up. It's a tie game here in game 4 between USC and IU retirement home. I mean, this is the action that you guys have been waiting for, 100%. If IU can take this to overtime or get a game winner, we go to a game 5 here in our first game of the second part of our day here at Queen City Clash. What a wonderful way to start off the second round of matches we have today. Good first showing of the day, of course, between Groups A and Group B. Very close tiebreak. Back to the action, though. USC with a chance to score. Good save from IU, keeping them alive in the final seconds of this dying match. But a chance for USC to capitalize here, and that... Oh, and he misses! Oh, my word! That was the opportunity for USC to put the game to bed. IU wondering how they might still be alive in this match. Every single one of them is low boost, however. USC with a chance to capitalize here. It's a good meet. Turnip almost full boost off the ceiling. A solo play. Oh my god, and it's off the bar and he scores! USC capitalizing. Oh my word, what a game 4 we just witnessed. IU had a chance. They did. They brought it back level when they needed to. Just could not capitalize in overtime against this very good USC offense. Congratulations to USC on winning that series. A good run by IU retirement home, however. After getting dominated in the first 2 games of that series, able to come back in game 3 and take a win out of it. Even bringing it to overtime there in game 4, just not able to finish it off. And that may sting a little, but I feel like they still played well. USC had all of the chemistry for that entire series. They looked phenomenal, I will say. They will be a team to beat today, 100%. IU will have to go back to the drawing board here before their next matchup coming up here in a little bit. I think clearly they need to work on their defensive structuring. That was the biggest downfall of their game in that series. They were not able to get it out of their own half. So I feel that USC was able to capitalize on all of IU's defensive mistakes there, and it was just a lot cleaner, and clearly that worked out for them. They put up a substantial amount of goals in the series compared to IU. IU was able to hold their own those last 2 games, but not able to capitalize enough to take it to a game 5. And that means USC takes their first win of the day, and IU retirement home goes down to 0-1.
Welcome back to the Queen City Clash. I'm Real Shuriken, joined by my good friend and Rocket League teammate, Expendable. We're here on the desk getting ready to head into the next match. Bruton Parker versus Indiana Tech.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming off of a very exciting stream we just watched between the USC Gamecocks and IU Retirement Home. What a game 4 that was. I mean, pixel save. And a chance for USC to kill it before overtime, but it didn't matter in the end. They ended up taking the game. We got an exciting matchup coming up here. I don't know, Shuriken. What do you think? Which way is the sliding?
Well, we got Bruton Parker's orange team on this one. It's their second team behind the normal Bruton Parker team, which we saw in the previous group stages, and they're probably the favorite to win the entire tournament. So
Absolutely.
We'll have to see how Bruton Parker's orange team handles up. Indiana Tech, I'm not super familiar with. We'll see how good they are as we get into the first game here, but should be an interesting match. I heard that these two teams are supposed to be pretty close, so this might see a Game 5 on stream finally.
I know the fans would love a Game 5 today. We've only had one all day today. See if we can take it to a Game 5 here between BPCU Orange and Indiana Tech. Right into the action.
Indiana Tech trying to get some of that quick offense going, firing shots at the net. Bruton Parker keeping that net locked down. Nothing is getting through there. Some 50s in the midfield, trying to get anything going on offense. Something we've seen from a lot of these teams in this QCC is a lot of these quick kickoff attacks.
Absolutely.
Just pounding shots towards the net, not letting anything slide.
Absolutely. Indiana Tech doing a good job of filtering it out of their defensive third right now. Keeping the pressure up on BPCU Orange.
Chippy gonna try and start an attack for this Indiana Tech team. A lot of stalemating at the middle. What
A good demo in the
out.
midfield. Wish with a save there on the goal line. Indiana Tech keeping it in BPCU's half now. Let's see if BPCU has a chance to counterattack here. No.
It's looking pretty close. Indiana Tech will hold their defense. It goes right back to Bruton Parker. They're trying to get another attack going already. Indiana Tech just getting it out of their defensive half, and it seems like they're already on defense again. Some 50s coming out. Could be a little scary by the net. Wish trying to find someone in the midfield, but nobody's home.
A good sidewall read there. Chippy there to bang it away for Indiana Tech, though. Cloud with a bang the other way.
Like it could have been a little bit closer. Indiana Tech still looking for an opening, and Chippy will find the net. He puts it home. Indiana Tech will go up 1 goal of 3 minutes, 8 seconds left.
BPCU getting caught on their heels here in their defensive third. Not able to clear the ball away when they had a chance. Indiana Tech capitalizing off of that mistake, taking a 1-goal lead on the series.
Yeah, some of the best teams who performed in this Queen City Clash have come from capitalizing on those defensive mistakes. We've seen a lot of it throughout today, especially in the A and B group stages. You see a lot of mistakes on defense, no matter how small. The offense is just so unbelievably talented, finding every single weakness.
And a shot from BPCU Orange bottom corner from Kyler.
This is the stuff I was just talking about. You know, you can't make any mistakes on this defense. Feed just barely doesn't get the shot he wants. He tried to block the shot. It just didn't go. And Kyler will slot it bottom corner.
Chippy with 0 seconds to react to that on the goal line. No chance at all. What a turnaround here from BPCU Orange. 2 minutes and 39 seconds left in this match. We got a tie game here, folks.
A tie game with half the game left to go, so still plenty of Rocket League. Kyler trying to slot it.
A good 50 there from Chippy, though.
BPCU not letting their offense slip even for a second. It feels like Indiana Tech's been on the back foot for this entire half. They do have a goal to their name, but it felt like the one possession where they got offensive control.
A good carry here from Kyler. And a good save in return from Indiana Tech. Let's see if BPCU can keep this pressure up, though. My casting mate Shuriken is correct. Indiana Tech has been in their defensive third for most of this game. BPCU really layering on the pressure right now.
Yeah, and finally Indiana Tech starting to show some life in their offense, but every time it seems to get the gears turning, BPCU's right on their tail to send it to the other end of the field. Although the ball has been on the BPCU side for a bit. Indiana Tech accidentally psychoing it back to his own side.
Trusting his teammate to make the save, I'm sure.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm sure that's not the touch he wanted. He probably tried to clear it towards the opposing net, but, you know, sometimes you just get a little bit underneath the ball, and all of a sudden, oh, shoot, the ball's going back into our net.
Absolutely. Every Rocket League player's been there, Shuriken.
Yeah. I've been there myself a lot.
Absolutely. Me as well.
It's always nice when you get the touches you want, but when it's going into your net, it's not ideal.
Not a good day. Chippy there to take it off the crossbar. BPCU still absolutely dominating pressure in Indiana Tech's half. But Indiana ooh, that's a good save. They had a chance to capitalize there. Out of position.
Indiana Tech starting to get a feel for their opponents.
And a shot and a good save.
Confident pass towards the middle. It just won't go. Everybody low on boost. The defense scrambling to get back into position.
Indiana Tech with a chance to potentially put the game to bed here.
30 seconds left, and now Indiana Tech is the one who's in control. They're sick and tired of staying in their own half. The ball has not left the BPCU half in what feels like forever.
Kyler cannot get the clear here.
10 seconds left. Can Indiana Tech start something? Cloud's gonna try
Kyler
and start
with a
it.
shot and a double. Oh my gosh, what a
save by Chippy!
Oh my!
At the goal line!
Time expiring and Indiana Tech is able to keep it out of their net. How did that not go in?
That was BPCU's chance to get that first win on the board. Indiana Tech's Chippy, the defensive player.
And just a reminder for those viewers at home, that's how close these games can be. Down to the pixels like we saw in last game.
Last game, and we even saw earlier, the ball is like 70% in the net, and somehow it doesn't go.
Chippy! Another save from Chippy!
Chippy once again!
Chippy keeping Indiana Tech alive here. BPCU's got to be wondering how it's not in their net.
Because there's Chippy.
Chippy is just on fire right now.
Trying to get the rest of the team involved in defense, but no need when you have Chippy on Indiana Tech.
A one-man wrecking crew.
Chippy trying to prove himself the defensive MVP for this first game. Feels like we've played an entire series and it's only game one. Feed. Trying to get the 50, not gonna go. BPCU really on the back heel right now. They need to clear that ball, release some pressure, because they're feeling it right now. Double whiff off the backboard. Indiana Tech's gonna slot.
It's a good save from BPCU. They're really on their heels right now.
Defensive masterclass coming out by both teams. This is so insane. Both offenses putting so many shots on net. I can't wait to see the stat line after this game. It just feels like it's been back and forth the entire game. One side has control, then the other side has control. And then Chippy steps in and saves the shot. It's all over the place.
I mean, I feel like my partner would agree with me here. Any team that loses this game is gonna be crushed after this performance.
Absolutely. This is the stuff you expect from a game 5 overtime, not game 1 with minimum 2 more games to play, as Chippy is there once again to send it away. We are 2 minutes into this overtime. Almost 1.5 games of Rocket League. Cloud's gonna let it slide by. Try and get Indiana Tech back on the offensive side of the ball, but BPC is gonna take a shot. And who else but Chippy to save the shot?
I mean, Chippy has to be prime Manuel Neuer in goal right now. There is no other way to describe this.
He's just been an absolute brick wall so far, and we do hit the 2:30 mark. We have played 1.5 games of Rocket League, and there's still so much more to go. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Chippy's trying to do it all himself right now.
I mean, this is stressing me out, partner. I'm not even on one of these teams, and this is high-octane entertainment.
My heart rate has got to be like above 100 right now,
Absolutely.
and I'm not even playing in the game right now. 3 minutes of overtime. Somebody score. That's what everyone wants to see. I can't take it anymore.
The anticipation is absolutely killing my partner here in the booth. I would argue that it is killing me as well. Feed with a clear the other way. BPCU is able to control, though. Manny with a touch off the ceiling. And who else? I mean, who else is there to clean up the play?
Chippy's the one who stands at the door and decides where they get to come in or not. He's like the bouncer. There's a list on who is allowed to go through and who is not, and the ball is not on that list. Stay out of there.
Not today. A good flick the other way, though. Let's see if BPCU can capitalize here. And that's
Chippy with another 50
my
save at the goal
gosh.
line. Somebody stop this man.
I mean, he's got to be our match MVP right now. I don't think anybody else takes the cake. And that's a waterfall the other way, and a shot and a save from Manny. Just a defensive masterclass in this game as we reach the 4-minute mark in overtime. This is intense, folks.
I can't believe what I'm even seeing right now. This is insane for game number 1.
I mean, you'd think we're at a major right now.
I feel like this should count for 2 games at this point.
Absolutely.
There have been some long overtimes in QCC's past, but so far today, it's been pretty definitive.
Oh, and a mistake, but no! Not able to capitalize.
They bumped the right player. They had the goal in their sights, but they just couldn't put it where it needs to go.
I'm starting to wonder if we'll ever see a goal here.
Chippy
Off
with
the
another
ceiling, Kyler
save.
with the shot, and it goes in! Wow! Right before the 5-minute mark, BPCU Orange is able to capitalize on a very rare defensive mistake from Indiana Tech there at the end of the game. What a game 1 we just watched here, folks. Wow.
At some point, the armor has to crack, and who else to make a stand but Chippy with 8 saves in that game?
What a performance defensively from Chippy here.
20 shots from BPCU Orange and 14 from Indiana Tech in game 1.
Wow.
Chippy almost dropping 1,000 points in that game.
That is Rocket League. That is Rocket League.
That is, in fact, Rocket League. And I feel like we just watched the entire series unfold, and it's been game 1.
Absolutely. I mean, what a high-octane start to this series. You couldn't ask for anything better.
Some people said this game was going to be close, and I believe them, but I've heard that before, and
I didn't think it was going to be almost 5 minutes of overtime close. That is for sure.
absolutely not. That was almost 2 full games of Rocket League, and it was only game 1 once again. We're going into game 2, and it feels like it's game 5.
Quick start here from BPCU Orange. Good kickoff. Not able to capitalize, though. You know, I got to say, Kyler with an interesting car choice for this series here. Maybe that's the secret sauce that BPCU Orange is carrying into this series.
I don't know if it's a strategic pick. I don't know if it's BM or if he actually plays with that, but so far it's been working for them so far.
The flicks have been insane off of that vehicle.
Oh, absolutely. I think that car might use the time.
Chippy with another save. I mean, you cannot keep this man down.
I am running out of things to say about Chippy. He's just unstoppable on the defensive front, and my producer is looking at me like, what is happening?
Our producer is questioning how good Chippy is at defense. I mean, it's just insane here, folks. You're watching an absolute defensive masterclass right before your eyes.
I need a 5-hour nap after this game because I can't take it anymore. Bruin Parker Orange will finally relieve some of the pressure that we've been feeling this entire series.
Oh, my word. I mean, Chippy, we love you here in the booth, but you can't save them all, my friend. That was tough.
I can't with Chippy right now, dude. He's just everything that goes towards the goal gets saved by Chippy. That is how you play last man.
I mean, if we could give a defensive award right now, I would give it to Chippy in a heartbeat.
Just sign the man already.
Seriously. There has to be a team out there looking for a good defender. I mean, he's right here, folks. He's right here.
Who needs Rawas when you have Chippy on your team?
Absolutely.
He is just holding this defensive fort. Indiana Tech, unfortunately, not able to put up offense to supplement that, but at least on the defensive front, things seem to be pretty fun.
Right as you say that, Indiana Tech with a little bit of pressure here in BPCU's defensive third. Let's see if they're able to keep it over here. It's not looking likely. It's a good 50, though, from Cloud. See if he can set his teammates up here. Low boost from Indiana Tech. Almost 0 there from Chippy.
I'll have to ask one of the players what the reasons for not picking a standard car is, whether it's comfort or whether they're trying to send a message or what it is. But so far, I saw an Octane ZXR earlier.
I did as well.
They were still playing great with it, so I think it might honestly be a genuine strategy.
Oh my word, what a pain, a shot, and it's in, and who else? Who else do you need to score in this series? It had to be Chippy.
Chippy needs, if Chippy is not on this desk by the end of this series, I'm quitting Rocket League.
Absolutely. We need an interview. Stat. I need to know the defensive secrets here for my own game.
I almost wonder if the players think this is normal and they're wondering why we're going so crazy over it. I've never seen a defensive masterclass from one player like Chippy has done today. His back has got to be hurting because his team has been on it for the whole game.
I can't think of a single individual, and that's a shot off the crossbar. How is that not in? Oh my word! Pixels, folks. Pixels.
That was not pixels. That had to be literal molecules. I swear that ball was all the way in the net.
Indiana Tech keeping the game alive once again.
This game is taking years off of my life.
I think I've aged at least 10.
Indeed, that's what it feels like.
I mean, I can't think of a defensive masterclass that I might be showing my age a little bit here, partner, but Chicago in RLCS is the last time that I saw a defensive masterclass from one player, and that was years ago. We're witnessing Chippy put up absolutely insane numbers right now, not just on defense.
And right as it's like if you say his name 3 times, he just pulls up out of nowhere and saves it. Right as you said Chippy, had a great goal line stop.
Chippy might just be the boogeyman. And right as I say that, another clearance from Chippy, and another! Indiana Tech on their heels, but BPCU Orange not able to capitalize.
Yeah, BPCU's had a lot of offensive opportunities, and Indiana Tech's defense, again, holding strong, but they haven't been able to get a whole lot of offense going so far. It might
with
be
a chance here, though. A good bump. And able to follow, and the shot is in from Cloud. Indiana Tech takes a 2-1 lead on the freaking game.
This is going to be a series for sure. Both of these teams trading back and forth, saves, shots, goals. What else do you want from Rocket League?
This is Rocket League.
Indeed it is. We have another full day of matches. It's only the group stage, and it feels like we're watching the grand finals of the 2 greatest teams of all time here.
I couldn't have said it better, partner. This is a game for the ages so far.
I mean, BPCU looks like they're doing pretty well on both sides of the ball, but just...
Oh, and a miscommunication, it looks like. It ends up in a goal for BPCU Orange, and they're able to level things with 18 seconds left here in game 2.
Kyler not even letting me get my sentence out. I was going to say that Indiana Tech's been good on defense, but their offense has been slipping a little bit. BPCU well-rounded, so it's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, or rather, Chippy.
But Chippy not able to keep that goal out here. Let's see if it comes back to hurt Indiana Tech if they end up taking this game to overtime.
Cloud gonna rip it downfield. Gets demoed, feed. But Chippy is there for a shot, gets blocked by BPCU. Solidify that man's legacy if he hits that shot.
I mean,
I can't
listen,
take
folks,
it anymore.
We're into another overtime here in this series.
I can't believe what I'm watching.
Oh my word, what a touch. That could have gone anywhere, and it's right off the post for Indiana Tech. Looking a little shaky for sure. I'm sure they didn't want to take this to overtime, going up 1 goal.
I don't even know what to say. Every single game is going to be a 5-minute overtime. We're going to be here until 7 o'clock at night, and it's going to be BPCU versus Indiana Tech.
Manny has the right idea with the popcorn boost, because I could really use some right now to watch this match. That's the level we're watching here.
If I had to sum up this game, it'd be there are only 3 things that are inevitable: death, taxes, and a chippy save at the goal line when you need it most.
And it's a goal from Indiana Tech. Feed is able to squeeze it in the near post here. Wish not able to get the full 50 to keep it out. And Indiana Tech will take game 2 after another overtime in this series. The first one, obviously, almost 5 minutes long.
I need a nap.
I'm right there with you, partner. Chippy with 5 more saves in this match, but we must not be talking about Feed enough here. Feed has 7 saves in that match.
Feed has been helping Chippy on the defensive side of the ball. He's racking up those saves, but I'd argue that Chippy's saves are when you absolutely need it most, when the ball is on the goal line, when it is 99% in the net, and it's Chippy to take it out.
Chippy is absolutely Indiana Tech's clutch player right now. And after that Game 2 performance, I gotta say, Indiana Tech has really fallen into their stride here. Looking real good going into Game 3.
Yeah, BPCU looking like the more well-rounded team at the beginning, and once again, Indiana Tech's defense is what's keeping them alive. If they can get some offense going, I don't think BPCU has a chance, but we'll have to see, because BPCU, similar to Indiana Tech, has also been making those good defensive stops. You saw the unfortunate missed 50 by Wish, but other than that, they've been pretty locked down.
Absolutely, partner. And BPCU Orange coming off to a strong start here in Game 3. Indiana Tech able to get it in their half, and that's a good read. But a better save. See if Indiana Tech can ramp up their offense in this Game 3 to match that stellar defensive performance we've been watching from them.
Yes, so far, just as what we've seen this entire tournament, going for that quick offense, not giving the defense any time to set up whatsoever. Seems to be working for them so far, as they will maintain possession again. Feed with no boost, trying to get it underneath the defenders. Kyler, luckily, is there to save it.
Kyler, a little awkward touch there, but they're able to take it out of their half still. It's back. Manny with a touch off the wall there. Feed has a chance to flick, and it's a good save from Wish.
Seemed like an insignificant demo on the side of BPCU, but it did remove a key attacker from that plan. It looked like they were trying to pass it mid for the shot, but the shot never came because the player just got deleted.
Oh, and Feed with a bad touch, but I mean, who else is there but Chippy to keep it out of the net for Indiana Tech?
I think Chippy is putting up like hockey goalie percentages right now, because I think
somebody give this man the presidential award.
I think he has only been scored on directly 1 time, and he's made like 15 saves in the first 2 games combined.
We are watching an absolute defensive masterclass from Chippy in this series.
Absolutely, and he hasn't. For Game 1, you think maybe it's a fluke, maybe he just has 1 good game of defensive plays. Game 2, surely he's just on a hot run, but Game 3, he's keeping it up, not showing any signs of slowing down from the first 2. It's Indiana Tech. Now they're the ones on offense, but that ball is going to go towards their half. They're going to have to regroup and start again. BPCU trying to find anything before Indiana Tech can reconvene.
I was about to say, partner, we're 2 minutes into this Game 3 now, and Indiana Tech has really been keeping it in BPCU's half this whole time so far. We haven't really seen BPCU get into the attacking third much. And I'm starting to wonder if their gas is starting to give out there a little bit.
I wonder, because the last 2 games, it seems like BPCU has mostly been in control on the offensive half, but generally what we've seen from other teams, especially in groups A and B, is the teams who control the game easily in the first couple games, they start to slip a little bit as their opponent kind of adapts to their play style and figures out what to do to fight against them.
Absolutely, and Indiana Tech clearly finding their groove here. Able to put more pressure on BPCU Orange. Here's Chippy. Able to get a bump there.
You've seen some of the double tap attempts, some of the sidewall read attempts, nothing quite going, but some of these situations have been a little bit scary. Of course, these teams calm, cool, and collected, especially those with a lot of LAN experience, like we saw USC last game.
USC with an absolutely dominant performance in that first matchup of Group 2 this afternoon.
And that's not surprising. USC's been to our LAN multiple times, as well as LANs around the country. They're very familiar with the environment, keeping cool under pressure, staying overnight in an unfamiliar territory with unfamiliar gear and in a place you're not super comfortable with, but they get the job done.
Absolutely.
BPCU looking to take back some of that control. They're trying to make up for what happened earlier in the game where Indiana Tech was getting all the offense. There's a shot, good save by none other than Chippy with feed there right in stride.
Now, I don't want to put a commentator's curse on it here, partner, but we look like we might be going to a third overtime in this game 3 with no goals on the board.
3 overtimes would be absolutely unbelievable after it took like 5 series to finally get 1 overtime on stream. And of course, Chippy is last man there to beat the air dribble that could have led to a goal as the first 2 got beat.
As we come down to the clock running under a minute here, still no goals on the clock, on the scoreboard, my apologies, but a shot there and another save, and it's off the corner. Wow. Indiana Tech
is making a stand at the goal line.
Gosh, Indiana Tech able to keep it out. Wonderful pressure from BPCU Orange, but they're not able to capitalize. Going the other way is Indiana Tech. Chippy to feed it back in, and a good clear from Wish.
That time it was Feed there with the unbelievable save, taking one out of Chippy's book. Seems like maybe Chippy's not the only one who has defense on this team, as Feed is right next to him. Unbelievable goal line stand for all we
And
know.
that's an open net from Wish. Oh, and he misses. Wow. BPCU not able to capitalize, going the other way. And this could come back to hurt them. We saw that last game. Indiana Tech able to pull off the winner.
And Kyler
with
scores
0
it off the
seconds
goal.
left. Wow.
Manny doing it himself. Gets the pinch off the
Wow.
backboard. And Kyler is standing right there. I knew that it was going to come down to
Oh, my
one goal.
word.
They couldn't finish it earlier, but they do it now with 0 seconds on the clock without the ball hitting the ground.
I mean, you got to give it to Manny there. That was a wonderful pass back mid for his teammate. But if I'm Indiana Tech right now, I'm feeling a little upset about the way that game just ended. They played phenomenally throughout this series so far. And to give up a goal with 0 seconds left and not be able to take it to overtime in game 3, that could come back to haunt them. And that plays majorly into motivation for the next game.
Absolutely, and they probably got to be crushed after they were in control of the game for what felt like 80% of it, and then
Absolutely.
giving up that goal at the last second. They had a goal line stand from that went all the way down the field, and then it came right back to them, and they needed to do it a second time, and sometimes the armor holds up, and sometimes you find a little crack, and then you chisel right through it.
Absolutely, and BPSU had more than one opportunity that game to put it to bed as well, and they still couldn't capitalize. So I know Indiana Tech might be feeling the remnants of how much they've had to make saves in this series so far. Not able to get much on offense going here, but going into game 4, Indiana Tech's still alive. They just need to get more going on the offensive side of the ball. We need to see some goals from Indiana Tech here. We know they can save.
If any game is going to go to a game 5, it has to be this one.
I would say this is the one.
But again, BPCU, very solid all around on all sides of the ball. Indiana Tech showing that they have the defense, but do they have the offense to complement it? It's been a little bit iffy in some of these games. The game that they won, it was a little bit more definitive. In last game, they were in control for most of it, but it doesn't matter if you get 90% of the way to the goal every single drive. If you can't score, it doesn't really matter.
Kyler taking it slow here, trying to just play the 50. Feed trying to keep the pressure over here in BPCU's half. Chippy with a shot, but it's saved immediately.
Yeah, Chippy is trying to work his magic again. He didn't have very many saves in the last game, but then again, BPCU didn't have a whole lot of offense last game until the very end when they had multiple chances, as you said, to put it away.
Absolutely.
Can make an argument that maybe they could have won that anyway, but with the lucky saves from Indiana Tech and some key misses from BPCU, that was very winnable for Indiana Tech. But again, if you're stuck on the defensive side of the ball, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, absolutely, partner. And I would argue that BPCU is looking like the better rounded team here, but that's a mistake! And Indiana Tech is able to capitalize. And of course, it's our man, Chippy.
For all we know, for how this series has gone, that could be what wins game 2 if no one, game 4, sorry, if no one else scores. I said game 2 because it feels like with how long these overtimes have been, we've played like 2 or 3 games, and it also feels like we played 10 at the same time.
I'm pretty sure I'm watching the World's Finals right now.
I don't know what game we're on. Every game is going so much longer than it should. But maybe, just maybe, we'll get a clean game for this one that doesn't go to OT or a 0-second goal. But something tells me that we've been in for a treat this entire series. I don't think it's going to stop now.
I don't think the fans want it to stop either here, Shuriken.
I definitely don't want it to.
I gotta say, not a lot of goals in this series, which makes me want to agree with you here. Indiana Tech with the 1-goal lead this much into the game. I feel like we might be seeing another low-scoring opportunity here for them to put it to bed.
Still a little over 3 minutes left, although with how it's gone, you got to wonder if BPCU is going to be able to put offense this game, because the possession and the control of the game goes back and forth a lot.
Absolutely. And we saw last game, BPCU looked like they started to take their foot off the gas a little bit, and Indiana Tech able to capitalize on that a little bit. Sounds like they still have plenty left in the tank to keep going.
Yeah, they're absolutely showing it. We have a
we have a
Rule
Rule 1.
We have a Rule 1 in the corner. It is now a 2v2. Whenever I see Rule 1s in my games, I usually just switch my brain to 2v2 mode. We'll see how these players convert it. Did not see the Rule 1 when it panned over. I wonder if they're still in it in the corner.
It looks like we might have a separation here.
It looks like they might be the 2 players respecting the rule. They're hugging it out at a different part of the field.
Absolutely.
But we are definitely in a 2v2. Both players respecting the unwritten rule. You love to see it.
You gotta love it. You gotta love the community here in Rocket
They're
League.
at the midfield.
I mean,
they're laying
somebody
on,
censor this for the children, please.
they're laying on top of each other.
And Kyler able to capitalize on the 2v2 here. 1 minute and 39 seconds left in this match. I mean, you gotta love the Rule 1 respect we have here at this LAN. That's wonderful to see.
You know what that shows? That shows that we're here to have fun, and that it's not that serious, and that, you know, regardless of who wins or loses, we're going home with smiles on our faces.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, we're here for the love of the game, and that's what it is. Indiana Tech looking to capitalize here, though. They want to take this to Game 5. We would want to see a Game 5 here. This has been a phenomenal series so far to watch.
We'll have to wait and see which team strikes first after this. Again, we're tied at 1 goal with just over a minute left. It's not looking super promising, like one might pull ahead. Unless BPCU can get that read.
Word.
Manny just barely misses it. Every time I say it could be the dagger, something else happens, so I'm going to keep my mouth shut until otherwise. But both of these teams fighting for possession of this game.
Oh, with a bump. Chippy's able to clear. Not very far, though. Kyler with an opportunity. Manny to keep it in their half. He's able to get something on that.
It got the bump in front of the Indiana Tech goal, but unfortunately, nobody was there to take the shot. That could have been an easy goal for BPCU, but it looks like they might be trying to get some offense anyway. Chippy with a good backboard save.
Chippy coming to the defense of his team when they need him the most, as he has been in this entire series so far.
I don't think anything can rival the performance that Chippy had in those first 2 games.
I would absolutely agree with that. I mean, we watched him almost put up 1,000 in Game 1, and that was a sign for the rest of this series.
In nearly 13
Feed
saves.
not able to keep it up, and BPCU capitalizes. That has to hurt.
That has to hurt really bad. Feed did not get the clear he wanted. Everybody on low boost. And dare I say it, could Indiana Tech score and send it to another overtime? 8 seconds left.
We have seen crazier, partner.
Indiana Tech, all players with a lot of boost.
If they're gonna do it, this has to be the chance, but it's on the ground and Cloud's able to keep it up. Off the backboard, let's see if they can keep it going here. Cloud over to his teammate Feed. It's a good interception by Manny, and they're probably gonna take it down here, and that takes this to an end. I am so sorry to the fans out there who wanted to see a Game 5, but BPCU capitalizing on Indiana Tech's mistakes, able to clean it up there in Game 4 and take the 3-1 series win over Indiana Tech. Chippy with a phenomenal performance for Indiana Tech today.
Chippy for MVP.
Absolutely.
Chippy for MVP.
Absolutely.
I mean, it stinks to see Indiana Tech losing out to BPCU Orange, but at the same time, What a series.
What a series. Absolutely.
Unbelievable series. It's very unfortunate it did not go to game 5, but at least we got more. We probably got more than 5 games of Rocket League for those first 2 overtimes.
Absolutely. I mean, the time allotted was just as much as if we had gone to a game 5. And I would argue to say that every single second of that was entertaining from start to finish. So can one really argue, partner?
I can, and honestly, it felt like, just like you were saying, it felt like watching the grand finals, even though it's only the second series of Group C and D. It's crazy to think how much more Rocket League we have to play.
Absolutely, and if you guys stick around, you'll definitely see more today. That was not our last matchup of the afternoon. We've got plenty more coming after this. Be sure to tag along and follow up with us if you want to see more exciting stuff like that series we just watched, because that was incredible.
Absolutely. We'll be right back after a short break, continued here on the Queen City Clash. Whew. After that last game, I wish I had a bit more of a breather, but we got Purdue and WKU Red up next. Purdue is a really good team, at least in the past they've been. I think they have mostly some of the same roster this year. They performed really well in QCC last year, and I hear WKU Red can also put up a pretty good fight.
Yeah, I've heard about the same thing. I've heard Purdue is a very good team and that WKU Red is also a very good team. We might be looking for another matchup similar to our previous one. Lots of overtimes, lots of intense play. We're coming out with the foam cowboy hat.
We got the
immediately.
cowboy hat and draconic wheels.
Looking for a showstopper today.
The kickoff hasn't even ensued, and I've already lost my marbles.
I'm not sure we got enough of a breather after that last series, partner.
Absolutely not, and we got Duck, Bill, and Plane on Purdue. This is definitely a different team than what I'm familiar with. And
Absolutely.
We got DPK, Hixos, and Subtle for WKU Red.
And I've heard good things about Subtle in the past on WKU Red. See if he can carry them to a win today.
I've also heard some good things about Hixos, or however you say that. Hixos, Hixos? Hixos. Hixo. Hixo. It's a fun name to say. Hixos. Oh my God.
word, and a good double there.
Finally, we get a good double tap on stream.
It's been a long time coming today, partner, that's for sure.
Absolutely. You know, there's been some missed opportunities. I know Mystic for Bearcats Red had a pretty good double tap earlier when our good friend SGAV19 was casting, but
Absolutely.
that's about the second decent double I've seen so far. A lot of these goals have just been defensive mistakes, putting it in the net. No strings attached, no BS, no cool mechanics, just putting it in the net. And right as I say that, Plane
down the field.
just puts the ball in the net. No craps given, just puts it in.
I mean, maybe we were wrong about WKU Red. Purdue really coming out of the engine hot here. And off to a really fast start in this game one. This best-of-5 series between Purdue University and WKU Red. Purdue off to a hot start. Just under 4 minutes left to go here. See if WKU Red can regain some of that momentum and keep themselves in this match before it starts to get ugly.
DPK using an Octane, but very interesting car design. It's got draconic yellow, saffron draconic wheels and a red hat, as well as like, what is that, lightning boost?
I gotta say, the drip is unmatched there.
The drip is pretty lit. His car's looking swag, and he probably feels good doing it.
Subtle with a shot on goal there. Hixo not able to follow it up. We'll see if he can get it back to his teammates here.
Yeah, Hixos looking for someone at the mid there. Unfortunately, there's two players that get right in his face. Purdue. But Purdue back on their defensive half. WKU putting on some offense here. We'll see if they get a goal out of it. Fortunately, not on this drive.
This is exactly what WKU needs, though. Able to keep it in the opponent's half, keep the pressure off of their net for a little bit, give themselves some time to breathe, get back into this match, so that way they don't get overwhelmed too early.
Like we were last match.
Absolutely.
I've come to expect the best out of players after what we saw in the performance from Indiana Tech.
This is the place to show it.
Absolutely.
Good save there from Subtle. Let's see if he can take it up the wall here and do anything with it. Playing on him. Off the ceiling. They're able to clear that away for Purdue.
Ball gets sent downfield into the half of WKU.
A little awkward there. Looks like WKU might have a miscommunication on the back line. Both players going for the ball at the same time. They're going to have to clean that up if they're going to take it against this Purdue offense. Very clean so far.
I think it's a great strategy. I implement it in my games a lot. It can be pretty effective.
Absolutely. A good pinch on the other half.
Until it leaves your net open, and then it's not very good. But, you know, sometimes you need that extra player to make sure that you don't miss the ball.
The foam topper adding a bit of sauce to the pass there. I mean, maybe it's not about how your car looks anymore.
It probably isn't, because normally if I see topper, antenna, or anything else cosmetic, I'm automatically thinking diamond. But this is QCC. There are not diamonds in this tournament. These players are probably doing it out of comfort, out of having fun. I have no idea, but I am all here for it.
Absolutely, partner. I'm right here with you. Love to see a little bit of variety in the car selection out here today. Of course, last match we had a interesting flat car design. I'm not sure. The Diablo, I think. Interesting choice for a LAN tournament. I don't mind the packet loss there in the middle of the screen. We'll get rid of that real quick.
We don't have Amazon Prime shipping.
It is unfortunate.
Free overnight shipping for our packets. Apparently not for this game.
Not for this game.
We will make do with what we have. So far, it seems like the lobby is doing pretty fine. So, yeah, maybe it was just a little hiccup. They thought they lost our package, but it's still there.
It's still en route.
It's still en route. It's still making its way.
Subtle able to get some small control there. Not able to get it out of their half, though. I gotta say, WKU not able to do anything on offense in this game. That's probably gonna hurt them down the line. They can't get anything going. They need to find their rhythm against this Purdue team.
After those first 2 goals by Purdue, it's been pretty stalemated in the middle of the field. WKU has put on some offense, but Purdue, their defense is not really flinching at all. They're like, go ahead, put some shots on target. We're just going to turn into a quick counterattack as Duck is trying to make that happen right now. Gets over 1, gets over 2. Luckily, Hixos is back there to save the shot. And it looks like with 3 seconds left on the clock, it will be Purdue who's going to take game 1 over WKU.
Absolutely, and I gotta say, after watching that Game 1 performance, Purdue entirely dominant. WKU Red, really not much going the other way there.
Absolutely, and you know, maybe WKU thought that the red hat would be a distraction to the other team, you know, make them focus on that more than the actual game, but Purdue unfazed. So far, they're winning pretty handily. Hopefully, we'll see if WKU can keep their defense up, keep some offense on the field, because right now, Purdue is in total control.
Yeah, I gotta say, partner, that foam topper is not tricking anybody but us up here at the broadcast booth.
Absolutely not. That's probably why I'm not playing in this tournament, because I get too distracted by things like that.
100%. And that's what makes the pros and top-level players different. They don't pay attention to foam toppers like us.
And I don't know if it's a mental game or whether it's just having fun or what it is, but that's the like 3rd or 4th time I've seen someone with a funny cosmetic or a not meta like loadout to go into one of these games.
Absolutely. With the lightning boost to match too. I mean, we're taking it back to season 2 with that.
I have tried it in the past to use a strategy where I pick a really annoying car preset and then I use Bacchus mod to hide it all. So I use like funny little haha boost and everyone has to deal with it except for me. I don't know if that's the strategy for that, but I wonder if they are actually playing with those cosmetics on their game or if that's just Bacchus mod.
And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is why we're in the broadcast booth. Giving you absolutely top-tier commentary on these foam toppers. Going into game 2 here between Purdue University and WKU Red, a pretty clean shutout from Purdue in that first match. WK Red's looking to get a lot more offense on this second game. Otherwise, we might be looking at a full tilt sweep here.
There's a very famous game on the UC Esports Twitch where Purdue Black was taking on Bowling Green's Brown team. And Purdue won the first 2 games extremely handily, and BGSU managed to make a 3-game reverse sweep comeback right as it looks like they were just going to get absolutely slaughtered. We could see the same thing happen with another Purdue team here, but for that to happen, Purdue's going to have to stay in control of this game, and so far, 40 seconds in, and WKU doesn't look too phased.
No, not at all. It looks like they're ramping up the pressure a bit here in game 2, realizing that last game they weren't in the offensive third as much as they needed to be. It's a good clear there. See if they can make anything happen from it. Looks like Purdue is a little out of position here, not able to capitalize though, sending it back the other way into WKU's half. It's a good carry there.
Great carry, good 50, pops up, waiting for someone to come grab it. Unfortunately, it's only Purdue players.
Yeah, and WKU's a little out of position here, leaving the open net more often than they probably should. We know these better teams can capitalize on those mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, WKU, similar to Indiana Tech.
That's a good pass middle, but nobody's there to follow it up. I mean, these are the kind of things that you have to capitalize on in these games.
Similar to Indiana Tech from last game, as I was saying, they sometimes have their offensive opportunities, but they just get shut down. They don't capitalize on them like they should. You can have possession for 80% of the game, but if you're not scoring goals out of it, it doesn't really matter in the end.
Absolutely.
And Purdue putting that on full display as they've been on their defensive half for what seems like most of this game so far. But Purdue finally trying to get on the other side of the ball here.
Honestly, Purdue just taking it really calm and patient right now. They don't really look stressed. WKU's not really peppering the net at all. Got another shot there. Good save from Plain.
Yeah, Purdue not playing too fast, not too aggressive, just calm, cool, and collected, strategic Rocket League. It's been a minute since we've seen that. A lot of these teams are really focused on hitting you as fast as they can with all these shots on net and hoping one of them connects, but Purdue is showing the other side of Rocket League where you just play slow, tactical, almost like a game of chess.
Absolutely, and you know, we've seen a lot of high-octane matches here at the Queen City Clash today. I gotta say, this is not one of them right now.
Absolutely not. It's one of the most insane Queen City clashes I've been a part of so far, and we're only in the group stage. We still have the bracket format coming tomorrow.
Of course, be sure to tune into that as well. We'll have so much high-octane gameplay going on. All the best teams from today qualifying for that second round tomorrow. Of course, our Bearcats Red making it in, and the second seed in Group B.
Yeah, I love to see it just squeezing by. It's very fortunate that they were able to get that with a three-way tie needing a deciding vote.
Absolutely.
Tough situation for teams, but I think ultimately they got the decision right, and WKU is going to put a goal on the board, finally
Absolutely.
showing some signs of life.
Subtle with a good shot there.
Great shot, barred down.
Absolutely. Able to keep WKU in this game and hopefully take a game off of Purdue here. Take it to game 3 with a little more confidence. But we'll see if they can clean it up in the last minute and 43 seconds, but it's an open net off the kickoff. That's got to hurt if you're WKU right off the score.
I gotta call you out. It's a caster's curse. You know, you say that they're finally having some life and they're looking good, and then all of a sudden the kickoff goal, things can change.
My
Things can change
apologies.
within a few seconds.
And that's my apologies to all those WKU fans out there. I mean, I may have just cursed you there, and I can't take it back now. But we're level 1-1 on this game, and game 2, minute 30 seconds left on the clock. We'll see if WKU can take it back down the field and get that game winner that they're desperately looking for right now. Because I'll tell you right now, if Purdue takes another game here, WKU's got to be really, really tough in their mental spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Purdue still maintaining to play their low aggression, high tactical play style, getting the passes, getting the ball in front of the net. That was a close miss by Plain. Potential goal opportunity there. We're still tied at 1 with about a minute left.
That's a good demo.
Comes out.
Back center, and that's a shot, and that's a goal from WKU Red. What a setup, what a demo. I mean, that's how you play Rocket League.
That is how you play Rocket League. Bottom right slot. Good shot from DPK. Plain had absolutely no chance at that. Low on boost. Great passing play from WKU. I think this is the spark they need to get their offense going.
And did I just catch a Crimson Cowboy pop goal celebration on top of the phone topper? We're talking top tier car design here, fellas.
The cosmetics are definitely probably maybe helping WKU if it's just having a good mood. I was interviewing with Joe Bro earlier. One of the things that he said to win games is just have fun. Don't really care that much. Just like be in a good mood and just kind of have the vibes. And maybe that's what DPK is trying to do for WKU. Just show, hey, it's not that serious. Just have fun, be in a good mood, and we'll win our games.
Absolutely. We all know that you're playing at your best when you're not thinking as much about it. You don't want to be in your head in these situations, especially at this top tier level of gameplay that we're seeing here today at QCC.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of really talented teams coming into this group stage. Of course, the best will prevail in day 2 tomorrow. As the clock winds to 0, Purdue looking for that last second goal. Didn't get the reset, fakes it off the crossbar. Plains there, didn't have the boost to put it in. WKU looking to ground in. Hixos will find the ground in the corner. What a last second stand from WKU.
WKU able to close the game out with a little bit of a scare on defense there at the end. But WKU able to push it out to the corner and put that on the ground and take it to a game 3, 1-1 on the series. What are you thinking, partner?
I think the luck was on WKU's side for that goal line stand. If Plain had 12 more boosts, it felt like he would have been able to find the back of the net, but unfortunately it just wasn't meant to be. But of course, WKU showing a lot more life in that second game. Purdue not as much in control. Their slow play style suddenly becoming a target for WKU. They're ramping up their aggression, going for more bumps, more demos. We saw the demo come out from WKU. They found the pass in the midfield, and they got a goal off of it, and that's what won them the game.
Absolutely, and that smart gameplay is going to have to carry over for them into this game 3 if they want to continue to ramp up the pressure here against Purdue University. Still a very good team, obviously. Don't want to take them for granted here.
Absolutely, and again, we're seeing those right off a kickoff. offensive pushes. Hixos trying to find anything he can. Plane going for another
Oh.
touch. He beats one. Can he angle it? Duck misses it.
And no follow-up from Purdue.
Again, Purdue gets, or rather WKU gets bailed out by the Purdue player not having enough boost. If they had even 10 more boosts, that's probably a goal.
If you are Purdue in that scenario, you're wondering when these mistakes might catch up to you with WKU starting to ramp up the pressure a bit in these games.
Yeah, Purdue needs to continue going with their game plan, playing methodical, good Rocket League. I don't know if slow is the answer anymore, as WKU is ramping up the speed. And, you know, one of the best strengths to a slow play style is to just hit them fast and hit them aggressively.
Absolutely.
Throw shots at the net, force them to make saves. Of course, the demos. The demos have been one of the biggest deciding factors of goals and who wins all these games in QCC. As you take a player out of the game, that's one less player you have to deal with, and it becomes a 3v2. And a lot of these teams are really good at capitalizing on that. Duck looking for the double.
The crossbar, no follow-up shot either. It's still in, though. WKU should be careful here. Oh my gosh, off the post, and it's back. Purdue not able to capitalize on these strange defensive lapses, and right there, Plane's able to put it to bed. WKU not able to hold on with this pressure.
I heard a third crossbar ding. Yep. They're 3 balls off of the post, 2 of them not connecting with the net, 1 of them finally going in. It seems like if you have a 1% chance of scoring, at some point it's gonna find the net.
I mean, if you pepper the net enough times, one of them has to go in, surely. Unless there's Chippy in net, of course.
Unless there's Chippy in net, then you just don't stand any chance, and he's just gonna clip farm you for the entire game.
100%. WKU not playing to their utmost potential right now. Purdue takes it under the third man to make this game 2-0 in game 3. Purdue is in close control right now. I don't think WKU is really in the right headspace going into this game 3 right now. 3 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, it looks like Subtle was looking for that maybe second touch on the air dribble, and Bill trying to outplay a WKU by putting his controller on the floor, saying, go ahead, jump at it. What are you going to do about it?
WKU needs to take a second to breathe here. Purdue is really just layering on the pressure right now. WKU needs to get their thoughts together. Otherwise, this could get away from them very quickly.
You said they need to get their thoughts together as Hixos almost scores the open net with a pass down to the midfield. Maybe it wasn't totally open, but he would have had a pretty hard shot to save. WKU finally seeming to find their stride on offense. They're throwing a lot more shots at the net, just like we were saying with Purdue. If you throw enough shots at the net, one of them's bound to go in, and it looks like it's a play style that WKU has adopted.
A good save from Subtle there in the corner, trying to push it back into the Purdue half. See if WKU can capitalize off of that pass right there. Not a good follow-up shot. Good defense from Purdue here.
Defense is what is going to win Queen City Clash. I'm calling it right now, and I'm sure we're going to see it tomorrow. The defense is what is deciding these games. If you make enough mistakes, you give your opponent enough goals, you just can't win any of your games. And so far, the teams that seem to be holding up the best defensively, as long as they have an offense that can put points on the board, they seem to be doing fine. Very scary opportunity there, as WKU probably should have been scored on there, but Purdue's luck running out a little bit, as again, the player at the midfield who can take the shot just has no boost to follow that up. Duck is going to try and do it himself, gets dunked.
At the end of the day here, Purdue really not looking like they're under much pressure from WKU. WKU can't capitalize when they're in the other half. And that's another goal to follow it up with. I think this one's pretty chalked.
Cool, calm, and collected. I've seen absolutely no panic on the defensive side of Purdue. WKU, on the other hand, when the ball, is sitting right in front of the net and you're afraid if someone's going to shoot it, I understand the panic. I think every Rocket League player can relate to it, but you can't panic in these positions. You got to just take a breather and assess the situation.
Especially not against players of this caliber, Shuriken. I mean, we're watching Purdue absolutely capitalize on every single one of these mistakes that WKU is making.
Absolutely, and they probably should have even had more goals than they do now because they had some missed opportunities, but WKU not following up on that. You know, if they want to start beating Purdue in these matches, they got to be following up on those missed opportunities from Purdue. They have a lot of opportunities where they try and shoot the ball with low boost, and sometimes they shoot and sometimes they miss, and WKU needs to get those quick counter attacks to follow up on that.
Absolutely. Whatever worked for WKU Red in Game 2 of this series, they need to focus on that, because clearly when they're not playing that game plan, the game gets out of hand for them very quick against this Purdue team.
Absolutely, and with just under 20 seconds left on the clock, it looks unlikely that a WKU comeback is going to happen, and Plain is going to put it away with an unbelievable read by Duck off the back wall, straight down to his teammate who's sitting there waiting. Hixos didn't get the touch he wanted, and Purdue will put Game 3 out of reach for WKU Red.
Yeah, absolutely. A wonderful double touch there from Duck for a pass and a setup for his teammate. I mean, Purdue's absolutely running away with this Game 3.
Absolutely, and again, you know, we've seen that WKU, if they can step up their speed and aggression, that they might have a chance against Purdue, but if your play style is about finding cracks in the armor and there are none, you know, what do? You got to figure out a game strategy that works against a team that's as solid and simple Rocket League as Purdue is. They're not super mechanical. They're not super crazy. They just play good, straightforward Rocket League, and so far it's working out for them.
Absolutely, and you know, going into this Game 4, WKU needs to keep a good head on their shoulders, because as we saw here in this Game 3, it can get out of hand really quickly for them. And if they're not able to capitalize on the mistakes that the other team is making or follow up on chances, we might see an early crash out here from WKU.
I do not think I have seen a team as calm, cool, and collected as Purdue yet. Most of these teams, when the ball is sitting in front of their net, they start throwing themselves at it, trying to clear it and get it out of the way. But Purdue not running into too many of those opportunities, putting themselves in good positions, and just not letting their nerves take control of them in these prime situations.
Absolutely, partner. I couldn't have said it better myself. I think Purdue is clearly playing a very calm and collected style of Rocket League right now, and it's very much working out for them. We see zero panic from them in defense. They didn't concede at all in that Game 3, and WKU had some chances. They just weren't able to put them to bed.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Purdue staying calm, cool, and collected, but on the offensive side of the ball, they have missed some opportunities on some open nets or some clear shots. And WKU, if that happens in this Game 4, they need to capitalize on that, because if they don't, then Purdue's just going to get back to defense and play collected like they have been all series.
Absolutely, and that's a good start for Purdue there, getting a couple demos off the kickoff. Trying to ramp up the pressure here, not give WKU a chance to get back into this series. I know if I'm Purdue, I want to close it out here.
Absolutely. I would love to just take the 3-1 and play our next match. To take it to Game 5 would be too much. Although, I don't know if a Game 5 would even phase this Purdue team for how they've been playing so far.
I'm not sure it would either, partner. They look very calm right now. That's a shot off the crossbar from Plain. Subtle's there to clean it up for WKU. Back in Purdue's half. I expect a lot of strong midfield play in this fourth matchup, because WKU is probably going to be playing a little bit more reserved, knowing that this could be their last chance to take it to a Game 5 here and keep themselves alive in this series.
We've been talking about Purdue staying calm under pressure in the defensive side, but it does seem like they have some issues on the offensive side of the ball. A lot of shot opportunities that just haven't gone in, and Bill is telling me I'm wrong because he finds the back of the net.
Absolutely. I mean, what a pass there. What a pass there.
Subtle just not in a good position to save that ball.
Not at all. Purdue capitalizing on an early mistake there from WKU Red, and we're starting to see some of the same themes from that Game 3 that really came back to bite WKU.
Yeah, both of these teams with their own weaknesses, but they affect each other in different ways. Purdue calm, cool, and collected on the defensive side of the ball and in the midfield, but when it comes to attacking, sometimes they fall a little bit short, and WKU...
But right as we say that, Bill with another goal for this Purdue team. I mean, I'm going to be honest here. 3 minutes and 37 seconds left. Purdue is running away with this right now.
I try to get my words out, and I try to talk smack about this Purdue team, and they just keep telling me, stop, we're fine, we're good, we're winning the series. Because every single time I try and point out a flaw, Bill's just going to score a hat trick before I can even stop talking.
Bill's single-handedly running this game up for Purdue right now. WKU needs to stem the bleeding immediately, or this could get ugly.
A lot of times when it's game point for one of these teams, it's either it can be a close game that goes to OT or one team can completely run away with it. And so far, it's looking like Purdue might run away with it in game number 4.
I mean, I'm not saying we're going to see some absolutely crazy scoreline like we saw earlier today with a 10-1 victory. But this is looking pretty ugly so far with 3 minutes and 15 seconds still left on the clock here for WKU Red. And that's a 4th goal for Bill. Absolutely running rampant on this WKU defense that is absolutely in shambles right now. They need to get it together.
If they can't capitalize on any mistakes that Purdue is making, and Bill is just going to keep finding that net over and over again. He scored all 4 of Purdue's goals in this first bit of gameplay, and we still have more than half of the game left to go. Now, that being said, WKU has shown to be good on offense at times. If they can spring out of nowhere, get some breathe some life into this team by scoring a goal. 1 goal is all it takes to start your momentum again.
Absolutely, and we all know momentum is one of the most important aspects of this game. 1 goal really could change a series. That's a good touch there from WKU. Let's see if Subtle can follow up with a shot here. It's a good save from Bill off the squishy.
Yeah, good squishy save by Bill, and he's definitely trying to prove that he is the best one on this team. As he gets
what a redirect!
Absolutely unbelievable redirect goal down the field.
Oh, my word. Bill said, look, I don't need you guys. I can do it myself today.
You say his name, and he delivers. Finds the net with a great redirect down the field. Purdue is up 5 goals, and there's still another half to be played.
I think Bill's coming for that foam topper on the other team. He wants it.
Yeah, he sees it as a sign of disrespect, and he's having none of it as he dunks another player, almost gets the waterfall read.
And I'll be honest here, partner. WKU looks like they've absolutely fallen apart in this game. No answers for this Purdue offense. Absolutely massacring this WKU Red team in Game 4.
They played calm, they played cool, they played collected, and they said, you know what? The chains are coming off. We're going unleashed. We're not going to slow down at all. Forget the slow play style. We need to score goals and put this game out of reach. Good save by Bill. It's Purdue showing absolutely no signs of slowing down. A demo coming out. WKU just getting completely outplayed.
Yeah, WKU with 0 answers for this Purdue University team, and we're watching an absolute masterclass from Bill right now.
Oh, absolutely. You know, performing when it matters most on the big stage, that could be what Purdue needs to give themselves another series lead to stay in Queen City Clash. They've been performing well so far. WKU Red is going to have to hang in there for future games. They got to find a way to step up on these teams because Purdue, once they have you figured out, it seems like they got it.
Oh, what a save, but then followed up by DPK for WKU Red. I'm not saying that it's a comeback, but 1 goal.
All it takes is 1. That's all it takes. All it takes to start a comeback is 1 goal, and that can be what sparks your momentum to come back. But we'll have to wait and see because, again, with how we've seen Purdue play, I would not say a comeback is likely. That being said, DPK almost has the read.
That's good patience there. And this could be a good opportunity for WKU Red if they keep ramping up the pressure like this. But going the other way, is it open net for Blank? Can he capitalize? No!
Bill just didn't have the boost to get it.
Oh, and Duck just slots
And
it in.
it doesn't matter. Duck says, grab your passports. You're going to Brazil.
Nobody home for WKU Red to save that. I mean, Purdue is just absolutely mopping the floor with this WKU Red team right now.
As long as I have been on the stream, this is the most goals I have seen scored in a single game. Purdue coming out swinging, not taking their foot off the gas. They still want more. They are still on the offensive half of the field, and WKU just looks like they're ready to pack it up, go home, go next. GG.
Purdue came into this match expecting a win, I would say. But what they didn't expect was to absolutely knock them out of the park.
Absolutely. And, you know, WK Red, again, in that second game, they held their own against this Purdue defense. You know, they found the holes in the defense that they needed, and they did what they had to claw victory. although I do believe is only by 1 goal, but you know, a win's a win. But in this last game, it just seems like sometimes the wheels are falling off the bus and sometimes they come completely off, as that actually is it's a great save by Hitsauce at the goal line. Looks like the score might remain 7-1. Purdue University with a statement win against WKU. Bill is not done. He wants more.
Oh my gosh! I mean, just
And more
layering
is
it
what
on.
he's gonna get.
I mean, signed, sealed, delivered. Purdue University absolutely clobbering WKU Red in this 4th match to take a series win, 3-1. I mean, no words. That was
No words.
That was an absolute masterclass from the Purdue team. Bill with 5 goals in the match, 10 shots, 5 assists from playing. That's insane.
10 shots from Bill is a crazy stat. Yeah, I think we were talking about it at first that some of the most successful teams in this QCC tournament are the ones who capitalize on those mistakes, and Purdue capitalizing on seemingly every even minor slip up that WKU comes up with. Unbelievable performance by this Purdue team.
Absolutely, and if I'm WKU, I got to feel a little bit upset after that Game 2 win they had. Not able to keep that mentality going and use that to motivate them for the next match. An immediate loss in that Game 3, and then absolute wipeout in Game 4.
Yeah, it seemed almost kind of uncharacteristic for them in that last game. It almost seemed like they were just going to slowly walk away with it by 1 goal in that last game. But they said, you know what? No holds barred. We're just going to give them all we've got. And they surely delivered.
Absolutely. And Purdue University with a really, really big statement win there in Game 4. They're a team to watch out for the rest of this QCC tournament.
Absolutely. And we'll be back in a few minutes with our next Queen City Clash game. But what a statement win by Purdue and what a series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a few minutes after this short break.
and welcome back to another set of matches. We just saw a pretty good one, Purdue kind of laying the smackdown at the end there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Purdue laid down the law in that last game. I mean, 8-1 victory over, what was it, WKU Red? And
Yep.
I mean, that was a good performance you're going to see at this entire LAN, I'll be honest. So looking for a better matchup here between Ohio State Gray and IU Retirement Home, who, if you were tuning in earlier, did lose 3-1 in the series against the USC Gamecocks.
Yeah, USC is just a really good team. I mean,
Absolutely.
it's no fault to their own. USC was pretty much slated to win that, I believe.
Absolutely. And here's some of the highlights from...
No highlights,
No.
just start of the game.
Okay, start of the game. I think we've got the wrong...
Yep, our producer's working on it,
Team.
so don't worry about it. All right, so on the left we got OSU Gray, and on the right we got
IU Retirement Home.
IU Retirement Home.
And off to a fast start here in this match. Got the G2 decal on the Octane, kicking it back old school there.
Yeah, I didn't get to point it out last game because I wasn't casting, but the BDS decal last game on one of the cars, I'm a big fan of those decals. They're pretty clean. So.
Absolutely. I mean, me and my partner Shuriken over there only talking about the foam toppers. So
I mean, it was so out there. You had to talk about it.
absolutely. Followed it up with a crazy goal celebration too. I mean,
Definitely the Cowboy one. Love that one.
here in this match between Ohio State Gray and IU Retirement Home, a minute and some change into this first match of the series, and not too much going either way for either team. Lots of midfield play here. Calm and collected.
Lots of demos off the top too. I feel like It's just-
Absolutely.
I've seen a lot of them like as we were talking, but very aggressive game, chippy game.
Definitely. And I would argue right here at this stage of the game, it looks like IU Retirement Home's layering on the pressure a little bit more than Ohio State Gray here. Good shot there off the bar from IU. Not able to capitalize.
Making that one a little bit close. I was clenching my teeth a little bit on that one.
Absolutely. I mean, Ohio State holding on by the skin of their teeth there. They're going to have to be careful against this IU team. Very sneaky. They were able to take a 3-0 win in their next series, but IU Retirement Home, right after I say that, capitalizing on a mistake there.
It's always when you start talking about a team, they'll either score or they'll flub it.
Absolutely, and that's the commentator's curse right there.
Yeah.
Coming off that goal, we got 3 minutes and 8 seconds in this first game here, and Ohio State Gray looking a little shaky.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, again, this IU Retirement Home team, very talented team.
Very talented.
Both teams very talented, of course, but they're just looking like they've got it under control.
Yeah, very well organized. You can see their spacing and their boost control is very good right now. Ohio State really not able to boost starve their opponents here, unlike IU Retirement Home, able to keep it in Ohio State's half for most of this game, but not right now. Ohio State's layering on the pressure, trying to get back into this game here.
Yeah, low 50, almost ended in a goal.
It's a
but
good save from Jackson.
Yeah, Jackson just keeping the defense up for IU Retirement Home here.
IU Retirement Home is laying on the pressure again, though. OSU's got to get out of their own half here.
Yeah, and as we say that, they actually bring it all the way down the field.
Absolutely. And a good pass there and a shot, and Cosmo is able to tie it up, going over the head of an IU player there. Looks like Jackson goal. What do you say here? This is a good start to game one here between OSU and IU Retirement Home. 1-1, 2 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, really, it has been a good game, and it feels like we're kind of dictating the game a little bit here.
100%. I think we might be reading the script a little too hard. This is going weird.
And that might just be in. Oh, never mind.
Good save off the post there. It's still on, though. They got to be careful here. I did see another Space Station Gaming decal in there. We got some clean decals in the house today.
Okay. I have an old one from like 2019.
Yeah.
Some old one.
I saw earlier somebody with the Cloud9 decal. That's something I haven't heard in a long time now.
Yeah, that's about ancient.
Minute 35 seconds left here, and neither team really looking to take a bite right now. Just kind of a lot happening in the midfield here. Lots of control, not trying to push too hard.
This might end up in a goal, but no, Cosmo with a good block.
It's a great save. Low boost, almost no boost.
Yeah, I almost definitely thought that was in.
100%. It's a good demo in the corner there. Let's see if they can capture. That was a good touch. He did not land very comfortably there.
An awkward save, but it works out for them.
Absolutely. Ohio State ramping up the pressure here at the end of the game, trying to get that game winner, seal that first victory. You know that does droves for the mental going into a game too.
Yeah. I mean, mental, huge part of the game. Part of the reason why I was, where I was.
Absolutely.
Because bad mental.
Absolutely.
So.
And that goes out to all the players, It's more importantly than your mechanics, your foam toppers, anything else out there. You got to have a good headspace when you're playing in these types of environments, At a LAN event, this capacity, playing against really, really good teams from all over the country. And, we're seeing the pressure get to some of these players in this event.
Yeah, you can't crack. You just got to keep going and just not think about how bad a situation is or anything like that.
Absolutely. And right as we say that, IU retirement home looking for the pinch in the midfield to try and get that game winner. Can't find it, though. They got to be careful here. Couple seconds left on the clock. It looks like we might be taking this one to overtime. It's not down yet, though. Cosmo with a follow-up, and that is going to hit the ground. We will go to overtime here in game one.
Yeah, already.
Saw a lot of that in some of our previous series here. It's a good kickoff, though, from IU retirement home. Let's see if they can capitalize here.
Yeah, we might be in for a good one, just like 2 series ago.
Absolutely.
5-minute overtime.
Nail biter. Can't sing our praises enough about Chippy's defensive performance during that series.
Yeah, really. As the producer.
Oh my word, and a bad read off the backboard, and Ohio State is able to capitalize to win game one in overtime.
Yeah, I mean, just a good shot from Damwad, playing the miss there.
Yeah, absolutely.
You think that, the IU player under there, he would tap it up, but
Yeah.
Damwad playing that he's not going to go for it and just ends off in a good play for them.
Dan was confident enough to sit there and bide his time, and obviously it paid off there with the game-winning goal in game one of this series. What are your thoughts going forward so far after OSU takes the overtime victory here?
Honestly, I think this is going to be another very close series, just like I forget what what teams those were.
Yeah, 2 series ago on our stream, and we had a 3-1 victory for I believe it was BYSU.
BGSU.
BGSU.
Yep.
BGSU took a 3-1 victory in that series, but it was a very, very well-fought series. It could have gone either way at any point in time. We thought we were going to see a Game 5. Tremendous defensive display from both teams, and that's kind of what we're seeing here. Not a lot of offense going on.
Yeah, definitely not a lot of offense, but I feel like once the nerves kind of wear off a little bit, I think being on the stream match kind of makes some people a little nervous.
Absolutely.
It might turn into a bloodbath.
Absolutely, and that's kind of what happens in these game ones. It's just feeling each other out real quick and seeing which team's going to make the first mistake. And at this point, it looked like it was IU retirement home. OSU able to capitalize right there at the end of overtime.
Yeah, I think we might be in. Dare I say?
There he says.
Dare I say? We might be in for a 5-game series here.
And I'm right there with you. Gav. I think we could see our first 5-gamer here of the afternoon, and I know the fans would love to see it. I would love to see it.
Yeah.
Our producer would love to see it.
He's shaking his head at me because I think he knows I'm throwing the caster's curse down here.
Yeah, but that's okay because right in this game 2 right here between Ohio State and IU retirement home, still 0-0 about a minute into this match, and we're kind of seeing the same trends that we saw in game 1 there. A lot of conservative play style here, not trying to overstep and make any mistakes that the other team can capitalize on.
Yeah, and as you saw there, like I was saying before, I mean, 2 demos on, I believe that was Ohio State.
Yeah, absolutely. Demo heavy series so far. Looks like that seems to be the strategy for both teams going forward, trying to out-muscle their opponent, if you will.
Yeah, definitely. Out-muscle them. Seems like they're trying to outspeed each other really hard here.
100%. Melody takes a huge 50 there, but B-Boy says hit the gym. Able to clear that.
Oh, man. I almost definitely thought that they were getting that over him, but he stayed strong.
Ohio State still not able to capitalize, though, going the other way. IU Retirement Home kind of hanging on by a thread here, and that's going to be another shot from Ohio State. Easy save for Jax.
I mean, I've seen this team play in our land before, and they always are pulling some crazy stuff no matter what year it is.
Absolutely. And IU Retirement Home, you know, even though they're looking a little shaky on defense right now, nothing's gone in their net this game, and they still have a chance to come back and counter on the other end. It's a good save off the crossbar from KBM. Dan with a follow-up. B-Boys with a follow-up, and it hits the post.
Ooh, that one. We're seeing a lot of close saves here.
Absolutely.
IU keeping the saves a little scary.
100%. IU definitely back on their heels right now. They're going to have to get some momentum going forward here. Otherwise, we could see Ohio State start to take over in this series.
Yeah, definitely. And as these saves get closer and closer, you know, it bodes well for Ohio State because at one point the armor's going to crack and it's going to end up in a goal.
And we saw that last series between WKU and WKU totally faltered in that fourth match. I mean, they only had 1 goal to the 8 from the other team, and eventually that armor does start to crack. But B-Boys here for Ohio State with almost 2 minutes left on the clock. Looks like able to just boom that the other way. Bar downskis. I mean, you can't ask for anything better than that when you're looking for luck on your side.
Yeah, the bar down. You hate to see it as the other team, but you love to see it if you're B-Boys.
I mean, I think at this point, everybody's just looking for the noise from the crossbar. Am I right?
Yeah, really.
That's a good redirect there from IU Retirement Home. Are they able to follow up? No, it hits the crossbar.
Oh my goodness.
IU Retirement Home just not able to capitalize on any of these chances they're having on offense right now.
I know, it's crazy to see. And
Ohio State's just capitalizing on the other end. I mean, this Ohio State team's just looking absolutely locked right now.
Yeah.
They have IU on their heels.
I agree. I mean, they're looking so dominant on offense. IU looking a little shaky, especially in the shooting category there.
100%, and I'm not sure I can say the nerves are necessarily getting to IU here, but maybe that game 1 loss takes a little wind out of their sails here. Able to get a goal back, though. They said we're not done yet.
Yeah. You know, we keep saying these things, and then they do the opposite of what we're saying.
Absolutely.
It's just, at this point, you got to expect it.
If this was the NFL, somebody would say we're writing the script, but I promise you, this is all down to the mercy of the Rocket League gods here.
Yeah, really. Just a bunch of talented individuals.
And just as we say that, IU Retirement Home able to level up the score 2-2 with 1:15 left on the clock. Looks like they found their life.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, getting those quick shots off, and they're not looking back on what they once were.
No, absolutely not. And if I'm Ohio State right now, they got to stem the bleeding because IU is absolutely rolling with the punches right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking a little timid after their initial offensive presence.
Absolutely, and 2-0 up, you got to be wondering if the mentality in Ohio State's team right now might be looking the other way because you should be able to hold on to that lead at this level.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you're up like that, you're just playing defensive minded.
Absolutely.
And you kind of ignore the fact that you need to be putting that offensive pressure up there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure for all of you viewers watching, you know complacency in a Rocket League match, and that can come back to hurt you pretty badly. I mean, you want to make sure that you're keeping the pressure up, keeping the tempo, not giving them enough time to follow up on their shots and, you know, capitalize on your mistakes. But right now, IU Retirement Home really taking it to this Ohio State offense.
Yeah, and that offensive possession right there, just unfortunate for Ohio State. They couldn't get it done. It looked like they almost had the open net.
Absolutely.
But they couldn't shoot it. It was just too far away on the wall.
Absolutely. We come down to the last seconds of game 2 here in this series. Tie game. Oh, my word. What a save to keep it out there. Send it to overtime.
Oh, man.
Ohio State really back on their heels right now. IU Retirement Home has been peppering that net for the last minute and a half.
Yeah, and this kickoff isn't looking good in Ohio State's favor here.
Absolutely not. IU Retirement Home's trying to put this game to bed, get it level on the series, and they do. Jax with the shot. Ohio State not able to keep it out that whole time. Up 2 goals in the game, and they just crashed out a little bit there. What do you think happened?
Yeah, I think, especially in that overtime, that kickoff, it set up IU so well there.
Yeah.
It was hard for them not to score there.
Absolutely. I mean, Ohio State did everything they could in the beginning of that game, and it looks like they just turned off a little bit towards the end there. Yeah. I would say IU retirement home really came back with a vengeance in that game, and now the series is level 1-1. So who knows what happens in the third? And that's the exciting part.
Yeah, if there's anything to take away from that, don't get complacent.
100%. And I would agree with you.
Keep your foot on the gas. Just keep going, attacking. Like it's such a simple thing to think about, but if you're playing the game, it's something that you just tend to forget.
Yeah, and we've seen it in some of these earlier matchups today where teams have been up and taken their foot off the gas and given up a game or two. And most of them have been able to, recapitalize and come back and win their series. But maybe this comes back to haunt Ohio State here in this series, going into Game 3.
I mean, IU just has to keep the pressure that they just had in the second half of that game.
Absolutely, and you got to say their confidence is probably buzzing right now after that win. So
yeah, as we see,
and
Ohio
that's
State.
a good shot in the midfield from Ohio State Gray. 1-0 in Game 3 here. 4 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock. Good no boost read there. Nobody in net for IU to keep that out, and you got to wonder if that's a defensive lapse or just a good setup.
I think it was just a good setup for Ohio State there.
Yeah.
Maybe I didn't see it too clearly, but maybe third man was grabbing corner boost. Just an unfortunate rotation.
Yeah, and we've seen it across this land many times today. Communication is just as important as anything else here. You need to know where your teammates are at, or end up with situations like that where they just have an open net.
Yeah. And as we see, Damwad trying to get a 50 there, but IU might have a chance. No, Cosmo.
Not able to capitalize. Ohio State doing a good job keeping it out of their half right now.
Cosmo's just peppering the net here.
Absolutely, but we did see this at the beginning of last game where Ohio State had most of the momentum and took their foot off the gas, so I'll be curious to see if the same thing happens here in Game 3.
I think they've learned from their past mistakes, and they're going to keep just peppering the net and keeping their foot on the gas.
Yeah, absolutely. IU retirement home not backing away just yet, though. That's a good save from Jax.
Still is close for Ohio State, as that's still in play for them, but I think Damwad going for some demos?
Yeah, pop towards the ceiling there. It looks like Jax is able to clear here. B-Boy misses the read on the corner, and it's a save from Dan. It's still not clear. I mean, can you get any closer?
Yeah, really. We've seen it, actually.
You can get pixels. We saw that earlier today.
Yeah, I've had a couple saves myself where they're completely in, but somehow you save them.
Hey, I mean, you just got to make sure you're not taking your eye off the ball there.
Yeah.
Oh, and what a save. What another save from B-Boys. Ohio State really locking down the net right now.
Yeah, and I think another thing is probably their defense faltered a little bit in that last game. So
Absolutely.
they're definitely stepping it up and making sure that their defense doesn't crumble apart like it did last time.
Absolutely. That's another good shot there, and it's just off from Cosmo. IU's got to be really careful here. They're low boost.
Yeah, looking a little dangerous for Ohio State, though, as they try to do a passing play.
If that pass works out, open net for IU to capitalize on.
And I think it's a matter of if you have boost or not. And, the person receiving that pass didn't have boost, and it just went straight past him.
Absolutely, Gavin. I would agree with you. And right now, Ohio State's really just playing the boost management game a lot better here.
You just call me Gavin.
I said Gav.
Oh, just like Gavin. I gave you a little side eye. I was like, what are we doing here?
Bombastic. That's a good save from B-Boys.
B-Boys trying to get a cuxer. It looks like it's on target, but Nico there.
In the end, easy grab, another bench off the wall.
Oh, my goodness.
Good redirect. It's a good pass. Let's see if they can capitalize. No, B-Boy's there again. B-Boy looking like a chippy class defensive game here.
That's our new comparison.
I think so.
Chippy level savior.
Chippy for MVP today in my eyes. I'll be honest.
Honestly, the whole team was defensively just amazing
Phenomenal.
in that series.
Absolutely.
The one game they had like 15 saves overall. I was like, oh my gosh.
B-Boy with a carry to the ceiling here, but nothing coming from it. IU with a shot. If he could get that on target, that might have had a chance.
Just an unfortunate bounce for IU there. I
Unlu-
mean, that's something
unlucky.
you don't want to see.
Unlucky for sure. Cosmo is able to clear this out of the Ohio State half. A minute left on the clock here. IU's got to get something going. Haven't really seen them get much offensive presence in this game 3.
Yeah, I think they're struggling a little bit on the accuracy of their shots.
Absolutely.
rather.
And Ohio State's just very well organized here, but that's a good shot from Melody. Able to tie this game up with 43 seconds left in game 3. And what are you seeing here, Gav?
You know, a little bit of an unfortunate own goal from Damwad, but great pressure from IU, especially after we were just talking about the accuracy.
Absolutely.
Script writers, what are we doing here?
Absolutely. I think we've dictated almost every single goal in the series so far, and I'm not sure how I feel about that, partner.
Yeah, no, it's we're not beating the script writing allegations, that's for sure.
Definitely not, but that's okay because we're still looking at some top-tier gameplay here.
Yeah.
A 1-1 draw here in game 3 with around 20 seconds left on the clock. Let's see if this game goes to overtime. I think Ohio State would look to close this out. Second game in a row where they've been up at least a goal and not been able to close it out.
And IU with a wall.
Wow, I mean, Jack's just putting it to bed here, hopefully, for IU. 9 seconds left on a clock. What a read off the wall.
That was insane.
I mean, pick your spot. Like, wow.
Oh my gosh. I mean, for the level of shot it was, I feel like we didn't react enough.
No,
But
absolutely not. That caught me off guard as well.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about something else, and he just pulls that out of his pocket.
Well, right when we thought IU retirement home might have bottled game 3, they come back and win it at the death with a beautiful sidewall read.
Yeah, and it comes to be a matter of this team just seems like they're good at comebacks.
Absolutely.
They don't get phased if they go down a goal or two. They find a way to stay calm and collected and pull out the win.
Absolutely, and if I'm Ohio State in this situation, I'm wondering where these games are starting to get away from us because you've been up in the last 2 games of the series, not able to close it out, and I'm wondering if that's a little bit of the nerves starting to get to them.
Yeah, I think you know, after the first loss, they tried to put their foot on the gas, and then once they got that lead, they started to feel the same worry as is this going to go like last game did, and then of course unfortunately ended up that way.
Absolutely, and we're seeing that, you know, taking your foot off the gas and not keeping that pressure up right now is really hurting most of these teams in this LAN. And if I'm Ohio State here, this is a must-win game, obviously, but I think just for the mentality too going forward, you don't want to keep giving up leads that you have in these games. That's important.
Yeah, no, I mean, keeping the lead is like, you know, the ideal situation. But you never know what will happen in a Rocket League game.
Absolutely. In this game 4 here between Ohio State Gray and IU Retirement Home. IU Retirement Home and a 2-1 lead on the series so far. Ohio State Gray not shying away from their chances. They are scoring goals. Just not able to hold on to their leads here. IU is stone cold in the second half of these games. Able to capitalize on a lot of these Ohio State mistakes.
Yeah, and as the series goes on, I mean, you have to worry, is Ohio State going to start feeling that series deficit? Are they going to start getting frantic and make more mistakes as we see Ohio State score?
As we say that, Cosmo with I don't even know what this, a pop off the pass?
Yeah, a good pass from B-Boys, and Cosmo just there to redirect it in.
Yeah, right into an open net. IU Retirement Home kind of making a lot of these open net mistakes early in these games. We've seen that more than a few times from them now.
Yeah, they're definitely a second half team.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Can't count them out just yet, obviously. Just a 1-goal lead for Ohio State. 4 minutes left roughly in the match. Dan takes this to the ceiling. Melody meets him. Melody able to catch it, but Ohio State able to clear it out of their half. We'll see if B-Boy can get a shot here. It's a good pass center. Nobody's able to follow up. Jack's able to get a clear there for IU.
And I mean, they're rotating really well, keeping keeping that pressure, making sure that their third man's not getting stuck in a situation where he's in a 1v3 or something of that.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing good organization in the first half of this match from Ohio State so far. Not really giving too many chances to IU. I don't even know if I've seen a shot from IU on their net yet, so.
Yeah, I think they've been trying to get pressure, but Ohio State just kind of keeping that cool head, which, you know, as we've seen in the first half of these games, they tend to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now it's imperative for them because this loss means a loss on the series. So right as we say that, Jackson's able to tie this game up 1-1. I mean, the commentator's curse just goes every single time.
I think this is the worst commentator's curse we've ever put on two teams.
It's becoming questionable, that's for sure. It's becoming questionable. 1-1 between these teams now, though. I mean, almost halfway through this match, and that's an easy goal for Ohio State Gray. What happened here for IU?
Looks like maybe just side flipped instead of flipping into it, and Damwad just able to slide it under him.
I mean, if that's the goal that ends up deciding this match, that's going to hurt a little bit for IU.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a punch in the face, one could say.
Absolutely. But if I'm Ohio State Gray, I'm feeling really good about my chances of taking this to Game 5 today.
Yeah.
Of course, the fans are looking for a good Game 5 here. We haven't had one this afternoon yet.
Yeah, no, we have not seen a Game 5. I'm pretty sure there have been all the series that we have seen have been 3-1s
Or
3-0s.
Yeah. I don't think we've seen a single Game 5 today.
And even in the non-stream matches, there's been one Game 5 that I know of between the A and B
Oh
teams.
my word, but what a shot from Jax.
Wow. Just reading the bounce off the back wall, getting the slot under Damwad. Just
Absolutely. Able to tie it up for IU retirement home.
yeah. Couldn't ask for a better play.
Absolutely not, and Ohio State's probably going to be feeling the pressure now, tied with about 2 minutes left, knowing that this game decides the series, potentially.
Yeah, and this is the usual where we start to see them get a little shaky.
Absolutely.
And now the question is, can they hold on throughout these 2 minutes in this game?
You got to hope here, if you're Ohio State, that you see some sort of defensive lapse from IU retirement home, because as we know, IU is very good in the second half of these games. Ohio State's been a little shaky in the second half. They're going to have to turn that around this game if they want to stay in this series and take it to a Game 5.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm sure they've been using their time in between matches to kind of talk it through and be like, this is what we're doing wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're seeing lots of changes in this game specifically from Ohio State. They've been able to manage it a little bit better, but it has been those small defensive lapses at the end of games, and that's a good redirect off the backboard. No follow-up from KVM, though. Ohio State has a chance to counter here if they're fast enough.
D-Boy's going for a solo play here. Maybe a little double. No. He gets blocked by IU.
Nothing comes from it. I mean, IU's locking down the net right here with a minute left. They don't want to give up that game winner to Ohio State with not much time left on the clock. They want to end this now.
Yeah, they definitely do. And, you know, I'm sure both of these teams their nerves are very high at the moment.
Oh, they've got to be through the roof right now.
Ooh, good play from IU there to keep it off of the net.
It's a great save. It's a great 50 from Dan. It's a really strange touch towards the center, though. Melody able to 50 that for IU, and that looks like it's going to be an open. Oh, my word, what a save out of nowhere. I mean, you didn't even see him on your screen, and he just flew in there and cleared it for him.
Oh, my goodness.
That probably should have been it for IU.
Yeah, I mean, what a defensive play from Ohio State, showing that they're not as phased as they were in those first couple games.
Absolutely, but the clock is ticking here. Unless Ohio State can get something going the other way, it looks like we're taking Game 4 to OT.
Has every game been an OT?
Not in this series specifically, I don't think. I think the last game was right before OT they got the game winner.
Yes, that did happen. Because IU kind of...
Oh, no, and a mistake. It looks like some sort of miscommunication here.
Oh, that's not how you want to end a series.
Oh,
Just
and
couldn't reach it.
B-Boy just misses. That's got to hurt.
Yeah,
That's got to hurt.
That's got to sting. And I'm pretty sure that Ohio State was 0-2 in their group, so that might have just eliminated them from being in day 2.
Yeah, and if that's correct, that means Ohio State's crashing out of their group, unfortunately. And you got to say they didn't look bad though. They had their chances. They were up in 3 of those games.
Yeah.
Not able to close it out against that IU retirement home team.
Yeah, I mean, when it came down to it, IU was just a little bit more dominant in the clutch.
Absolutely, and you saw it, and it had to be in their mentality. Ohio State just broke down more than enough times to give IU that opportunity to come back in every single one of those games. And right there with the defensive lapse in overtime, I mean that hurts to see on any level. So
yeah, I mean maybe IU operating with a little bit of swagger.
Oh, 100%. That means IU has won 2 of their series now today. That takes them to, I believe, 2-1 on their record, and that does mean Ohio State goes down to 0-3, I believe. And if history is any indicator, that means they are most likely leaving QCC after today. Thank you for participating, though. You guys put up a heck of a fight.
Yeah.
IU retirement home. Congratulations on the win, obviously, and man. We've had some killer matches today, but still no Game 5s, so sorry about it. But we'll be right back after this short break with our final match of the afternoon between BPU and Central Michigan.
Yep, we got BPCU Orange and Central Michigan, so that's going to be a fun matchup.
Absolutely, and we saw BPCU carry out a win earlier today, so hopefully Central Michigan can put up a good fight and we get a good top off to end the day here. So we'll be back after a short break, and we'll see you in our 5th stream of this afternoon. Thanks for sticking around.
And welcome back. Same casters again. We just witnessed a pretty fun game, you know.
Yeah.
Some comebacks and some unfortunate collapsing for the other team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ohio State definitely had their chances. They were up in all 3 of the games that they lost and just not able to close it out every single time. Seems like IU retirement home really had the mentality over them in the second half of all of those games. But in the end, Ohio State not able to get the job done, and they go to 0-3 on the day, and they will be leaving QCC, unfortunately. So that besides, though, we do have a great matchup coming up after this. 2 high seeds right now going into this final match.
Yeah, we got the 1 seed, Bruden Parker, which I'm pretty sure are 3-0 on the day.
Yeah, they've only dropped one game in all of their series.
Yeah, and Central Michigan 2-1, and you know this isn't going to move the needle on the bracket at all, unfortunately for them. But it is bragging rights. You know, if you take down a 1 seed in this, you know, it could shift the tide a little bit, in terms of, you know, they can feel more confident against Bruden Parker if they have to face him in day 2.
Absolutely, and straight into the action, and BPCU Orange with the quick goal 7 seconds into this match on Central Michigan University. I mean, that's a quick start.
Yeah, starting early with the caster's curse. I mean,
yeah,
just got into it.
I mean, look, as you said, not a lot to play for here. Both teams are going on to day 2 of this tournament. However, you are correct. There are bragging rights at stake here, and maybe it's a good precursor to see who can play at the top level of this competition tomorrow.
Yeah, and, you know, we do say that, but there is a chance that it could affect the seeding, but I think given or game differential, it shouldn't move the needle too much.
Right. I think both of these teams probably obviously deserve a spot tomorrow, so regardless, they will both make it.
Yeah.
And good start for BPCU Orange, obviously. Minute down in this match. Central Michigan, not really much going on in the offensive third right now, and that was a close follow. Manny with a shot, and it just goes in. Nobody there to save it. He was close.
And you already know what BPCU is saying during that shot. Thank goodness it's not Chippy.
Absolutely. I mean, they had quite a time with Chippy earlier today. Clearly happy to not see him in the opposition net.
Yeah, I mean, that might give them nightmares tonight when they're preparing for day 2.
I think I'm having nightmares about Chippy. I would never want to queue against him. Ever.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. BPCU off to a hot start here, though. Hard to see Central Michigan gather any speed here. It's a good take to the sidewall, though.
I mean, Central Michigan's got to get the needle moving early. It's already 3:30 left in this game. There's a lot of games to be played, but to go down that quickly, it doesn't bode well.
No, absolutely not. It's definitely going to affect their mental a little bit. You never want to go down to 2 goals in the series immediately. I mean, that's tough to handle, but so far they've stemmed the bleeding about 2 minutes into this match, and see if they can get anything going on offense here. Try to give it back to BPCU here.
Yeah, but, I mean, BPCU just shooting everything at net.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking calm, collected, composed off the post.
Oh, man, that's a tough one to see right off the post, but they're still keeping up the pressure. Even
Absolutely.
Now.
I mean, they have Central Michigan's number right now. There's not much to say going forward for Central Michigan. Good offensive chance here, though. They've got a 2v1 if they can make it work. And misses the bump cut. It doesn't matter. Ware's able to get the goal to keep Central Michigan in this match.
Yeah, I mean, just a good passing play there. Also going for the bump. Very smart play.
Absolutely. High IQ.
Yeah.
High IQ.
It's an IQ I wish I could have in a Rocket League match.
Me too. Me too, buddy. But that's okay, because that's why we're watching people that have it. So
yeah, exactly. Manny, that car is an interesting choice.
Questionable. Yeah. Yeah, me and our producer over here, Shuriken, we're definitely questioning it in earlier's match too, but Central Michigan able to tie it up out of nowhere. I mean, where did that come from?
Wow. Just a good demo from Central Michigan, and it seems like the game plan here, getting some bumps on the net and just shooting the open net.
Absolutely. I mean, able to capitalize on another mistake there. Maybe a little bit of luck bouncing off the inside of the post back center, but they're not going to care about that because this game is all tied up now.
Yeah, I can't. Oh my gosh, that was a good save from BPCU there. It looked like it was almost going to bounce in for Central Michigan.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of a sudden, the tide of this game has completely changed.
Yeah. As BPCU trying to desperately put that offense on that they did in the first minute.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they were dominant in the first minute and a half, 2 minutes of this game, and all of a sudden they've seemed to just take the foot off the gas a little too much. And we were talking about this in the last series. You want to keep the pressure up here because these teams know how to capitalize on low pressure teams on the other, on the opposition side, and we don't want to see BPCU get complacent here and can a lead like Ohio State did in the previous series. Or
yeah. I think that might be what we're watching, but BPCU still putting pressure on as that hits the post. Oh my goodness. Slammed off the crossbar, just an unfortunate bounce for them, but getting it past
another save.
They seem to getting it past that first person challenging, and that's gonna be a shot on net, but Trio.
That's a good save. Not many places he could have put that safely.
Yeah.
And that's another good save. They are peppering the Central Michigan net right now.
Trio looking like he's carrying the defensive load a little bit here.
I'd like to see somebody put up chippy numbers today against this BPCU Orange team.
And I mean, if someone does, they might start shaking in their boots just a little bit.
Flashbacks, but it doesn't matter right now because Kyler is able to slot that bottom corner for BPCU Orange with 25 seconds left on the clock. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, Trio trying to get the save, but just had no boost, and just a good placement from BPCU Orange.
Yeah, absolutely. And Central Michigan back on their heels a little bit here. Let's see if they can get a game-tying goal to send it to OT and off the kickoff. No way. How unlucky for BPCU Orange. I mean,
I have no words. How does this keep happening?
It's every time. I mean, give the fans what they want. 3-3 game, 20 seconds left in game one of this final series of the day here.
Oh my goodness. I mean, when you look at these matches, and they just progress like this, you don't even know who's gonna win.
Absolutely not. I mean, we had our suspicions going into this game, but it doesn't even matter. 3 seconds left. BPCU Orange able to close it out, it looks like. Maybe, unless we have another kickoff goal, but I mean, wow. Just back to back to back here at the end of this match.
Don't even. I can see it happening. All right, let's see how this kickoff goes here.
A fake?
Oh.
A pass? A little behind. I saw the vision. I know you saw the vision.
Yeah, I saw the vision. It was a good kickoff strat, but, just a little behind his teammate. Couldn't get it.
Way to lock in there at the end for BPCU Orange, though. I mean, they were on their heels there for a second. Central Michigan really had their number, and, I mean, couple of mistakes at the end of the game, and they're able to capitalize on it, and here we are. I mean, what a game one to that series.
Oh, my gosh. This is looking to be an absolute thriller.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's going straight back to Indiana Tech versus BPCU.
What a series. Yeah. I mean, it looks like BPCU might just be involved in our best series of the day here. I mean, what can you say about this team? They're phenomenal. So
yeah, they know how to put on a show for the fans.
Absolutely. Loading up here into game two. BPCU Orange with a 1-0 series lead in that 4-3 victory in game one. I mean, what a nail biter.
Yeah, really.
Hoping for some of the same here, and that's an easy shot for Manny. A good pass from his teammate. Looks like Wish. Kyler off the wall. My apologies. No boost on Central Michigan to get back to defend, though.
Yeah, I think BPCU Orange just going for those pads, going for the big pads in the corners.
making sure Central Michigan just couldn't get any boost.
Absolutely. Giving them no time to think here. They don't want a repeat of last game where they kind of bottled their 2-0 lead a little bit there.
Yeah, and Central Michigan.
Right when we say it. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we've ever seen commentators curse like this before, ever. This is unreal.
Yeah. No, it's-
What is going on right now?
yeah, I mean, I feel like we're just at a loss for words for how many times it happens.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah.
I don't. This is weird. It's weird, but I love it.
It's like a supernatural phenomenon happening here.
Seriously. Two very well-matched teams, though, so far, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, you have to think BPCU probably has a little bit of confidence going into that, especially after that winning game.
Yeah, 100%.
Game 1.
100%. But small mistakes and defensive lapses, you see it all the time, and that's off the crossbar.
How does that bounce like that?
That was a strange bounce. Somebody check the physics here. Somebody call Isaac Newton.
Yeah, it seemed like it bounced down, but it looked like it was more on the back wall. Maybe it hit the corner a little bit weird.
I'm not too sure, but I know Central Michigan's not going to be complaining about it, that's for sure.
Yeah. That's Central
And that's
Michigan.
a shot, but a good save from Manny.
Oh, Kyler, a bit of a mistouch, but luckily Wish was there.
Yeah, Central Michigan not able to capitalize on those mistakes. Let's see if it comes back to bite them here. It's a
Just
good
might.
pass to his teammate, and that's off the crossbar again. Man, I can't tell you how many times today I've seen them just pepper the crossbar.
And as a player on BPCU, you got to be kicking yourself for that one.
Oh, yeah, I
it
mean-
was home free. All you had to do was put it down and in the net, and
Yeah.
just that crossbar.
At some point, you know it's got to be really frustrating for these players. So
Yeah.
Central Michigan keeping up the tempo here, though. They're not ready to go away without a fight. Saw that in game 1.
Good
Over
play.
Wish. That's a good play. It's a good bump. Looking for the bump. A good demo. That was a nice play.
Yeah, I mean, the IQ to, leave that ball after getting bumped too, just pivoting and going straight for the opponent.
Absolutely. And what a recovery, too, off that bump. I mean, able to get that demo right there, set up his teammate for the easy goal.
Yeah.
Central Michigan's now on a 2-1 lead. We haven't seen them lead in this series yet, I don't think.
No, I don't think we have.
It'll be interesting to see if they can hold on to this, knowing that BPCU can ramp up that pressure at any point in time.
Yeah, I mean, BPCU seeming like a very high-octane team here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're not taking their foot off the gas like we've seen in other matches from them. It's good. It's a good save. It's a good clear.
Yeah, it was a little scary at first there, but they turned it around pretty well off of that backboard. for
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely.
Central Michigan trying to find another goal, but BPCU just not having it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there. I couldn't tell if his teammate's boost meter was low, but didn't seem like the right play to go for a pinch there at that angle.
And sometimes you aim for the stars. and
Absolutely.
you
And
can't
this is
get
a shot, and it's whiffed.
it. Wow. Trio going up for a good challenge there, but BPCU just on that ball first.
Yeah, I mean, these are good 50s from BPCU, trying to keep that pressure in Central Michigan's half here. Minute 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to need a goal here soon if they want to get that momentum back.
What a hit from Uncle there. I mean, I was almost sure it was over his head. And
Yeah,
then
absolutely.
we almost just saw a goal there. That was crazy.
Manny with a good catch off the wall there. Takes it to the ceiling, looking for a solo play. Good pass. What a pass from Manny.
Manny saying, I'm tired of this. Let me just show off my mechanical prowess, and just hits it past the challenger there.
I mean, you couldn't have laid Kyler up any better than that. That was on a dime. He didn't even have to move his car.
in the breadbasket, as some say.
Seriously. Seriously. Nobody back to defend for Central Michigan, though. Definitely caught them off guard there.
Yeah, I mean, their defender in net, he went up for the challenge to try to prevent that pass from happening, but
Yeah.
just couldn't get to it.
Beautiful pass from Manny.
Yeah, really. As we see, he
Wow. Wow.
barely had an angle, and he somehow still gets it in.
What a shot from Kyler. Nobody able to do anything about that. And BPCU with the turnaround very quickly here in game 2.
And I mean, we've seen this story before.
We have. And this is exactly how Central. What a shot from Wish. Wow.
Wish just going for the style points with that double tap.
BPCU is not pulling any punches right now. They are here to play.
Yeah. And they're showing it off with some swagger on these plays. You know, the very small angle off of that goal and then on double tap. I mean, we've seen it all.
I mean, if I'm Central Michigan right now, I got to figure out how to stop this BPCU team from flexing their style points. I just don't think it's going to happen. This game looks like it might be chalk.
Yeah, I think they just turned on the Jets there and, you know, a good flick there just to get right past the defender.
But still, again, Central Michigan low on boost in almost every area of the field. They're getting starved out here.
Yeah, and it begins to, you know, raise the question of, are they using too much boost?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And boost management is so important at this level. What a redirect! What a shot from Manny! Oh my word! Wow!
I mean, right over the defender, barely had the angle, and like, oh my goodness.
I mean, they're just laying it on thick now. Central Michigan has no answer for this BPCU offense. We're looking at a massacre now in game 2.
Oh my goodness.
BPCU Orange turning up the style points to 11. I mean, wow.
We've seen a lot of, you know, fundamental Rocket League today, but this is turning out to be a very stylish game.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the most mechanics I've seen in the afternoon so far.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a flip reset at this point.
And crazier things have happened, my friend, but at the end of game 2 there, BPCU ends up taking a massive lead on Central Michigan after Central Michigan put up a good first half. They were up 2-1 in that game.
Yeah.
And just seems like they collapsed. What do you think?
I just think it was honestly a very good game from Manny. I mean, we saw the stats. He had 2 goals, 3 assists, 4 saves, doing it all, you know, just being the rock that his team needed to go up 6-2 in that game.
Yeah, absolutely. And that beautiful pass off the ceiling to his teammate. I mean, you can't ask for better team play than they just put up in that match. Game 2 of a series, pressure was on after performing well in the first game. They're down 2-1. What a comeback.
Yeah, really. I mean, and even that angle that I believe it was Wish had.
Yeah.
Guess who passed it? Manny.
Absolutely. Manny's looking like their glue right now, for sure.
Yeah, the glue guy himself.
Coming into game 3, we'll see if Manny can keep the tempo up. Central Michigan needs something going in their favor, and they almost have it. Good saves from BPCU Orange. Central Michigan looking to close that gap early in this game.
Oh my goodness. I mean, just showing an absolute defensive prowess, showing how confident they're feeling after that 6-2 win.
Absolutely. And you got to say, I don't blame them. That was a commanding win in game 2.
Yeah, really. And Wish probably trying to show off a little mechanics here, but just has a little bit of a mistouch off of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Central Michigan trying to take their time here. They need to reset, gather their thoughts. Want to make sure that the game doesn't get out of hand for them. One more game in this series goes to BPCU Orange, obviously.
Yeah, and Manny going for a shot.
Oh my gosh.
I think he might have faked him out a little bit trying to get that second touch, but still just great shot from him.
Manny's just doing it all here. I mean, what can you say about the guy?
Yeah, really. Definitely the MVP of these past couple games.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, putting the team on his back when they need him the most, obviously, and what can you ask for from your players besides that?
Yeah, really. I mean, the pressure's not getting to him. He's showing how much ice he has in his veins.
Yeah, I mean, Stone Cold Steve Austin, absolutely.
Exactly.
Central Michigan not ready to back out of this just yet, though. There's still only 1 goal down. Anything could happen.
Yeah, they might start playing a little frantic here as, you know, BPCU just not letting up. As we see Central Michigan going on the offensive, but just still defensively, they're holding up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, that was an open net opportunity. You wonder if he could have just turned and shot there instead of trying to carry it up to the wall. But Central Michigan got to take these opportunities that are being given to them.
Yeah, but with the way the defense of BPCU, I think that even a defender being somewhat back is still not going to phase them. And even if they tried to get an open net, I think BPCU is going to still somehow save it.
Yeah, what a shot off the crossbar, though. I mean, BPCU is just in total control, it seems.
Yeah. Seems like they might be cool as a cucumber, trying to get all the phrases out.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And just for the viewers at home, we do not have a book of things that we're trying to say on stream right now, I promise. They're just coming out naturally.
Yep.
Take that as you will. Commentator's curse, though, questionable.
Ooh, a good 50 from Wish as he tries to double it, but Uncle, a good clear out.
Ware's trying to make something happen here for Central Michigan. A good shot, but a better save from BPCU. I mean, they're just playing brick wall defense right now.
Yeah, really. And, you know, being on the offensive again, an open net.
Man. I mean, it's not the first time in this series we've seen Central Michigan leave their net open, and BPCU is going to capitalize on that every single time.
Yeah, I think they might have played a little too aggressive, just trying to get a goal on the board.
Absolutely, and it's, I mean, 2-0 deficit, minute 55 seconds left on the clock. Where do you think their mental's at here?
I mean, they're probably feeling a little defeated and just kind of trying to find a way to somehow break this offense/defense combo from BPCU.
Yeah, absolutely. A great save there from Central Michigan, but still can't get it out of their half. BPCU just compiling the pressure on Central Michigan here. Central Michigan, no answer yet.
And it almost feels like, just watching the dominant performance, it almost feels like Goliath if he were to win against David.
I would agree with that. I mean, we've seen some top-heavy matchups at points and times today, but this one just feels in control from BPCU. They clearly are not worried at any point once they get the ball or it comes to their side.
Yeah, and I mean, both teams close in skill, but I think one team just has less nerves than the other.
Absolutely, and you know, these LAN events can really get under some of these players' skins. So it's interesting to see who crumbles under the pressure and who doesn't.
Yeah, Wish going back on this ball, trying to get a good 50.
And Central Michigan just cannot get out of their half for too long. They have a chance here, though, and Wish denies them. I mean, BPCU just looks so comfortable right now.
Yeah, I mean, ending that off with a triple wall dash.
Yeah, absolutely.
What more could Central Michigan do when BPCU is feeling this comfortable?
Absolutely. I mean, 10 seconds left, looking like BPCU is going to take this.
And that is going to secure them the 1 seed for sure.
100%.
Ending on a 4-0 series win.
Yeah. Well, not much to say about that final series of the day. A clean sweep for BPCU against Central Michigan, and I mean, Central Michigan just didn't look comfortable that entire series.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but I think BPCU, a very talented team of individuals, just like everybody else at this LAN, but I think they found a way to be a step above the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. A well-organized team, that BPCU team, and I mean, at no point in time did we really question whether they were going to falter under the pressure or not. They looked like they were in control for most of those matches, and they'll be a team to be reckoned with tomorrow during the finals.
Yeah, I mean, and it speaks to how good Bruden Parker talent is, because not only is this team their second team, their first team is also the first seed in their group, which was Group A.
Yeah.
So,
and overall, between the two teams, they've only dropped 2 games in this LAN total, which is kind of an insane statistic. So
yeah. it'd be interesting to think if there was a BPCU versus BPC or Bruden Parker versus BPCU Orange matchup.
That'd be a super cool thing to see. Kind of with UCF earlier today, they had a little in-school rivalry. Going into tomorrow, though, got some massive games coming up tomorrow for day 2 of our LAN.
Yeah, so as you can see in the upper bracket, the first seed from Group Stage 2 is going to be playing on that top spot in A. Group Stage 4's second seed is going to be playing against that. We got Group Stage 3's first seed, and of course across the top, 2, 3, 1, 4, and then all the other group second seeds against these teams. So
Absolutely, and some of those teams already down there in the lower bracket. Obviously not out of the competition, just another chance for them to keep going. Correct me if I'm wrong, but upper bracket has 1 loss at least. They can go to the lowers afterwards. So every team with a chance to still hang in there for tomorrow. And I mean, right now, who are we looking at as the favorites? Obviously, we've got those brilliant Brayton Parker teams.
yeah, definitely. I think UTK, even though they were talking about how, they're just focused on having fun, it still begs the question of, are they going to three-peat?
Yeah.
Even if they're not looking specifically for a three-peat,
Yeah.
it's something that could happen. It's very probable. I mean, they're overall the second seed in the whole pool.
Yeah. And what does that speak to when they're just here to have fun and they could end up three-peating? How do you think that makes the other teams feel? I mean, they're clearly putting their blood, sweat, and tears into this. So if I'm the other teams playing against UTK, there's definitely going to be a little chip on my shoulder.
Yeah,
So,
I think it'll definitely light a fire under some teams, especially ones that are, playing super competitively and want to take this home.
yeah, absolutely. Obviously, our Bearcats red team still in it tomorrow, the second seed in our second group here at the Queen City Clash. Looking for a win tomorrow for them as well. Hopefully they stick around and stay in the tournament for us.
Yeah, as biased UC students,
Absolutely.
Go Cats.
Go Cats.
But that's all we had for today. Thank you all for tuning into the stream. It's been great. We've all had a lot of fun here. It was a very long day of Rocket League. I think it was probably rounded out to about 8-ish hours.
9 hours, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
It's been a wonderful day though here at QCC, and we're very thankful for you guys for tuning in. So
Yeah. Thank you all for watching, and we'll see you in day 2.